Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place your favorite words get rewritten. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. If you love powerful what-if stories, you are in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. What if Harry Potter became an ice devil slayer after the global bad threat? Let's dive in.
Here is short summary. After the Goblet of Fire turns the school against him, Harry finds a forbidden book that grants him the power of an Ice Devil Slayer. Now the wizarding world must face the power of the boy they betrayed. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry himself had been greatly shocked and stunned when he got exiled from the house he wanted to join like his parents at first, but once the implication sunk in, he rushed very quickly to gather every single thing of his belongings before the Gryffindors can take it and burn it. After grabbing everything, he ran away from the Gryffindor Tower, never intending to go back, no matter what the teachers say, including the headmaster. What made the exile from Gryffindor House worse was that Ron Weasley, Harry's now former best friend, had been one who suggested it. There are 3 reasons why he did this idea. The first one was because of an extremely petty jealous temper tantrum. The second was because Ron has been getting tired of Harry getting into the spotlight like the Gryffindors when he wanted to get into the spotlight while receiving fame, attention, eternal glory and the prized money, which contains about 1,000 galleons. The third and final reason was because Ron believed Harry entered his name in the Goblet of Fire, completely ignoring the latter's protests about not entering the Triwizard Tournament. Even Hermione, another former best friend of Harry, believed he entered the tournament for fame, attention and eternal glory but didn't participate in the exile. She looked deeply sad at what was happening. In response to the scorn, hate, resentment and disdain he's been receiving lately, Harry began isolating himself. As a champion, he was excluded from classes and end-of-year exams, so he didn't need to mingle with the students. Not that he was ever going to, since they meant absolutely nothing to him now. Besides, why should he care? It wasn't like Harry had many friends or acquaintances to begin with, since he always been alone for the rest of his life when growing up with the Dursleys. It was sad and hurtful at the same time, but Harry had learned an important lesson: you cannot trust anyone. You're on your own. But just because Harry had been isolating himself away from the students, it didn't mean he was hiding like they purposely thought. In fact, Harry has been using the time to study and catch up with his fellow rivals. He needs to, considering they are older, talented and have better experiences with magic. He needed to get his magic power to be on the same level as them or surpassing them. Harry prefers the latter as he wants to crush the 3 champions during the tasks, especially Delacour and Diggory. Harry couldn't wait to show he has what it takes to become both a proper wizard and a champion. Harry was currently in the Hogwarts Leary way past midnight trying to find something that will help him in the future but wasn't have much luck. Normally, there's a rule to never enter the Leary late at night, but at this point, he considers himself no longer a Hogwarts student. Not after everything that's been happening lately after the selection of the champions for the Triwizard Tournament on Halloween. This book is hopeless, Harry muttered lowly as he closed a book he had been reading. It didn't tell me anything I wanted to know about the previous tasks the Triwizard Tournament had used in the past before it became cancelled. It was all garbage. I should probably stop researching the previous tasks and focus on increasing my spell repertoire, along with my magical knowledge about things I never bothered to learn. There were numerous books around Harry, each being a different category. Charms, curses, transfiguration, ancient runes, warding, magical creatures, defense, dueling, history. Every category listed out is what Harry had been busy studying and practicing privately for the past few days after having his name come out of the Goblet of Fire and getting exiled from Gryffindor House. So far, he has mastered all the spells he learned from the Leary in a record time, something that made him immensely proud, and he has already planned to add more spells to his spell repertoire, including advanced and dangerous ones. Harry wanted to add healing to the list, but he had a feeling he wouldn't find any books about the topic in the Leary. He would have to ask Madame Pomfrey to see if she can lend him some books. She might do it, considering she deeply cares about Harry like a concerned parent and wants him to be safe. Harry released a sigh mixed with frustration and tiredness. He had been in the Leary for 2 hours since it became closed, and he was already feeling tired upon absorbing so much knowledge into his head. He would have to come back tomorrow to gain more said knowledge. At least Harry gained new spells to test out in the room he's been residing in. The room hadn't been in perfect condition at first, due to it being abandoned for who knows how long, but with the spells he mastered in a record time, Harry was able to make it into a cozy, peaceful place to live in. What made the room more peaceful to live in is the fact no one could access it, except him and the house elves he had been visiting in the kitchens lately for food. The reason why is because he added extremely powerful privacy wards and notice me not spells around the door. Only a curse breaker could notice and break them. It may seem overkill to add extremely powerful privacy wards and notice me not spells, but Harry was taking safety measures to protect himself and the room he's residing in from the students. Who knows what they will do if they access to it. Harry had just been ready to leave the Leary after putting the books he used to study back to their proper places when he suddenly paused, his senses catching a rather dark energy coming from near him. Curious, yet extremely cautious as he pulled his wand out to defend himself whatever he's about to find, he made his way over to where the dark energy is coming from. Harry's small journey to find the source of the dark energy led him towards the end of a bookshelf aisle where a medium-sized black book with a gold trim could be seen leaking off the same energy he sensed, the color being a dark purple. He wasn't sure if he should leave the book alone as there's something strange with it, but something tells him he should take it since it could prove to be helpful in the future. So, after making up his mind, Harry waved his wand once to levitate the book from the shelf and another wave had it dropped silently on the table. He then started to cast diagnostic charms to see if it's safe and harmless to touch. Once the readings came back deeming it is safe and harmless to touch, he put his wand away and reached forward to pick up the book. What a strange book, Harry thought as he held the black book upwards to get a closer look. Other than strange symbols on the front he couldn't read, there was nothing else on the book. Must be special or something. I wonder what it's about. Harry was about to open the book, despite the fact he should open it somewhere else, when a note suddenly fell to the ground, making him reach downwards to grab it. Thinking that the note can give him answers about what the book is, Harry opened the note after rising back up and began to read the contents. To whoever is reading this letter, you have just recently found and bonded with a very special book that has chosen you as its master. Congratulations. Inside the book contains a single long-forgotten race called an Aetherius, an extremely powerful demon who has been sealed away for centuries after being created. It is currently waiting to be awakened from its eternal slumber, ready to serve a master who has found and bonded with its book. Aetherius is, like I said, a long-forgotten race of creatures known as demons created by a source called Ethernano. They are extremely vicious, incredibly strong and very difficult beings to kill as they can wreak havoc and destruction without stopping. They have different appearances, which can be either humans or animal types, and different personalities. This Aetherius in the book you have found has a calm but incredibly cold personality if angered with an extremely intelligent calculating mind. You would be very wise to not get on its bad side, otherwise you will face severe consequences. There are 2 more things you should know before releasing the Aetherius inside to the outside world. The first one is that Aetherius don't use magic at all. They use a different power called curses, which is much powerful than magic and rooted by negative emotions like hatred, greed and envy. While it may be similar to magic because negative emotions can be channeled into releasing powerful spells, curses are far superior because Aetherius can use the power whenever they want without having to worry about the laws in the magical world. The second thing is that Aetherius cannot be killed by holder-type magic. Holder-type magic is a magic where wizards and witches uses an external source like wands, staffs or cards to cast spells, as they are incredibly strong and very difficult. However, there is one type of magic in the world to harm and actually kill them. It is called Devil Slayer magic. Devil Slayer magic was created at the same time demons were created centuries ago, but it's very dangerous and can rob the person's very own humanity to be replaced by a bloodthirsty demon if one lets their extreme rage get the best of them. It is the ultimate magic and one every magical creature, even ones with pride, fear above all else. You can even learn Devil Slayer magic by the Aetherius once you released it from its eternal slumber, but the training will be very difficult. I trust you, whoever stumbles upon the very special book in this note, to take great care of the Aetherius inside. It may be a demon, but it does have the feelings of a human being. Please take great care of it. P.S. You must make sure to never tell anyone about who the Aetherius is. There are bad people out there who would do anything to get their hands on an Aetherius. From Zirf. Once Harry finished reading the note, he couldn't contain the surprised and shocked look on his face. The book he found contains this single Aetherius demon inside waiting to be awakened from its eternal slumber after being sealed away for centuries, and he is now the master of it. He wasn't sure how to feel about that at first, but as he read more of the note, Harry felt extreme sense of pure luckiness shining upon him. He was definitely planning on taking this book with him to learn more about the Aetherius and Devil Slayer magic, especially the latter, as he plans to learn it to become a Devil Slayer. With this book in my hand, I will not only win the Triwizard Tournament but crush anyone who made my life an official hell. Harry thought with a rather dark sadistic grin as he looked at the book that contains the Aetherius inside. He could already imagine the looks of extreme fear on the people's faces who made his life hell at Hogwarts. Especially Diggory and Delacour. Just the thought of it made him chuckle darkly. I can't wait to see what this Aetherius looks like once I released it and have it teach me Devil Slayer magic. With the dark sadistic grin still retain on his face, Harry placed the black book in his bag and left the Leary to head back towards his room. Things were about to change real soon at Hogwarts. It has been a couple hours since Harry discovered the black book when studying in the Leary last night, which not only leaked out dark energy but contains the single Aetherius still in its eternal slumber after being sealed away for centuries, and he was trying to figure out where he should open the book to release said Aetherius out in the open world. Harry couldn't release the demon in his room because there might be a chance the teachers could sense the dark energy through the wards Hogwarts has both outside and inside, despite him having cast extremely powerful privacy wards and notice me not spells around the door to prevent anyone from getting inside. He cannot let the teachers, who will no doubt investigate, take away his only chance of getting back at everyone who made his life an official hell after being named as a champion. Harry will never in his life surrender the black book without a fight. Harry had considered leaving Hogwarts to release the Aetherius somewhere else, but immediately crossed that out because of the Ministry of Magic, something he definitely needs to learn more about in the future in case things go wrong during the Triwizard Tournament. If they instantly know underage magic is being used, then it's possible they might know dark energy was being gathered somewhere, forcing them to send a squad of Aurors to swiftly investigate. Like the teachers at Hogwarts, Harry cannot let the Ministry of Magic take away his only chance of getting revenge. As much as Harry hates to admit it, Hogwarts is the only place where he can release the Aetherius from its eternal slumber without having to worry about the Ministry of Magic coming after him. But where exactly should he do it? That was the main question he wanted to know, as he very much wants to learn Devil Slayer magic to become a Devil Slayer. There were two places where Harry could release the Aetherius from its eternal slumber and out in the open world, but they were crossed out for different reasons. The first one was the Forbidden Forest. While the thick tall trees can provide cover, there were dangerous creatures roaming around in there, particularly the Acromantulas. Harry wasn't feeling great about going back in the forest, as his previous adventures almost led him to his death. He wants to stay as far away from there as possible. The second one was the Chamber of Secrets. Now, that was an extremely good place to release the Aetherius, as it's deep underground with no wards to alert the teachers once the dark energy gets gathered up during the release procedure, and whatever happens down there stays down there. What made it better is the fact no one from the schools, Hogwarts included, knows where the entrance is at all. Even if they did, they would not remember because their minds will be entirely focused on the Triwizard Tournament. The Chamber of Secrets was a tempting place for Harry to release the Aetherius from its eternal slumber and out in the open world without having to worry about the teachers sensing the dark energy during the release procedure. But Harry wasn't going down to the ancient place to release the Aetherius. Not only because he had no idea how to leave if he decides he wanted to go back up to the surface, but he has a feeling Dumbledore or McGonagall placed a ward up to prevent him from entering. He can understand the actions, considering their Could be knowledge in the Chamber of Secrets, knowledge Voldemort must have got his hands on 50 years ago and studied intensely to become the heartless cruel monster he is now. But despite understanding the actions, Harry is planning to go down into the Chamber of Secrets in the future once he finds a way to leave the place. The reason why is because he wanted to see if he can sell the dead basilisk he killed in his second year for a huge amount of galleons. With it, he will be able to buy as many necessary books in Diagon Alley as he needs, including other items, in order to prepare himself for the Triwizard Tournament. However, before Harry could do the selling basilisk and buying many necessary books in Diagon Alley part, he needed to find a way to release the Aetherius from its eternal slumber and out in the open world first. After trying to come up with a place to release it, only to become increasingly frustrated when he couldn't think of none said places, he decided to put the topic on hold and head towards the kitchens to get some food to eat as he didn't need to be in any of his classes. During the venture towards the kitchens, Harry cast both the Notice Me Not and Disillusionment spells on himself. It was a standard protocol he created after receiving so much negative response lately from the 3 schools, and the last thing he needed at the moment is the students tormenting him when he's in a bad mood. If they do torment him, he will strike back at them very harshly and very brutally before leaving their heavily injured bleeding bodies behind. Harry also took the black book containing the Aetherius inside with him in his school bag as he didn't want to lose it or leave it behind in his room. He will keep the book by his side at all times until he releases the demon from its eternal slumber and out in the open world. Soon, Harry arrived at the kitchens, entered through the portrait after tickling the pair, cancelled the spells on himself to reveal his presence, and went to ask the house elves politely to make food for him. They immediately got to work on pleasing their guest, and it didn't take long for his food to be done, which he began eating after thanking them, much to their extreme happiness. As Harry ate his food silently, still frustrated he couldn't figure out a place to release the Aetherius without having to worry about the teacher sensing the dark energy, he was attracted by the sound of a familiar house elf's voice. "Is something wrong, Master Harry?" Harry looked up from his food to see Dobby staring at him, along with a couple house elves. He had been greatly surprised to see the little guy working at Hogwarts when he entered the kitchens for the first time, and during the time they reacquainted with each other after parting ways in second year, they formed a loyal friendship bond. "It's much better than the servant for life bond." "Nothing's wrong, Dobby," Harry replied politely as he saw no need to release his frustration onto his little friend who did nothing wrong to him. "I was just thinking about." Here, he paused to come up with a random excuse and settled on the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament coming up soon. "Dobby understands, Master Harry," Dobby said, nodding his head that caused his large bat-like ears to flop around. Dobby wished Master Harry had a normal year at Hogwarts without danger following him. Harry chuckled lightly. "Well, what can one expect, Dobby? I am a Potter and trouble seems to find me very much often." Dobby can very much agree with Master Harry's statement. The light chuckle turned into loud laughter filled with amusement. Since when did Dobby become such a cheeky bugger after he and Harry went their separate ways? At least it's better than being miserable when working with the Malfoy family. "All right, I better get going to the Leary and study more spells to practice," Harry stated as he got ready to leave the kitchens after finishing his food. It had been delicious like always. "Thanks for the meal, little guys." "Yous be welcomed, Master Harry," the house elves exclaimed in happiness. "If there's anything Master Harry needs help with, don't hesitate to ask," Dobby said, giving Harry, who began walking towards the portrait, an offer of help in the future. "We house elves will do our best efforts to give you whatever you desire the most." Once Dobby said those words, Harry paused in his tracks, a pensive look appearing on his face as he thought about the offer. His action made the house elves stare at him with confused expressions. "Actually, there is something you little guys can help me with," Harry said, making up his mind and turning around to face the house elves. He hoped they can actually help him because he definitely needs it at the moment. The sooner he can release the Aetherius from its eternal slumber and out in the open world, the faster he can learn Devil Slayer magic to crush everyone who made his life an official hell. "Name anything and we house elves would see it done," the house elves exclaimed with determination coursing through their bodies. Yesterday last night, I recently came across something in the Leary, Harry began explaining, getting the attention of the house elves. A book containing a single long-forgotten creature inside. I was planning to release it from its eternal slumber and out in the open world when it got sealed away centuries ago, but I need to find a hidden place where the teachers won't sense the energy during the release procedure. Do any of you little guys know where I could find such a place inside Hogwarts? Harry had expected the house elves to become depressed and say there is no hidden place inside Hogwarts for him to release the Aetherius. What he did not expect is for them to become extremely happy and bounce around at the balls of their feet. Of course, Master Harry. We house elves know the perfect place for you to release this long-forgotten creature from its eternal slumber and out in the open world. The place is known as the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement, Harry repeated curiously, never heard such a room before, but he can tell it's very special. What's that? Minutes later, Harry left the kitchens under the hidden spells he cancelled when he arrived earlier in a very great mood as he obtained the recent knowledge about the Room of Requirement and where to find it by the house elves. What made his very great mood better is the fact he can finally start learning Devil Slayer magic real soon in order to crush everyone who made his life an official hell. He couldn't wait to learn the magic. Time to release the Aetherius from its eternal slumber after being sealed away for centuries and out into the open world. Time skip, night time, with Harry. The entire day passed by very quickly and night time has fallen over Hogwarts, along with the grounds. The students were sleeping in their dormitories, the teachers were doing last-minute grading paperwork before heading to bed in their private quarters, and there was a calm, peaceful silence reigning over the entire area. But not everyone was sleeping. Inside a very special room in the walls of Hogwarts itself, which said room no one knows about at all, a release procedure is currently being commenced with dark energy being filled in the air. It looks like I'm doing this right, Harry thought with deep focus concentration on his face as he waved his wand around silently in a rather complicated manner. The black book containing the Aetherius inside was lying directly in the middle of the very special room, releasing the same dark energy, the color still being dark purple, in the air. The instructions I read a moment ago did say if there's dark energy being filled in the air, it's working. Then I have to say the chant and the Aetherius is released out in the open world for the very first time in a long time. Harry had spent the entire day practicing not only more spells he learned from the Leary in his room, but also healing ones after visiting Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing to acquire the books he hoped she would lend to him. To his relief, she did, but only if he returns them after mastering the spells, which he promised. It is not wise to break a promise and make a healer angry, especially one who has a very strict personality. After mastering the spells and returning the healing books back to Madame Pomfrey, who looked pleased of receiving the books, Harry put his focus into figuring out what those strange symbols were on the black book's cover. He asked Madame Pants, the Lyrian, for every book about languages, runes and symbols when he returned to the Leary, but to his great disappointment, he couldn't find a single thing relating to the strange symbols in the books he requested. Why was that? It was then Harry remembered the note's words that Aetherius were created centuries ago, so is it possible the symbols, along the language and knowledge, were created centuries ago as well? It must be true, since the books he requested held no information whatsoever about the strange symbols, and as years passed by, the knowledge, the symbols and the language of the demons faded away until they became long forgotten. While greatly disappointed he couldn't learn more about the symbols on the black book's cover, Harry was still very happy he finally found a place to release the Aetherius from its eternal slumber and out in the open world. Maybe he'll learn the language, the symbols and the knowledge of the demons from the demon itself. He hoped so, as he was intrigued and curious about them. When night time struck and everyone had gone to bed, Harry immediately made his way towards to the Room of Requirement on the 7th floor to begin releasing the Aetherius from its eternal slumber and out into the open world. He took the Marauder's map with him in case there were prefects doing their nighttime duties. It's a very good thing he took this important item with him after being exiled from Gryffindor, otherwise the Weasley twins would have pranked him heavily every time if they got their hands on it. After arriving on the 7th floor where the Room of Requirement is, Harry remembered the house elf's words he needed to walk back and forth 3 times near the wall while thinking what he desires the most. It's the only way for the door to appear, otherwise nothing would work. The house elves also mentioned if someone else is already inside, then the door cannot appear, no matter how hard the other person who wanted to get inside tries. Right after walking back and forth 3 times while thinking what Harry desires the most, the door to the room of requirement appeared and he walked inside to come across one of the most amazing largest room he has ever seen in his life, except Dumbledore's office. It was truly beautiful and he's planning to never damage it even once during his Devil Slayer training. According to the House Elves, the Room of Requirement was created by Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, and it's said the reason why is because she wanted whoever stumbles upon this very special room to acquire knowledge to give them an edge against powerful foes. Harry was definitely planning to acquire said knowledge in this room because he wanted to become a powerful proper wizard in the future, one that can strike fear into people if they very much anger him. It will be satisfying to show them in their place. Before Harry got started on the release procedure after entering the Room of Requirement, he needed to know if there are instructions because he didn't want to make even a single slightest mistake. It could either get himself injured or killed, which would highly embarrass both him and the Potter family, despite the fact no one will ever know. Luckily, there had been another note containing the instructions of how to release the Aetherius from its eternal slumber and out in the open world. After memorizing the said instructions in his head very carefully, Harry finally got started on the release procedure, which led to the current predicament happening right now. Once there was enough dark energy in the air, Harry began saying the chant to release the Aetherius from its eternal slumber and out in the open world. "Oh, mighty Aetherius demon, hear my voice and please. I, your recent master, awakens you from your eternal slumber after being sealed away for centuries and release you out to the open world. Awaken now and come out from your book to experience the open world once again." Right after Harry had finished saying the chant, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted from the black book, forcing him to close his eyes and turn away in order to prevent becoming blind. As the blinding flash of light grew bigger and blinder than before, a huge manic grin appeared on his face as he realized a very crucial fact. The Aetherius was coming out of its book for the very first time in a long time and into the open world. Harry, still retaining the huge manic grin on his face, had no idea how long the blinding flash of light continued to shine brightly in the Room of Requirement, but once it died down after a few more moments, he opened his eyes and looked over to see if the release procedure worked, only to gap with wide eyes and blush heavily while having a nosebleed at what he was currently seeing, the huge manic grin completely vanishing. Where the black book had once previously been lying in the direct middle of the Room of Requirement now stood a tall, very beautiful young woman who had her eyes closed, a calm expression on her face and looked like an actual goddess descended from the heavens. She was truly beautiful, alluring, taking, exotic, and very, considering she has such a voluptuous curvaceous figure that will no doubt make any women, even ones who has an incredible beautiful figure, extremely jealous upon first glance at her. The young woman had extremely alluring dark purple hair cascading down to her waist with 2 bangs framing her heart-shaped face while having a white band on her head, which separates the hair, and pale skin. Upon her forehead was a small circular symbol with a small dot inside and surrounded by several squares, all being black in color. Her most noticeable features are her massive breasts and 2 large golden horns protruding upwards from the sides of her head. The young woman's attire was very revealing and it's the reason why Harry is blushing heavily while having a nosebleed. It consisted of a blue-colored leopard-printed kimono, revealing her shoulders, back and front with the shoulders being decorated in black markings, held up by a thick green ribbon around her waist and tied behind her back with a small yellow string around the ribbon but tied in the front. She also wore 2 upper forearm-wide sleeves having the same leopard marks and blue color as the kimono with a white edge at the top, a small white strap tied around her neck and high-thigh black socks that left her upper thighs, heels and toes bare. This very beautiful young woman was Sayla, an Aetherius from the books of Zirf that had been created centuries ago before being sealed away in her book to enter an eternal slumber and the goddess of the chill moon. Holy mother of both Merlin and Morgana. This woman is beautiful and as hell. Harry screamed into his head as he continued to gape and blush heavily at Sayla, whose eyes were still closed and hadn't once moved from her position upon being released to the open world. Never before he had met or seen a woman who has not only a voluptuous curvaceous figure but wears very revealing clothes. Professor McGonagall and Molly Weasley would no doubt flip their lids if they see this. And look at those breasts. They are the largest pair I have ever seen. I really scored big time. Harry's rather odd thoughts of the massive breasts became broken when he noticed Sayla started to slowly open her eyes, revealing a beautiful dark purple color. He couldn't help but gaze amazingly at them, the heavy blush on his face vanishing like the huge manic grin. He himself has a beautiful eye color, which is a bright emerald green that he inherited from his deceased mother, Lily Potter, but he has never seen a dark purple eye color before in his life. The most common eye colors Harry is used to seeing throughout his time in Hogwarts are blue, gray and brown. There's also red if you count Voldemort. Either way, the dark purple eye color further enhanced Sayla's alluring beauty. As Harry continued to gaze amazingly at the beautiful dark purple eye color, he was unaware Sayla is currently lost in her thoughts once her eyes were fully open, and quickly realizing she was back in the open world instead of being sealed away inside her book where she had been forced to enter an eternal slumber. Where am I? Sayla thought curiously as she began looking around from her position. She appears to be standing in a large beautiful room that seemed to be very special, considering there's some kind of ancient magic in the air, which greatly intrigued her. Just because she finds curses superior as it is the natural power she uses as an Aetherius, it didn't mean she hates magic. In fact, Sayla finds magic intriguing and fascinating at the same time since there's different types in the world. The last thing I remembered before everything went dark was seeing Zirf being mercilessly killed by Master End. While her mind may still be hazy and drowsy, considering she just got released to the open world and awakened from her eternal slumber after being sealed away, Sayla can remember seeing a black-haired young man being mercilessly killed by one of the most ferocious, terrifying and powerful demon in all existence before everything went dark like she just thought. Other than that, she can't remember anything else. It will take some time until her memories comes back. But it still doesn't explain the question Sayla wanted to know once she quickly realized she was back in the open world. Where exactly was she? More importantly, who had discovered her book and released her from her eternal slumber? Sayla continued to look around the large beautiful room from her position before noticing a scrawny-looking, below-average height young boy staring at her a small distance away. He had messy, black hair resembling like a bird's nest since some parts of the locks stuck up in the back, pale skin and bright emerald green eyes hidden behind a pair of glasses. His most noticeable features was the large amount of magic power inside him and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which Sayla found herself slightly weary at the last part as she could sense something dark and awful coming from it. The young boy's outfit wasn't really fancy or anything. Since it's plainly simple, it consisted of a long-sleeve, hooded black robe with a red interior, a white shirt underneath, a gray sleeveless vest over the white shirt, a red and gold tie, black pants and black shoes. But despite finding the outfit plainly simple, Sayla knew better than to let appearances deceive her, as this young boy could pose as a threat, considering the large amount of magic power he has inside him. It was a lesson Master End taught her and the other Aetherius after they were created centuries ago. Thinking the young boy was an enemy, Sayla lost the calm expression on her face to adopt a hostile look as she quickly got into a martial art fighting stance with her fists raised up and legs spread out. "Who are you, little boy?" Sayla demanded. Her voice, while beautiful, was cold and harsh as she glared dangerously at the young boy whose staring came to an abrupt halt upon hearing her speak. She was tempted to use her curse power on him, which is macro. It allows her to fully and absolutely control either a person or an object with relatively ease without having to put much pressure into controlling anything, but didn't dare do so as it has been centuries since she last used it. There was a chance something bad would happen. Sayla needs to get used of being back in the open world first, along with getting up to speed as well, since she was certain things had drastically changed over the years, before she can start using her curse power again. Hey, there's no need to be hostile, ma'am," Harry said quickly, immediately raising his hands in the air after realizing things had become extremely tense. "My name is Harry Potter." He wanted to add recent master but didn't do so, as there could be a chance Sayla might become more hostile than before and possibly attack him, something he didn't want at all. All Harry could do is keep his hands raised in the air and pray Sayla won't attack him. Sayla, still in her martial art fighting stance and retaining the hostile look on her face, continued to glare dangerously at Harry, who kept his hands in the air, for a few more moments before coming to a decision he posed no threat to her. She lost the martial art fighting stance, along with the hostile look, which turned back to the previous calm expression she had before. "A pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter, and please forgive me for my hostile action," Sayla stated as she bowed her upper body forward, which caused her massive breasts to not only sway around in her kimono, clearly indicating she lacked a underneath, but giving Harry a highly wondrous view of her cleavage, something he very much appreciated. He even had the view completely burned into his memory as he didn't want to forget about it. "My name is Sayla, an Aetherius from the books of Zirf and the goddess of the chill moon." That's a fitting title for an Aetherius, Harry mused to himself as he thought about the title after pushing the wondrous view in his memory away. It truly fits Sayla, considering she looks like an actual goddess and having pale skin. Though, I wonder who this Zirf is since it's the second time I heard of that name. The first one was from the note last night. Was it you who discovered my book and released me from my eternal slumber, Harry Potter? Sayla's voice broke Harry's thoughts as she gave him a curious look, wondering if it was him who had done the deed of releasing her from both her book and her eternal slumber. It looks like he did, but she wanted to make sure before she can refer to him as her new master. Normally, Aetherius would never in their life consider humans as their master since they are cruel, greedy selfish insects who only cares about themselves, but Sayla is willingly to make an exception for the first time since there's something extremely special about Harry. She couldn't understand why, and she was definitely planning to spend time with him in hopes to understand. "Indeed, Sayla," Harry replied with a nod of his head, confirming Sayla's thoughts about him releasing her from both her book and her eternal slumber. He was now her new master. "I had discovered your book yesterday last night when I was about to leave the Leary after doing some intense studying. A note told me what it was about, including the Aetherius race, which I hope you can explain more about them, along with the knowledge, language and symbols of the demons." I found myself intrigued and curious. "I can very much explain more about the Aetherius race if you want, including the knowledge, language and symbols of the demons, Master Harry," Sayla stated with a nod, getting Harry to widen his eyes in surprise at the fact she called him master. "But I have a feeling you want something more than learning about the Aetherius and the knowledge, language and symbols of the demons. Am I right?" After pushing his surprise of being called master away, Harry nodded his head in confirmation. "Yes, Sayla, I do want something more than learning about the Aetherius and the knowledge, language and symbols of the demons. It's the main reason why I released you from both your book and your eternal slumber. I'm only hoping you would agree to teach me because I had a sudden feeling you won't do it." It was true, Harry had become greatly concerned the Aetherius inside the Black Book wouldn't teach him Devil Slayer magic once he has it released to the open world. The reason why is because it's the only magic in the world that can actually harm and kill demons. Other magic won't work at all. The thought suddenly came to Harry when he had been taking a break after realizing he couldn't find any information about the strange symbols he wanted to know. He prayed to the heavens the Aetherius would teach him Devil Slayer magic once it was released to the open world. "What is it that you want to learn, Master Harry?" Sayla asked curiously, wondering what Harry wanted. He seemed to went such lengths to release her in order to acquire whatever he wants to learn from her, and she couldn't help but blush slightly at the sheer determination she sensed in his words. Harry took a deep H while mentally preparing himself in case things become extremely tense like before. He has no idea how Sayla would react once he reveals what he wants to learn, but he hopes she can at least hear him out. After all, it's not very wise to anger an Aetherius like the note said, otherwise there would be severe consequences. Nevertheless, Harry revealed what he very much wants to learn ever since he discovered the magic yesterday last night while keeping a tight grip on his wand if he needed to defend himself from Sayla. "I was hoping you would teach me Devil Slayer magic." The moment Harry revealed what he wants to learn, which is Devil Slayer magic, Sayla's eyes widened in surprised, shocked and fear. Whatever she had been expecting, this was not it. She couldn't believe what she just heard, nor wasn't aware of taking a few steps backwards away from Harry, whose already tight grip on his wand tightened even more when, true to his prediction, things became extremely tense like before. But thankfully, there wasn't any fight, even though there could be one in the next few moments. Sayla's mind was racing rapidly. Why in the world does her recently new master wants to learn a magic so incredibly dangerous that very few people has ever mastered? Doesn't he know the very grim consequences if he tries to learn it, or had he just learned its long-forgotten existence like how he discovered her book? She believed it was the latter, as he did say he wanted to know more about the knowledge of demons, which added more positive light of just learning the long-forgotten existence of Devil Slayer magic. But for as long as Sayla can remember, no one could ever manage to master Devil Slayer magic, along with controlling its demonic power. Anyone who tries to learn it only ends up becoming a bloodthirsty demon because of two reasons. The first one was not being able to handle the very difficult training to acquire the markings of a Devil Slayer, which purposely activates the magic itself. No markings, no using Devil Slayer magic. The second and most important one was not wielding an element like fire, ice, water, lightning, light, darkness or wind for a magical person's main magic. Devil Slayer magic is based off the mentioned elements, and just a single one can be tremendously powerful to bring the entire world to its knees without having to spend a long time gathering a large army. It's also quite important to mention you can cast very powerful spells when using Devil Slayer magic while becoming extremely resistant to whatever element you chose, including regular curses and curse power. But probably not the killing curse, since it's the essence of death. Still, though, Sayla wanted to know why Harry wants to learn Devil Slayer magic when very few people has ever mastered it, and she was going to get her answer one way or another, even if she has to force the answer out of him with aggressive actions. Master Harry, I meant no disrespect or offense, but are you insane? Sayla asked hysterically, not acting like her calm self as she continued to stare at Harry with the same emotions in her wide eyes. Why in the world do you want to learn that magic? It's so incredibly dangerous. Not to mention, you are too young to even control its demonic power. Very few people centuries ago has ever managed to master it. You better give me an explanation why I should teach you Devil Slayer magic, otherwise I will force it out of you. Well, at least she's not attacking me, Harry thought with some relief, but still keeping an extremely tight grip on his wand. And the fact she's willingly to hear me out made things more easier to me, but I need to provide a very reasonable explanation if I want to learn Devil Slayer magic. I better do this fast before she becomes aggressive. You might want to sit down first, Sayla, Harry said, getting Sayla to lose the wide-eye expression and become confused. The explanation I'm about to tell you is quite long, and I want us to be comfortable when I start talking. Please let's sit down. Turning to the side, Harry raised his wand up and silently conjured two soft leather couches with a small table in the middle. Seeing this display of magic caused Sayla become surprised and intrigued at the same time. She had never seen that type before when she was out in the open world centuries ago and wondered what it was. However, she couldn't dwell on the matter as she wanted to hear the explanation of why Harry wants to learn Devil Slayer magic. Harry and Sayla walked over to the two soft leather couches and sat down in the direct middle on opposite sides of each other. After a few moments of silence, Harry took a deep H and began to give Sayla his explanation of why he wants to learn Devil Slayer magic, getting her complete attention as she didn't want to miss even a single detail. Harry told Sayla everything that's been happening lately since the start of his 4th year. He told her Hogwarts was hosting the famous Triwizard Tournament, where 3 large magical schools in Europe come together and have one champion from each school be selected to participate 3 extremely dangerous tasks in order to gain both entral glory and fame. Sayla looked extremely surprised to hear there were now magical schools in the open world. There hadn't been any back then, and this fact just proves things have changed over the years. But like the topic of magic Harry displayed a few moments ago, she couldn't dwell on the matter as she wanted to hear more of his explanation. So, she stayed silent but made a mental note to ask more about these magical schools in the future. Harry continued on with his explanation. He told Sayla he had been selected as the unexpectedly 4th champion but didn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire, the artifact that selects the champions to actually participate the Triwizard Tournament. He told her nobody from the 3 schools, including his former best friends, believed him when he tries to explain he didn't enter the event, resulting him being exiled from Gryffindor House. He told her he has been receiving extreme negativity and harassment from the students, which forced him to isolate himself for his safety while studying very intensely in the Leary to increase his spell repertoire, magical knowledge and magic power to match the other 3 champions. Harry also told Sayla how he discovered her book last night in the Leary when he had been studying to learn more spells, along with the existence of Devil Slayer magic. It was around this point he finally began to explain why he wanted her to teach him the said magic. It's because he wanted to not only win the Triwizard Tournament but also get revenge on everyone who made his life an official hell after the selection of the champions on Halloween night. Harry wanted payback for all the extreme negativity and harassment. But the only way to do that is by acquiring Devil Slayer magic. And that is why I wanted you to teach me Devil Slayer magic, Sayla. Harry finished giving his explanation to Sayla, hoping it would be extremely reasonable enough to convince her to teach him Devil Slayer magic. If not, then he needs to think of something else, as he didn't want to force her to teach him against her will. Doing so would only result severe consequences, like the note said. I see, Sayla said quietly after a rather long period of silence, her mind having just finished processing everything Harry said. She will admit that was one hell of an explanation and very reasonable. As she had been listening silently until the end, she felt different waves of emotions coursing through her entire being, namely shock, anger and sympathy, each being different reasons. Sayla felt angry at the people who dared treat her recently new master with extreme negativity and harassment before being forced to isolate himself for his safety. While she may not know him for very long, considering she just met him a couple moments ago after being released from her eternal slumber, he was someone who went great lengths to have her experience the open world once again. Because of that, she felt gratitude, happiness and another emotion she couldn't describe. Sayla felt shocked upon learning Harry was exiled from this Gryffindor house because of his fellow Gryffindors being extremely tired and frustrated of him getting into the spotlight every single year. This proves that while things did indeed change over the years, the humans have not changed the slightest bit. They were still the same cruel, greedy, selfish insects who only cares about themselves. It was enough to make the dark purple-hair beauty feel disgusted. If she ever meets the people who exiled Harry, she will introduce them to the world of great pain. Sayla felt sympathy for Harry. Because he had been entered in an extremely dangerous event against his will, he lost not only his friendship but any sort of support, something he was supposed to have. She herself doesn't have any friends back when she was out in the open world, since she spent much time reading different varieties of books, but she had support from both fellow Aetherius and Master End. To her, they were only people she can count on. Which is why Sayla is going to stick by Harry's side right until the very end. She will offer moral support, helpful advice to improve magical knowledge, along with magic power, comfort him if he's feeling down or depressed, and even train him hand-to-hand combat, along with martial arts. She will also ensure he survives the Triwizard Tournament without getting critical injured, unlike those worthless selfish humans they are probably hoping. I know my offer of you teaching me Devil Slayer magic is something you don't want to do at all, Sayla, Harry stated, getting Sayla's attention. Which is understandable, since it is the only magic in the world to actually harm and kill demons. It is also essentially every magical creature's, yours and the Aetherius race included, greatest fear above all else. Sayla agreed wholeheartedly with that last statement. It is true, Devil Slayer magic is every magical creature's, hers and the Aetherius race included, like Harry said, greatest fear above all else. A single spell attack can do a tremendous amount of damage, leaving any type of creature greatly weakened and vulnerable. But I am begging you here, on my hands and knees, to teach me that magic so I can get revenge on everyone who made my life an official hell. Harry got up from the couch, vanished the small table with a single wave of his wand, walked in front of Sayla, got down to the ground on both knees and gently grabbed her hands. He noted they, along with her pale skin, were delicately soft and smooth. He then looked up to her face to stare deeply into her beautiful dark purple orbs. Please, teach me Devil Slayer magic. I am asking you to do this not as your recently new master but as your new friend. Please, Sayla. Harry laid down his explanation of the reason why he wanted to learn Devil Slayer magic, along with his plea. He now awaits Sayla's decision. Sayla felt conflicted inside her as she stared also deeply into Harry's bright emerald green orbs hidden behind those glasses, which she was already planning to have them remove as poor eyesight can be a huge weakness in battles. Another lesson Master End taught her and the other Aetherius centuries ago. But back to the current problem at hand. A part of Sayla didn't really want to teach Harry Devil Slayer magic because very few people has ever managed to master it, along with controlling its demonic power. There's a chance he could become a bloodthirsty demon in the future the moment he fails to handle the very difficult training. Not to mention, he was too young to play around with such incredibly dangerous magic. But another part of Sayla, the demon side, wanted to aid Harry on getting his revenge on the people who dared treat him with extreme negativity and harassment after hearing that explanation. Should I really do it? Teach Harry Devil Slayer magic? Sayla thought as she struggled inwardly to come to a decision while never turning her gaze away from Harry. I don't want to since it's so incredibly dangerous very few people has ever mastered it, along with controlling its demonic power. Not to mention, he's too young to play around with it. But on the other hand, he gave me a very reasonable explanation of why he wants to learn Devil Slayer magic and I do want to make the people pay for treating him rather horribly when he's forced to participate the Triwizard tournament against his will. What should I do? After doing some more serious thinking in her head. For a while, Sayla finally came to a decision, and it was this decision that made Harry a very happy person because he was about to learn what he very much wanted, completely oblivious at the fact he's going to be subjected to sheer agonized pain the moment he starts the very difficult training. Very well, Master Harry, I will teach you Devil Slayer magic and how to control its demonic power. If there is one word to describe the training Harry has been doing lately for the past few days in the room of requirement to become a Devil Slayer after Sayla agreed to teach him, it was hell. Pure utter hell. Never before Harry had felt such agonized pain coursing through his entire being, nor even felt so much exhausted in his life. Every single part of his body was incredibly sore, shaking beyond belief and completely exhausted. He wanted to stop, take an extremely long break from the hellish training he's been doing the past few days and never do it ever again, but he couldn't, not when he went through great lengths to have Sayla released out in the open world so that he can learn Devil Slayer magic. Also, Harry didn't want to greatly disappoint Sayla and show her he's weak. He wanted to show her he's strong and was able to handle anything, including the hellish training. In other words, he's trying to impress her. Against the very heavily protest of his body, which is still currently feeling sheer agonized pain ever since the first training day, Harry continued to do the hellish training to become a Devil Slayer. He will become one in order to get his revenge on everyone who made his life an official hell. The training to become a Devil Slayer was very difficult like the note said, but it's also harsh, brutal and demanding. Not to mention, very intense. What it made more difficult, harsh, brutal, demanding and very intense than before was the fact Sayla made sure Harry completed the training regimens he must do 50 times from dawn all the way to the start of afternoon without taking a break even once or any complaints, which pushed him to his absolute limit. The training regimens Harry must do 50 times from dawn all the way to the start of afternoon were Muggle exercises, which are push-ups, jogging, sit-ups, jumping jacks, squats, pull-ups, yoga, swimming, lifting weights and handstand push-ups. There were other exercises, but Sayla wanted him to do the mentioned ones as they were quite simple and fairly easy, especially since she had done them centuries ago with her fellow Aetherius to get stronger, faster and incredibly flexible to dodge anything. Harry had once thought Quidditch practices were difficult and intense, considering his old Quidditch captain, Oliver Wood, would force the entire team to train hard at the brink of dawn, but he was wrong. This training was much difficult, very intense, and definitely inhuman. No way anyone could survive this absolute hell. They would have long since passed out from both agonized pain and complete exhaustion or perhaps even died. In fact, Harry had nearly came close to passing out from both agonized pain and complete exhaustion when he completed the training regimens on the first day, but he managed to somehow stay awake by channeling so much willpower inside him and repeating to himself he's doing this to get revenge on everyone. The training may be extremely brutal and bitter, but the results will be totally worth it in the end. Right after completing the training regimens, Sayla would have a very exhausted out of Harry, who wanted nothing more than to climb onto a bed and head into a deep sleep, listen to her teachings about both the Aetherius race and the knowledge, language and symbols of the demons for 3 hours. She would become extremely cold and harsh. If he didn't listen to her teachings, and he learned that the hard way when he accidentally fell asleep. The stinging slap Harry received to his face hurt and even to this day, it still hurts. Since then, Harry made sure he stayed wide awake during Sayla's teachings in order not to receive another stinging slap to the face, much less make her extremely angry. She takes great pride and joy in her teachings, and to have someone fall asleep during one, especially her new master, was a personal insult. After the teachings of the Aetherius race, including the knowledge, language and symbols of the demons, Sayla made Harry use every ounce of his magic to cast non-harmful spells at her until he cannot use magic no more. This was meant to increase his magic power to new heights and cast any spells much faster than before. Then it was hand-to-hand combat training for 2 hours, more studying to improve magical knowledge for 3 hours, Muggle exercises for an hour, eat very large amounts of food for a couple minutes to fill up an empty very hungry stomach, and finally sleep. Sayla told Harry he would doing this routine every single day with a sly smirk on her face, which absolutely horrified the hell out of him before he actually passed out, resulting her to giggle in amusement. Of course, she was kidding about him doing the training routine every single day. She will let him take breaks since there's no need to push him any more harder than necessary. Before Harry had even been subjected to the sheer agonized pain he's been feeling lately for the past few days, Sayla wanted him to do 2 things, each being important. The first thing was having him remove those glasses because, like she thought before, poor eyesight can be a huge weakness in battles. Take away the glasses and you're completely vulnerable for any attack. That was it. So simple and so easy. The task of correcting eyesight was really simple, and all it took was a single visit to the hospital wing to have Madame Pomfrey, who became greatly surprised when Harry asked her if she can heal his eyesight since he's tired of wearing glasses, administer the potion. Though, he did have to stay for a while since correcting eyesight stings, and he had to take a vision test once it finally died down, which is a standard protocol to make sure he can see well enough. After passing the vision test with high marks, Harry left the hospital wing in a very great mood as he no longer needs to wear glasses anymore, though he was cursing himself inwardly. If he had known there is a way to correct eyesight in the magical world, then he would have long since gotten his eyesight corrected in his first year when he visited the hospital wing for the first time. This showed him how incredibly stupid and ignorant he is, even though he has been studying very hard lately in the Leary after his name came out of the Goblet of Fire. Harry vowed to improve his magical knowledge. The second thing was having Harry bring as many history books as he could from the Leary and bring them to Sayla so that she can get up to speed with the open world she's currently in. Like the task of correcting his eyesight, bringing many history books was really simple, but he'll have to return them to the Leary in a couple days since he couldn't keep them. However, due to having full access to the Room of Requirement, Harry and Sayla can summon or ask any books they want, including other things they would probably need in the future. They have decided to use the very special room as both a training ground and a living quarters because traveling between here and the room Harry's been residing in after being exiled from Gryffindor will only reveal Sayla's existence to the students, something that must be avoided at all costs. The reason why Sayla's existence must never be discovered at all costs is because the students will no doubt blab about her to the teachers the moment they spot her in the hallways, and they in turn will question Harry after cornering him to learn who she is, where she came from and what she's doing here at Hogwarts. If they don't get any answers, then they'll have the Ministry of Magic take her away and either execute her or lock her up in Azkaban. Harry cannot absolutely afford to tell the teachers anything about Sayla since he made a promise to Zirf, who he had learned during her teachings is not only an infamous dark wizard but the creator of the demons centuries ago, to never reveal the existence of the Aetherius race, otherwise bad people in the world will do anything to get their hands on one. It's better using the Room of Requirement as a living quarters instead of the room Harry's been residing in so that no one can learn Sayla's existence. While Harry had been busy doing the training regimens he must do 50 times every day from dawn all the way to the start of afternoon, Sayla had been busy reading the history books she received from both him and the Room of Requirement to keep herself occupied without becoming incredibly bored, despite the fact she could join in on the training to repolish her strength, speed and flexibility. Since Sayla loves reading many varieties of different books, it didn't take her very long to finish reading all the history books, eventually making her not only catch up to speed about the open world she's currently in but also learn what else has changed over the years, with magical schools now being existed when there hadn't been any back then. There were many things Sayla learned after reading all the history books, which further surprised and intrigued her upon discovering how much things have changed in the open world over the years passed by. But what really interested her the most is the fact magical people were forced to hide themselves, along with the world they live in, secretly from regular people who have no magic to prevent being hunted down and die in a blazing fire. This was due to an extremely strict law, and anyone who use magic in clear view of regular people will be heavily punished by the Ministry of Magic. Sayla had asked Harry during one of his training regimens if he performed magic in front of regular people and got heavily punished for it by the Ministry of Magic. After finishing the training regimen he had been currently doing to take a break, he told her he did not perform magic in front of regular people since someone else did, much to her shock. The person responsible for casting magic caused an incident to happen, and this resulted Harry getting heavily punished by his relatives, not the Ministry of Magic, who merely sent him an official warning to not cast magic, due to being underage. Hearing how Harry got both framed and heavily punished for something he hadn't commit made Sayla lose her shock and become greatly outraged before she asked the Room of Requirement to summon training dummies for her to start venting on. They weren't spared even the slightest bit by her wrath as she unleashed devastating merciless blows and kicks upon them. If Sayla didn't hear the Chamber of Secrets explanation from Harry, who became extremely unnerved of seeing her venting angrily on those training dummies, he shuddered to imagine if they were actual people in their place with bodies completely bruised and limbs bent or broken, she would have started plotting vengeance at the person responsible for casting magic and framing him at the same time. Even though Sayla does understand the lengths Dobby, the person responsible for casting magic, went to protect Harry from the danger that's been happening at Hogwarts, which is students becoming petrified, it didn't mean she was still happy with him after what he did. It will be a while until she forgives him for pulling that frame stunt. Right now, Harry and Sayla were currently taking a break in the Room of Requirement after the former finished listening to the latter's teachings of both the Aetherius race and the knowledge, language and symbols of the demons. "You're getting much better at adapting to the training routine, Master Harry," Sayla complimented with a smile on her beautiful heart-shaped face. "I would say you'll be ready for the next step of becoming a Devil Slayer in a few days if you keep this up." "Brilliant," Harry exclaimed with a large grin, pleased to hear he's getting closer to the next step of becoming a Devil Slayer. His body is taking a noticeable transformation as days passed by, with him growing taller and getting muscular while his attitude is becoming confident, yet cold and dark at the same time. He was changing both physically and mentally. "Though, I am curious at what you said. What is the next step to become a Devil Slayer, Sayla?" "The next step is for you to pick an element you want to use for your Devil Slayer magic and have a strong bond with it while being able to cast it. The element can either be fire, ice, water, lightning, wind, light or darkness. Devil Slayer magic is based off those elements, and just a single one can be tremendously powerful enough to bring the entire world to its knees." "Cool," Harry head out in awe and fascination after hearing the details of the next step to become a Devil Slayer. He was so glad Sayla agreed to teach him, despite her not really wanting to, since the magic is so incredibly dangerous, and he was even more gladder to learn he's about to become the youngest wizard in history to actually master Devil Slayer magic, when very few has ever managed to do so. "Just you wait, everyone," Harry thought with a dark sadistic grin, already imagining the looks of extreme fear on people's faces like before in the Leary after he discovered Sayla's book. He did not start thinking about which element he wants for his Devil Slayer magic since he's planning on focusing the hellish training for now. He has enough time to decide. "You will all pay dearly for treating me like shit ever since my name came out of the Goblet of Fire. You will all pay. You're getting much better at adapting to the training routine, Master Harry, Sayla complimented with a smile on her beautiful heart-shaped face. I would say you'll be ready for the next step of becoming a Devil Slayer in a few days if you keep this up. Brilliant, Harry exclaimed with a large grin, pleased to hear he's getting closer to the next step of becoming a Devil Slayer. His body is taking a noticeable transformation as days passed by, with him growing taller and getting muscular while his attitude is becoming confident, yet cold and dark at the same time. He was changing both physically and mentally. I am curious at what you said. What is the next step to become a Devil Slayer, Sayla? The next step is for you to pick an element you want to use for your Devil Slayer magic and have a strong bond with it while being able to cast it. The element can either be fire, ice, water, lightning, wind, light or darkness. Devil Slayer magic is based off those elements, and just a single one can be tremendously powerful enough to bring the entire world to its knees. Cool, Harry head out in awe and fascination after hearing the details of the next step to become a Devil Slayer. He was so glad Sayla agreed to teach him, despite her not really wanting to, since the magic is so incredibly dangerous, and he was even more gladder to learn he's about to become the youngest wizard in history to actually master Devil Slayer magic, when very few has ever managed to do so. Just you wait, everyone, Harry thought with a dark sadistic grin, already imagining the looks of extreme fear on people's faces like before in the Leary after he discovered Sayla's book. He did not start thinking about which element he wants for his Devil Slayer magic, since he's planning on focusing the hellish training for now. He has enough time to decide. You will all pay dearly for treating me like shit ever since my name came out of the Goblet of Fire. You will all pay. In the present, few days later, with Harry and Sayla. Another few days has passed by at Hogwarts, and Harry has been pretty much busy of doing more Muggle exercise training to get closer to the next step of becoming a Devil Slayer, more studying to improve his magical knowledge while learning more about the Aetherius race, along with the knowledge, language and symbols of the demons, practicing many different spells he would definitely needs to survive, well, more like win, since he does want to very much in order to shove it in other people's faces, the Triwizard Tournament, and increasing his magic power. Harry has been preparing himself for the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, unlike the other champions who are probably lazing around since they were confident in their magic power, talent and skills. He didn't know they were currently doing at the moment, but he did not care even the slightest bit, as he had more important matters to deal with than thinking about them. During the time, Harry has been thinking which element he wants for his Devil Slayer magic, and so far, he hasn't come to a decision yet. He still has time to decide because the first task doesn't start until near the end of November, but since he is ready to proceed the next step of becoming a Devil Slayer, he needed to pick an element quick. The faster he bonds whatever one he chooses, the faster he can get to the final step of becoming a Devil Slayer, which is having Sayla transferring her demonic power inside him, where he channels it onto the markings located on his left arm. The markings on Harry's left arm consisted of 2 tattoo bonds on the wrist, an upside-down slightly curved V with a single dot in the middle above the bonds, 2 small rectangles on both sides of the V, and 2 curved wings above, all being black in color. After transferring the demonic power onto the markings successfully without any problems whatsoever and activating Devil Slayer magic at will multiple times, Harry finally becomes a Devil Slayer. The training may still be extremely brutal and bitter, but the results will still be totally worth it in the end. However, Harry still needed to pick an element first and do the next step of becoming a Devil Slayer, which is having a strong bond with the element he picked while being able to cast it. Only then will he be able to do the final step. In meantime, he needed to do some serious thinking. Harry has also been spending time with Sayla and getting to know about her whenever he wasn't busy training or studying. He learned she likes reading many varieties of different books, which absently, yet painfully, reminded him of Hermione. There's no doubt in his mind the two women would definitely get along instantly the moment they meet each other, but it's probably not going to happen. Prefers peace and quiet places instead of loud ones, since the noise greatly annoys her, especially if she reads a book, and was very loyal to Master End like her fellow Aetherius. Reading books, prefers peace and quiet places, and being very loyal to Master End were Sayla's favorite things, though she was now very Loyal to Harry since he was now her new master, something she couldn't be any more happier. She was glad to have him as her master instead one of those pathetic selfish insects. She would not hesitate even the slightest bit to kill herself if she did serve one of them. When Harry asked Sayla if there were other things she liked doing, she told him there was nothing else because in her mind, she deems other human hobbies unimportant. But there is one thing she have always wanted to do centuries ago, and that was exploring the open world. She wanted to visit other places and see incredible sights, but because she had a duty to perform as an Aetherius, which is killing Zerf so that he can finally die from his cursed immortality, she couldn't venture out in the open world. Hearing the sadness in Sayla's voice when she couldn't explore the open world because of her duty as an Aetherius made Harry sad as well. He himself haven't explored the open world to visit other places and see incredible sights because he had been forced to stay at Mrs. Fig's house every time the Dursleys went out. They want to ensure he stays isolated as much as possible and don't know much about the open world, along with the magical world. Being isolated as much as possible was something Harry hated when growing up. He had dreams of visiting other places and see incredible sights as a child, but that dream slowly died over the years when he was living with the Dursleys. But now, it came back after hearing Sayla's desire of wanting to explore the open world, and he was going to give her what she very much wants when she couldn't do it centuries ago, due to her duty as an Aetherius. This was a promise Harry is willing to keep. Since hearing that promise, Sayla was even more happier and gladder to have Harry as her new master. Already, she began feeling affection towards him and the same emotion she still couldn't describe. She also has been spending time with him and getting to know about him, but she hasn't learned about the scar on his forehead, which she can still sense something dark and awful coming from it. Sayla would need to have the dark and awful feeling in Harry's scar removed before she can transfer her demonic power inside him when he reaches the final step of becoming a Devil Slayer. She didn't want it to interfere with the step at all because there's a high possible chance he might die, something she very much didn't want. She will never forgive herself if he does die. Speaking of visiting places, Harry was planning to visit Diagon Alley the next day to sell the dead basilisk, which he collected 2 days ago with the help of Dobby, for the huge amount of galleons and acquire the many necessary books, including the other items he needs, to prepare himself for the Triwizard Tournament, despite already being prepared to begin with. This would be the perfect time and opportunity to let Sayla explore the open world instead of being holed up in the room of requirement all day. However, Harry would only take Sayla with him to Diagon Alley the next day, including the open world in the future, if she agrees to have her horns concealed from the public. The reason why is because he didn't want to cause panic or have any rumors spread about her, which would definitely attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. He has been researching more about them while learning the magical laws as well, and he will admit he's not quite ready yet to deal with them, despite becoming more confident as days passed by. Harry needs to do more research and more studying about the magical laws until he's officially ready to deal with the Ministry of Magic in case things go bad during the Triwizard Tournament. But to be honest, the less attention Harry and Sayla receives, the better their lives would be in the future. If there's no trouble, life is great. If there is trouble, then life is bad. It's based on a flip of a coin. Thankfully, Sayla has agreed to have her horns concealed when going out to Diagon Alley the next day, including the open world in the future. All Harry needed to do is use a powerful glamour charm on them and they were concealed. It was such a very simple and easy procedure without any problems or difficulties. When the shopping trip is done, he would unconceal the horns. Also, Sayla needs to change her very revealing outfit into something less revealing because Harry didn't want any filthy men in Diagon Alley to ogle at her extremely enchanting, very alluring beauty, especially her massive breasts. Only he can stare at her massive breasts and her extremely enchanting, very alluring beauty. No one else. Like with her horns being concealed from the public, Sayla has agreed to change her very revealing outfit into something that won't attract other men's attention, much to Harry's great relief. She already picked out her new outfit and it consisted of a dark purple leather jacket with 2 black stripes on each sleeve, a black short-sleeve shirt underneath, a knee-length black skirt with dark purple leopard prints scattered around and below knee, dark purple leather boots with heels. Right now, Harry and Selah were in the room of requirement discussing their trip to Diagon Alley. They haven't done any training or studying because they wanted to use this day to relax, considering they have been working hard lately the past couple days. The least they can do is have one day off. Harry's looks and appearance has greatly changed the past couple days, thanks to the Muggle exercise training he's been doing. For his looks, he was now tall of standing around 5 feet 10, muscular with the build of a lean athletic swimmer, skin more paler than before since he hasn't been outside lately, and hair no longer messy like a bird's nest but cut short and spiked upwards. The very last one was something he liked immensely because he's tired of being told repeatedly by everyone in the magical world he looks like his deceased father, James Potter. Harry wanted to be his own person, not look like his father. He also wanted to make a name for himself instead of having that stupid boy who lived title. For Harry's appearance, he ditched the Hogwarts robes completely because, like he thought before in Illyri, he doesn't consider himself a student anymore. The outfit he was going to wear nowadays consisted of a long-sleeve, high-collar black jacket with a white trim on the edges, a tight black shirt underneath to showcase his muscles, black combat pants with numerous dark gray straps, a black belt and black boots. He also wore black fingerless gloves and a beautiful dark purple necklace made of crystal around his neck, with the symbol being a pair of hammers crossing each other by the handles to form an X shape. Selah had been the one who given Harry that necklace as a gift for not only completing the first step of becoming a Devil Slayer but also releasing her to the open world from her eternal slumber after being sealed away centuries ago. She had personally handcrafted it after asking the Room of Requirement for the materials. This was her way of expressing gratitude and happiness for the person who released her from her eternal slumber. Since then, Harry always wore the beautiful handcrafted necklace Selah made around his neck, and he never takes it off, except taking a shower or going to sleep. Harry and Selah were still discussing their trip to Diagon Alley when suddenly, Dobby popped into the room, surprising them. "Master Harry, Lady Selah, Dobby has important news to tell you both," Dobby squeaked out as he danced at the balls of his feet, his ears flopping around. "What is it, Dobby?" Harry asked curiously, wondering what Dobby has to say to him and Selah. It was clearly something important. Ever since Dobby told him the existence of the Room of Requirement, Harry had instructed him to observe what's been happening in Hogwarts, gather any important information like rumors or topics being related to the Triwizard Tournament, and report it back to him. This led to the official meeting between Aetherius and House Elf, and let's just say things didn't go exactly well at first, considering Selah still hasn't forgiven Dobby for pulling that frame stunt. But in time, the two got along nicely. As for the important information Harry's been getting lately, it was basically the same thing of both students and teachers taking notice he hasn't been seen for a while in Hogwarts. There was nothing about the Triwizard Tournament, which he needs to learn in order to be more prepared for the upcoming tasks. He'll have to corner Ludo Bagman, one of the organizers of the event, and personally ask him for the information. Some people may consider this as cheating, but to Harry, it's gaining an advantage. Also, rules were meant to be broken. There is an important ceremony taking place here at Hogwarts, and you, Master Harry, must go there, Dobby reported, his hyperactive personality switching to serious. "It has to do with the Triwizard Tournament. What is the ceremony about, Dobby?" Selah asked politely, wanting to know more about this ceremony, along with Harry. "The ceremony is about checking the champions' wands to make sure they are working properly without sustaining any damage or losing the bond. It had been created when the Triwizard Tournament was first established centuries ago, and it's always traditional to have the champions' wands checked out." "Very well, I'll make my way to this ceremony," Harry said as he stood up from the couch he was sitting on. He knew without a doubt he was going to be dealing with the other champions and the judges during the ceremony, so the sooner he gets his wand checked out, the faster he can get back to the Room of Requirement to discuss more about the trip to Diagon Alley with Selah. "Where exactly is it taking place, Dobby?" "Dobby doesn't know, Master Harry," Dobby replied with a disappointed look on his face, ears drooping downwards. He wanted to punish himself for failing to discover the room where the ceremony is taking place in Hogwarts, but he was given strict orders by Harry not to do so. Dobby only knows the ceremony and the history from listening to the teachers, but not the room it's taking place in. Don't worry, Dobby, I have a way to find the place. Thank you for telling me and Sayla this information. For now, take a break from gathering information. I'll let you know if I need help. Yous be welcomed, Master Harry. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby vanished. The moment Dobby vanished, Harry made his way over to his trunk, opened it and began rummaging through it to look for the Marauder's map. Once he found it, he pulled it out, said the password to activate the special features and looked over to see what room the ceremony is taking place. All right, I'll be back, Sayla, Harry said once he found the room where the ceremony is taking place. He put the Marauder's map away in his trunk after cancelling the special features and began heading towards the door to leave the room of requirement. The ceremony shouldn't take too long to do since it seems pretty simple, but I could be wrong. You'll be fine, Master Harry, Sayla assured with a smile, making Harry pause near the door and turn towards her with a smile of his own. Just make sure not to attract or cause any trouble on your way towards the ceremony. There was a hint of teasing and amusement in her voice. Hey, I don't cause or go looking for trouble, Sayla. Harry exclaimed playfully as the smile on his face changed into a mock-offended look. His outburst, along with the mock-offended look, made Sayla burst into a fit of amusing giggles. Trouble usually finds me since I'm a Potter. Also, I'll have you know I'm an innocent person. To prove his point, Harry crossed his arms over his and raised his head upwards while closing his eyes. Sayla's fit of amusing giggles grew more upon seeing Harry's poser. I find myself incredibly doubtful at the second part, but not the first one. You do have a knack of trouble finding you. Releasing a playful huff of annoyance while not looking actual offended at what Sayla said since she didn't mean it as she was only teasing, Harry turned around and left the room of requirement to head towards the room where the ceremony is taking place. He was going to need the energy to deal with the other champions and the judges. All right, I'll be back, Sayla, Harry said once he found the room where the ceremony is taking place. He put the Marauder's map away in his trunk after cancelling the special features and began heading towards the door to leave the room of requirement. The ceremony shouldn't take too long to do since it seems pretty simple, but I could be wrong. You'll be fine, Master Harry, Sayla assured with a smile, making Harry pause near the door and turn towards her with a smile of his own. Just make sure not to attract or cause any trouble on your way towards the ceremony. There was a hint of teasing and amusement in her voice. Hey, I don't cause or go looking for trouble, Sayla. Harry exclaimed playfully as the smile on his face changed into a mock-offended look. His outburst, along with the mock-offended look, made Sayla burst into a fit of amusing giggles. Trouble usually finds me since I'm a Potter. Also, I'll have you know I'm an innocent person. To prove his point, Harry crossed his arms over his and raised his head upwards while closing his eyes. Sayla's fit of amusing giggles grew more upon seeing Harry's poser. I find myself incredibly doubtful at the second part, but not the first one. You do have a knack of trouble finding you. Releasing a playful huff of annoyance while not looking actual offended at what Sayla said since she didn't mean it as she was only teasing, Harry turned around and left the room of requirement to head towards the room where the ceremony is taking place. He was going to need the energy to deal with the other champions and the judges. In the present, with Harry. It took nearly 10 minutes for Harry to reach the room where the wand-weighing ceremony is taking place. He could have gotten there much sooner since the corridors were completely empty, due to the students being in classes at the moment, something that pleased him greatly because he didn't have to cast the hidden spells to conceal his presence, but he decided to use the time to think how he was going to deal with the judges and the other champions. So far, the only plan Harry came up with was just ignoring everyone else, stay completely silent, have his wand checked out to see it still functions properly without sustaining any damage or losing the bond and immediately leave the room the moment the ceremony is over. It's fairly simple and one he really liked. But Harry knew he can't stay completely silent during the wand-weighing ceremony, regardless of liking the plan he just thought. There's no doubt in his mind the judges and the other champions will ask him numerous questions like where he's staying, what has he been doing lately, and why he chose not to go any to his classes the moment he enters the room. It will be highly annoying and frustrating, but if he wants to get this ceremony done as quickly as possible so that he can get back to the room of requirement where Sayla is waiting patiently for him, then he'll have to answer some questions. Of course, Harry is going to make sure he doesn't reveal too much information when answering questions because the last thing he needs is rumors flying around inside Hogwarts, which could lead the students to start roaming around the castle and see where he's been residing in. For his and Sayla's sake, he cannot reveal too much information when answering questions. However, if the judges and the other champions kept pestering Harry with numerous questions during the ceremony, then he'll just leave the room. He was not going to be stuck in a room with a bunch of people harassing him about what he has been doing lately ever since he had decided to isolate himself away from the public in Hogwarts. All right, better get this over with, Harry thought as he prepared himself mentally for not only the wand-weighing ceremony but dealing with the judges and the other champions. He still meant what he thought about leaving the room if they kept harassing him during the ceremony. He won't care about the consequences, nor the punishment he will definitely receive the moment he leaves. Taking a deep H before releasing it out of his mouth, Harry walked over towards the door, pulled it open and entered the room. All activity inside the room where the wand-weighing ceremony is taking place came to an abrupt halt as everyone, the judges and the other champions, took notice of Harry's appearance. Judging by the confused expressions on their faces, they have no idea who this guy is. "May I ask who you are, young man?" Dumbledore asked politely, wanting to know who this incredibly handsome young man is, along with everyone else. "I believe I have never seen you roam around Hogwarts before." There was something familiar about the young man, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Harry blinked a couple times in surprise at the fact no one, not even Dumbledore, seemed to recognize him. How was that possible? It wasn't until the answer came to him a moment later that he had to resist the urge to bang his head on a nearby wall hard multiple times until both a bruise and headache formed. It was because of Harry's new looks and appearance. That was the reason why no one in the room where the wand-weighing ceremony is taking place recognized him. Everyone at Hogwarts were so used to scrawny, timid and small Harry Potter dressed in standard, yet plainly simple, Hogwarts robes and looking exactly like his father. They would never expect a taller, muscular and confident Harry Potter dressed in new clothes and not looking like his father. While Harry did like the fact his new looks and appearance made everyone in the room confused as they couldn't recognize him, he only wished he had done this much sooner, like probably last year when Sirius Black escaped Azkaban. But what's done is done. You cannot change the past, you could only move on. "Wow, can't even recognized your student, Dumbledore?" Harry asked very coldly and very darkly, making a dreaded shiver run down everyone's spines. They couldn't help but make a mental note to never make this guy extremely angry at them. The same student who constantly gets dragged into trouble or danger ever since he first stepped inside Hogwarts while having the infamous lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "I thought you would have no trouble recognizing me, but it seems I was wrong." Upon hearing the infamous lightning-shaped scar, everyone's eyes glued upwards to see the exact same one. Harry Potter has when Voldemort tried to kill him on Halloween night, much to their great shock. Their shock increased tenfold when they instantly realized this incredibly handsome young is him, the boy who lived in the unexpected fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament. "Harry, is that you?" Dumbledore asked with wide eyes, greatly astonished to see Harry looking so different than the one he was used to seeing the last 3 years at Hogwarts. Instead of being scrawny, timid and small, Harry was tall, muscular and confident with a spark of sharpness and intelligence shining in his exceedingly bright, piercing emerald green eyes. He has clearly been doing intense training and studying to become the person he is now. Harry was also wearing black Muggle clothing instead of Hogwarts robes while donning a beautiful purple necklace made of crystal around his neck, which made him look quite intimidating but more handsome and charming. Something Fleur Delacour very much appreciated if the lustful look in her beautiful deep blue eyes gave any indication as she ogled at him. Everyone else was still greatly shocked and currently staring at him with wide eyes. Dumbledore honestly couldn't be any more proud to see his student becoming not only more confident but a powerful intelligent wizard after enduring so much harassment and negativity from the students. A wave of sorrow and guilt filled his heart when he thought about that. He should have stopped the extreme harassment and negativity when it was starting to get out of hand, but because he has so much on his plate, namely the Triwizard Tournament and his other duties as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot or Supreme Mugwump for the ICW, he didn't have the time to tell off the students. Even at this very moment, Dumbledore regretted deeply for not stopping the extreme harassment and negativity the students have been giving Harry after his name came out of the Goblet of Fire, especially the part he got exiled from Gryffindor House. If James and Lily were still alive, they will no doubt be both immensely proud of seeing their son becoming a powerful intelligent wizard and extremely angry at how he was being treated by the students in Hogwarts. They would demand justice and vengeance. But at the same time, though, Dumbledore was greatly worried about Harry's very cold, very dark attitude, as well as the extremely large amount of magic power he can sense inside him. It reminded him eerily of another student who had also possessed a very cold, very dark attitude and a large amount of magic power, which had grown both bigger and darker throughout the years at Hogwarts before being used years later to wage a terrible destruction war in Britain. Dumbledore loathed himself completely of comparing Harry to Tom Marvolo Riddle, the same person who waged the terrible destruction war in Britain that took the lives of many innocent people, but he felt responsible for Voldemort's rise to power. If he had done something about it before it became much worse, then maybe all those innocent people who got killed would still be alive in the world of living. Not stopping Voldemort's rise to power had been Dumbledore's greatest mistake back then and one he vows to never let it happen ever again. He will make sure no Dark Lords rise up to terrorize the magical world. Which is why Dumbledore was going to be keeping a close watchful eye on Harry throughout the wand-weighing ceremony and make sure he doesn't do something stupid. If he does, then he will swiftly act by stunning him and take him to a different room. That way, no danger would befall on the judges, the other champions and the other 3 people in the room. "Yeah, it's me, Dumbledore," Harry replied, still speaking very coldly and very darkly. "Are you really that surprised I am no longer looking exactly like my father and scrawny, timid and small everyone at Hogwarts were so used to the last 3 years? Because if you are, then you clearly need either a new pair of eyes or and since I finally hit puberty and got myself a new look, which I very much liked. There is no need be disrespectful or rude, Harry," Dumbledore said, losing his great astonishment, along with the wide-eyed look, of seeing Harry's new looks and appearance as he gave him a disapproving frown behind his half-moon glasses. "It was only a simple question. Also, I do not like or appreciate your attitude the slightest bit, so drop it." Harry sneered but didn't say anything else as he walked over to a wall that was away from everyone else and leaned his back against it while placing his hands in his pants. He had expected the numerous predictable questions to come at him after the little spat with Dumbledore, but to his surprise, none came. It seemed everyone has not managed to recompose themselves upon seeing his new looks and appearance the moment he entered the room. Either way, this made Harry incredibly happy because he doesn't need to answer questions about where he's staying, what has he been doing lately and why he chose not to go any to his classes. All he had to do now was ignore the looks he's receiving and have his wand checked out. Then after that, it was back to the room of requirement to resume the trip to Diagon Alley discussion with Sayla. It was around this point Harry noticed there were 3 other people in the room, one being an elderly man, a paunchy man and a woman. He had no trouble recognizing the elderly man as Mr. Ollivander, the wandmaker he met 3 years ago in Diagon Alley to acquire his wand, and the pouchy man as a camera person since he's clearly holding one in his hands. But when Harry laid eyes on the woman, he mentally groaned as he recognized who she was, despite only just now meeting her for the first time. She was Rita Skeeter, a reporter who works at the Daily Prophet and has been known for writing complete lies that ruins people's lives. He didn't need a genius to tell him she was here at Hogwarts to write about the Triwizard Tournament. Seeing Skeeter in the room made all the more reason to get through this ceremony as quickly as possible, Harry thought as he hoped the wand-weighing ceremony starts real soon. He has absolutely no intention at all of doing an interview with Rita. If she so much grabs a hold of him to do one, then she will be meeting the end of his wand and earning herself a one-way trip to the hospital wing with possibly critical injuries, depending how angry he gets. "I just hope we start soon because I can sense her staring at me." Luckily, Harry's wish of wanting the wand-weighing ceremony to start real soon came true when Dumbledore, who still didn't appreciate his very cold, very dark attitude, got everyone's attention. Champions, allow me to introduce Mr. Ollivander, the wandmaker who will be checking all your wands for the wand-weighing ceremony to make sure they are still functioning properly without sustaining any damage or losing the bond. Mr. Ollivander, who was standing quietly near a window, nodded his head before walking towards the middle of the room where a table is and sat down behind it, official ready to do his job as a professional wandmaker. Miss Delacour, may I please have your wand first? Mr. Ollivander asked in a soft voice, promoting Fleur to get up from her seat, walk over to him and handed her wand over politely. He took it and began to examine it carefully while roaming it around. 9.5 inches, rosewood, inflexible and the core containing I am presuming a Vela hair, right? Yes, Mr. Ollivander, Fleur replied, obviously both pleased and proud with the wand she has been using throughout her years in Beauxbatons. It belonged to one of my grandmothers. Harry perked up silently from his spot against the wall upon hearing this fact. So, Delacour is apparently a part Vela, which classifies her as a half-human, half-creature. It does explain how she attracted so much attention from the male population of Hogwarts when Durmstrang and Beauxbatons arrived on the day before Halloween. He had thought it was because of her outstanding beauty, but it was clearly both that and her Vela heritage. Harry was so going to save this fact about Delacour being a part Vela in his head since it will be extremely useful once he acquires his Devil Slayer magic. I see, Mr. Ollivander said as he continued to examine Fleur's wand carefully, this time checking to see if there were any bumps or scratches on it. I never used Vela hair myself when crafting new wands since they make rather temperamental ones. But since this one suits you just fine and quite well cared for, then it is a perfect match. After a few moments of examining the wand in his hands, Mr. Ollivander cast a spell that caused a bunch of colorful flowers to burst out of the tip and into the air before landing neatly on the table. Right after this happened, he announced it was still functioning properly without sustaining any damage or losing the bond in a positive, satisfied manner. He handed the two different items back to Fleur, who took them with a smile before going back to her seat, and was instantly ready to examine the next champion's wand, which happens to be Cedric Diggory, who made his way over upon being called. Ah, now this is one of my creations, Mr. Ollivander stated with a smile as he took Cedric's wand and started to examine it carefully like he previously did with Fleur's wand. 12.25 inches, ash wood, pleasantly springy and containing a single unicorn hair that nearly stabbed me with its horn after I plucked its tail. Have you been treating this regularly and quite well, Mr. Diggory? Yes, Mr. Ollivander, Cedric replied with a grin on his face. I even polished it last night after practicing a couple spells I'm going to need for the tournament. Oh, it looks like I'm not the only one preparing for the Triwizard tournament, Harry thought as he perked up silently once again upon hearing this fact. I had thought the other champions were lazing around since they were confident in their magic power, talent and skills, but it seems I was wrong. A small smirk with hidden dark sadistic appeared on his face. Too bad for them, their training won't be enough to beat me because once I acquired Devil Slayer magic, it's all over. Speaking of Devil Slayer magic, I need to start picking an element real soon in order to do the next step, but which one should I choose? After a few moments of examining the wand in his hands, Mr. Ollivander used it to create several smoky rings that flew out of another window and announced it was still functioning properly without sustaining any damage or losing the bond like Fleur's wand in the same positive, satisfied manner. He handed it back to Cedric, who took it politely, gave him a nod of gratitude and went back to his seat. The third champion to go up was a moody Victor Crumb, who wore a scowl on his face as he thrusted his wand out to Mr. Ollivander. After reaching him, he took it and began examining it carefully. Unless I am mistaken, but this wand is a Grigorovich creation, right, Mr. Crumb? Crumb nodded. I thought so. He's a fine wandmaker and the wands he creates are well made. 10.25 inches, hornbeam, quite rigid and core being dragon heartstring. After a few moments of examining the wand in his hands, Mr. Ollivander cast a spell that summoned a bunch of small twittering birds, all flying out the same window the smoky rings went a while ago, and announced the exact same results like Fleur's and Cedric's wands. He handed it back to Crumb, who took it and went back to his seat without saying anything. And now, the time has come for Harry, the final champion of the Triwizard Tournament, to go up and have his wand checked out by Mr. Ollivander to see if it's still functioning properly without sustaining any damage or losing the bond. After that, the wand weighing ceremony will end and everyone can go back to what they were previously doing before being summoned to the room. But at the moment, however, there was a slight problem. Harry was unaware it's his turn to go up and have his wand checked out, as he was lost in his thoughts at the moment trying to decide which element he wants to have for his Devil Slayer magic. He had crossed out fire, lightning, light, darkness and water because they just weren't the right ones for him, especially the lightning one. While it would highly amazing to control and release actual lightning, it reminded him of the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. As such, he didn't want the element. The only elements Harry has left to choose is ice and wind, but he wasn't sure which one to pick. Should he pick wind since he always enjoys the cool breeze when flying around in the air on his broomstick, or should he pick ice since it's the most powerful element in the world and he can freeze anyone without much of a struggle? What element should Harry pick? Harry's thoughts about which element he should pick for his Devil Slayer magic came to an abrupt halt when he heard Mr. Ollivander's voice. Mr. Potter, Mr. Potter, may I please have your wand? Blinking a few times, Harry looked upwards to see everyone was staring at him. He quickly realized it was his turn to have his wand checked out. Mumbling an apology, he made his way over to Mr. Ollivander, who waited patiently for him to hand over his wand. "Ah, yes, Mr. Ollivander said, his pale eyes suddenly gleaming as he took Harry's wand and began to examine it carefully. "Yes, I remember the day when I had sold you this particularly curious wand, Mr. Potter, the moment you entered my shop on your first visit in Diagon Alley." Harry nodded silently, also remembering the day he had bought his wand. He had felt incredible happiness to finally acquire it since all the wands he tried out in Mr. Ollivander's shop became failures. But nowadays, he hated it because the core contains a phoenix tail feather, a feather of which happens to share the exact same core as Voldemort's wand, the same wand that gave him the infamous lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. It also didn't help Harry had met Tom Riddle 2 years ago in the Chamber of Secrets and learned they have much in common, so much it's honestly terrifying. Both are half-bloods, orphans who grew up with magic-hating muggles, possessed large amounts of magic power and the only two in the world to speak the language of the SS. They even look alike in appearances, but their personalities separates them completely. Harry had been tempted to purchase a new wand last year when he was in Diagon Alley after running away from the Dursleys in an effort to not have any sort of connection with Voldemort, but he decided against it since he has taken a fond of his wand, despite the fact he still didn't like it. 11 inches, Hollywood, nice and supple, and containing a single phoenix feather, Mr. Ollivander listed out as he continued to examine Harry's wand carefully, roaming it around in his fingers to see if there were any bumps or scratches on it. "I noticed you have been using it very often, which is understandable since you're going against competitors who are more talented, skilled and gifted at magic. I knew without a doubt the magical world would be expecting great things from you, Mr. Potter, great things indeed." Mr. Ollivander spent much longer examining Harry's wand than he did with the other champions' wands. Eventually, after double-checking to make sure there wasn't any bumps or scratches on it, he made a fountain of water to shoot out from the tip before freezing it solid and announced the same results like Fleur's, Cedric's and Crumb's wands. Seeing the freezing action Mr. Ollivander just did to the fountain of water made Harry, who took back his wand, gain an idea of what element he wants to have for his Devil Slayer magic, but he wants to hear Salus' opinion first before he pursues on the said element. He didn't want to be stuck in a dilemma of which element he should pick. Pretty soon, Harry left room where the wand-weighing ceremony took place and began making his way back to the room of requirement under the hidden spells he cast over himself since classes were about to end. Rita tried to get him to do photos and an interview for the Daily Prophet, but he had been very adamant of not wanting to any photos or interviews with her. If it wasn't for the swift intervention of Dumbledore, things could have gotten much worse. But none of that matters now. All that matters at the moment is the fact Harry has finally chosen an element he wants to have for his Devil Slayer magic, but he still wants to hear Sayla's opinion first before he pursues on the said element. He couldn't wait to get started on the next step soon in order to become a Devil Slayer. It didn't take long for Harry, who was still under the hidden spells he cast over himself after leaving the room where the wand-weighing ceremony had been taking place, to arrive back at the room of requirement on the 7th floor. He walked back and forth while thinking what he desires the most, and a moment later, the entryway materialized before him. Now, normally it would be impossible to have the door to the room of requirement materialize since there's already someone inside, but because Harry has a very strong bond with the very special room after learning its existence from the house elves while using it quite often for his training to become a Devil Slayer, he can make the door materialize whenever he wants, even if there's someone inside. Some people would find this fact completely unfair as there's so many secrets and knowledge in the room of requirement, which should be shared with the magical world, but to Harry, it was like being granted eternal life after drinking water from the fountain of youth. Right after the door to the room of requirement materialized, Harry cancelled the hidden spells on himself and entered through it to come across Sayla reading a history book while sitting on a soft leather couch, one leg crossed over the other. She looked up from her book when she heard the door opened and a smile spread across her face upon seeing him. "Welcome back, Master Harry," Sayla greeted warmly as she placed her book on the small wooden table in front of her before folding both her hands over her lap. "Did the wand-weighing ceremony went well?" "It went fine, Sayla," Harry replied with a nod as he made his way over to Sayla, who moved over a spot to let him sit down next to her. "Everyone had been greatly shocked at seeing my new looks and appearance, which was honestly surprising since no one seemed to recognize me, not even the headmaster. But you do like your new looks and appearance, am I right? You did say you wanted to be your own person, not look like your father." "I do, it's just I only wished I had done the intense training I've been doing lately the past couple days much sooner like last year. If I did, then maybe things would be totally different than the way it is now." The moment Harry mentioned things would be totally different if he did the intense training much sooner like last year, he gained a sinking feeling inside him. If he had done the deed of doing intense training, would things really be totally different? Already, there was a couple of questions forming in his mind. Would Harry receive answers about Sirius Black from the teachers who had previously taught him and the other marauders at Hogwarts years ago? Would Harry discover the room of requirement to acquire knowledge that will give him an edge against powerful foes? Would Harry still be in Gryffindor House instead of being exiled after having his name come out of the Goblet of Fire while retaining his friendship with Ron and Hermione? More importantly, would Harry even get the chance to meet Sayla if he discovers her book in the Leary when doing late-night studying? The answer to some of the questions Harry just thought in his mind was a resounding no. Harry would never receive answers about Sirius Black from the teachers since they don't want him to know the truth of how his parents got betrayed by someone who they thought as a friend. He would never discover the room of requirement to acquire the knowledge that will give him an edge against powerful foes. But most importantly, he would never even have the chance to meet Sayla since he will always be with Ron and Hermione while never visiting the Leary to do late-night studying. Not wanting to dwell on the last matter, which is never have the chance to meet Sayla, Harry decided to change the subject. "So, Sayla, I have been doing some thinking during the wand-weighing ceremony. It was about choosing which element I want to use for my Devil Slayer magic." "Really?" Sayla asked, greatly surprised to learn her master has already chosen an element for his Devil Slayer magic when he was busy having his wand checked out at the wand-weighing ceremony. That's great news, Master Harry. Have you come to a decision yet?" "Well, I do have an idea what element I want to have, but I wanted to hear your opinion first before I decide to pursue it. That way, I don't get stuck in a dilemma of trying to decide which element I should pick. Do you think you can give me an honest opinion about the element I had picked?" "Of course, Master Harry, I will give you my honest opinion about the element you wish to have for your Devil Slayer magic." Harry gave Sayla a sincere smile before he reached over to give her a hug, something that caused her to become surprised, her eyes widening. She had never been hugged before in her life and she doesn't know what to do. Does she hug him back, or does she just stay in her current awkward position? Thank you, Sayla, it means a lot to me, Harry stated quietly as he continued to MC Sayla, who was still looking awkward but started to feel happy at being hugged. It was both peaceful and comforting. After a few moments, he pulled away to give her the same sincere smile, one she returned with her own while having a tint of redness on her pale face. Are you ready to give me your honest opinion about the element I have decided to pick for my Devil Slayer magic? Yes, Master Harry, Sayla replied as she quickly recomposed herself from her awkwardness of being hugged and adapt to her teaching mode. I am ready to give you my honest opinion about the element you wish to have for your Devil Slayer magic. All you have to do now is just ask. Harry took what Sayla said as a K to ask her opinion about the element he had chosen when he was at the wand weighing ceremony getting his wand checked out by Mr. Ollivander. Then let's get started. What is your opinion about the element of ice? Is that the element you have been thinking of using for your Devil Slayer magic? Sayla asked, wanting to be absolute certain ice was the element Harry wants to use for his Devil Slayer magic, otherwise she will be forced to give out numerous explanations of different elements to him. Not only will it be extremely tiring, but it will also add more struggling conflict for him to decide which element he wants. She didn't want to do that, so she hoped ice was the element he wants to have. Luckily for Sayla, Harry confirmed he wants to use the element of ice for his Devil Slayer magic, which makes her job much easier to do while also lifting a small weight off her at the same time. Well, ice is pretty much the most powerful element in the world. You can freeze almost anything, become immune to the cold and create both severe snowstorms and any kind of weapons. You can also freeze critical wounds, lethal venom, poison and extreme external bleeding. That's really interesting, Harry mused quietly as he thought about the details of the ice element Sayla listed out. He was liking everything, including the part where he can freeze critical wounds, lethal venom, poison and extreme external bleeding. That will be absolutely useful, and what made it even more useful is the fact he can extract the venom, poison and extreme external bleeding with his holder-type magic. He will never have to visit the hospital wing ever again in his life. It's a miracle. At this point, Harry has made up his mind about the element he wants to have for his Devil Slayer magic, but he was still conflicted. Should he really go with the one he had chosen when he was at the wand weighing ceremony, or should he ask Sayla to give out another element explanation? He decided to ask her. Do you think I should go with it, Sayla? The element of ice. While I do like the details you said, especially the freezing critical wounds, lethal venom, poison and extreme external bleeding part, I'm still conflicted. I believe you should go with ice for your Devil Slayer magic, Master Harry, Sayla replied gently as she reached over to place a hand over Harry's hand. You certainly have an interest of the element when you were thinking about it at the wand weighing ceremony, and I don't really want to give out numerous explanations of different elements. Not only will it be extremely tiring, but it will also add more struggling conflict for you to decide which element you want. I say go with the element of ice. Harry stared at the hand that was on top of his for a while before looking upwards to gaze at Sayla, who was currently giving him a soft smile. She then gave him an encouraging nod, which was enough for him to finally make up his mind while washing away any sort of conflict inside him. Harry was going to use the element of ice for his Devil Slayer magic. He will become the Ice Devil Slayer. The next day, in the room of requirement, with Harry and Sayla. It was an early dawn the next day at Hogwarts and Harry and Sayla were busy getting ready for their trip to Diagon Alley. They had spent the rest of the previously day talking about it before reading numerous books on how to bond with the element of ice. So far, the only way for Harry to bond with the element of ice is by being in a very cold environment, stripped down into his undergarments and pour out every last drop of his magic. By doing so, he will be absorbing the coldness into both his body and his depleted magical core, which will not only increase his immunity but also let him cast and control ice at free will. He'll have to do this action multiple times until he has successfully bond with ice. While the method is extremely helpful to bond with the element of ice, it was also highly embarrassing because Harry would have to become almost D while standing in a very cold environment with Sayla watching him from a distance away to make sure he doesn't freeze or gain hypothermia. He didn't want her to see him almost die since his pride as a man would be slightly wounded, but unless there's another method to bond with ice, he has no choice. Fortunately for Harry's sake, he didn't need to do the bonding ice method since he and Sayla were preparing themselves for their trip to Diagon Alley today. They were making final adjustments before they were officially ready to leave. "How are you feeling of visiting the open world for the first time in centuries, Sayla?" Harry asked curiously as he placed a shrunken trunk inside the front pocket of his pants. It contains the dead basilisk he was planning to sell at Gringotts, which will be the first stop when he and Sayla enters Diagon Alley from the Leaky Cauldron. "Honestly, Master Harry, I am extremely nervous," Sayla admitted with a shy look on her face as she was dressed in her new outfit instead of her very revealing one, which was something she'll have to get used to wearing whenever she and Harry goes out to the open world in the future. She still has her golden horns revealed, but they're going to be concealed pretty soon. "I have never once set foot in the open world after being created by Zirf, and I don't know how to handle this feeling inside me. Is it common for humans to be extremely nervous when visiting the open world for the first time?" "I will admit visiting the open world for the first time is nerve-wracking, but it's exciting at the same time because you will get to see things beyond your imagination. It will be like being a whole new world. I still remember the day when I first visit the open world. It had been really amazing and wonderful." Harry will never forget the day when he first entered the open world on Diagon Alley 3 years ago with Hagrid, who came to deliver his Hogwarts letter. "Like I said, Sayla, visiting the open world for the first time is nerve-wracking, but it's also exciting, and it will take a while until you are comfortable enough of being in the open world. You should use our trip to Diagon Alley as an opportunity to study how humans operate. That way, you'll get a better understanding." Hearing the comforting and reassurance in Harry's voice made Sayla feel extraordinarily happy, the shy look on her face being replaced by a small blush. "Master Harry knows how to lift my spirits up if I'm feeling nervous, down or sad, even though I was supposed to be the one who lifts his spirits up if he's feeling nervous, down or sad. But I'm not complaining. It's nice and comforting." The small blush on Sayla's face intensified as she gazed at Harry, her heart starting to beat a bit faster than before. "I'm really glad to have him as my new master." After a few minutes, Harry and Sayla had finished preparing themselves and were ready for their trip to Diagon Alley. The former had the dead basilisk, and the latter had her golden horns concealed by a powerful glamour charm. They look like a regular couple going on a date. "All right, Sayla, are you ready to head into the open world?" Harry asked, wanting to be absolute certain Sayla is ready to head into the open world. "It's okay if you don't want to go, I won't be mad or anything. I'm only asking because I want to be certain since it will be your first time." "I am ready to head into the open world, Master Harry," Sayla replied with firm determination and resolve, a passionate fire burning in her dark purple eyes. She was definitely not going to let extreme nervousness overcome her from visiting the open world for the first time. If it happens, then both her pride as a woman and a mighty Aetherius would become immensely wounded. She'll be completely humiliated and embarrassed. "Very well then, let us head into the open world. Also, be sure to stick really close to me. I don't want you to wander off. You never know when someone will suddenly take you away, even though the chances are highly unlikely since there'll be numerous people doing shopping trips." With that piece said, Harry called out to Dobby, who popped into the room of requirement almost immediately, dancing at the balls of his feet. He instructed him to take him and Sayla to the Leaky Cauldron where they'll begin their trip to Diagon Alley. The hyperactive house elf had no problems of abiding this order as he grabbed onto their hands and transported them to the Leaky Cauldron with a soft pop. It was going to be a busy, yet fun, day. After a few minutes, Harry and Sayla had finished preparing themselves and were ready for their trip to Diagon Alley. The former had the dead basilisk, and the latter had her golden horns concealed by a powerful glamour charm. They look like a regular couple going on a date. "All right, Sayla, are you ready to head into the open world?" Harry asked, wanting to be absolute certain Sayla is ready to head into the open world. "It's okay if you don't want to go, I won't be mad or anything. I'm only asking because I want to be certain since it will be your first time. I am ready to head into the open world, Master Harry, Sayla replied with firm determination and resolve, a passionate fire burning in her dark purple eyes. She was definitely not going to let extreme nervousness overcome her from visiting the open world for the first time. If it happens, then both her pride as a woman and a mighty Aetherius would become immensely wounded. She'll be completely humiliated and embarrassed. Very well then, let us head into the open world. Also, be sure to stick really close to me. I don't want you to wander off. You never know when someone will suddenly take you away, even though the chances are highly unlikely since there'll be numerous people doing shopping trips. With that piece said, Harry called out to Dobby, who popped into the room of requirement almost immediately, dancing at the balls of his feet. He instructed him to take him and Sayla to the Leaky Cauldron where they'll begin their trip to Diagon Alley. The hyperactive house elf had no problems of abiding this order as he grabbed onto their hands and transported them to the Leaky Cauldron with a soft pop. It was going to be a busy, yet fun, day. In the present, in the Leaky Cauldron, with Harry, Sayla and Dobby. When Sayla have recently experienced her first magical transportation from one place to another, she had been expecting it to be nauseously and highly uncomfortable. The history books of magical transportation she read were not exaggerating the slightest bit when being transported from one place to another since it can be extremely dangerous. One mistake could cost you either a body part or your very life. To Sayla's great surprise, however, her first magical transportation hadn't been like what she thought exactly, which was nauseously and highly uncomfortable. It had been actually smooth and pleasant. Why was that? Was it because of how powerful house elf magic is, or was it something else entirely? Either way, Sayla was planning to ask Dobby how magical transportation can be smooth and pleasant after the trip to Diagon Alley. She was currently busy of taking in hers and Harry's surroundings at this Leaky Cauldron, he calls it the moment they arrived, and let's just say she is very unimpressed at what she was seeing. The place didn't look magical or special, but merely a shady pub, given it was dark with barely any lights. There was nobody in it, except Harry, Sayla and Dobby. Thanks for bringing us to the Leaky Cauldron, Dobby, Harry stated, giving his little friend a smile for obeying his order of transporting him and Sayla to the Leaky Cauldron. I'll need you again to bring me and Sayla back to Hogwarts after we get done with our shopping trip, but it's going to be a while for that to happen. In the meantime, I want you to head back and make sure no one discovers the room of requirement. This is very important, Dobby, and I am counting on you. Do not let anyone discover the room. Of course, Master Harry. Dobby squeaked out seriously as he gave Harry a firm salute. Dobby will make sure no one discovers the room of requirement without failure whatsoever. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished. So, what do you think of the Leaky Cauldron, Sayla? Harry asked, turning to face Sayla after Dobby vanished, wondering what her opinion is. It's her first time of being in a different place other than the room of requirement, so surely she should be feeling something at the moment, namely curiosity. The reply Harry got back from Sayla, however, was something he had not been expecting at all. I am very unimpressed at what I'm seeing, Master Harry, Sayla replied, her voice completely flat and blunt while having a deadpan look on her face as she continued to look around. This place doesn't look magical or special, but merely a shady pub. It took a couple moments for Harry to regain his composure after hearing the completely flat and blunt reply from Sayla, who was still retaining the deadpan look on her face while looking around the Leaky Cauldron. Once he did, he let out a series of amused chuckles, earning a confused frown from her as she wondered why he was chuckling. Yeah, I'll admit the Leaky Cauldron does look like a shady pub instead of magical or special. In fact, that was the exact same thing I thought when I first entered it 3 years ago. It was true, Harry had thought the Leaky Cauldron didn't look magical or special when he first entered it 3 years ago with Hagrid. Then again, he had only just recently learned the magical world's existence on the night he received his Hogwarts letter and was still coming to terms that magic is genuinely real, not fake like he has been often told by people who hates magic. It wasn't until Harry came to stay at the magical pub during the rest of the summer holiday last year after running away from the Dursleys when he made Marge Dursley, an absolute he hated with every fiber being inside him, swell up like a balloon by accidental magic that he discovered it serves as a gateway between the Muggle world and Diagon Alley. Because of this gateway between two different places fact, the Leaky Cauldron gives the appearance of a dark shady pub, which is something to make sure no muggle stumbles across it. If they do stumble across it by either accidentally or curiosity, then their memories will get erased almost instantly. This is to uphold the statute of secrecy. Without it, the magical world will become exposed and every magical being, humans and beasts, would be killed mercilessly by the muggles. While the Leaky Cauldron may not be impressive, due to its dark shady appearance, it is certainly a famous place in the magical world. Really? Sayla asked, turning to face Harry after what he said, her confused frown changing into a look of surprise. You thought the exact same thing like me when you first entered this pub 3 years ago, Master Harry. Harry nodded his head in confirmation. I did indeed, Sayla, and it had been around that time when I just recently learned the magical world's existence, including the fact magic was genuinely real, not fake like I have been often told by muggles. That's a story I'll explain for another time. Come on, the entrance to Diagon Alley is over here. Harry led Sayla over to a door that was on the other side of the pub, and they entered through it to stand in a very small outdoor room with a brick wall in front of them. Sayla was extremely confused. How can this brick wall be the entrance to Diagon Alley? There's absolutely nothing in this very small room. Master Harry, I don't mean to disrespect you at all, but how can this room be an entrance? It's only a dead end. Harry didn't say anything but merely took out his wand from his jacket and began doing a series of taps on the brick wall in a pattern. Right after he did this rather peculiar action in Sayla's point of view, it began to shift around automatically by itself to be split in 2 halves, forming a large archway to walk through while revealing a bright colorful alley on the other side at the same time. Harry placed his wand back inside his jacket, turned around to face the incredibly shocked Sayla, who clearly haven't expected to see the brick wall shift around automatically by itself, and present an arm out while moving to the side to let her get a good view of the bright colorful alley from the archway, a huge grin on his face. Welcome, Sayla, to the most famous place in the magical world, Diagon Alley. Upon hearing what Harry said, Sayla quickly recovered herself from her incredibly shocked state of seeing the brick wall shift around automatically by itself and gazed at the bright colorful alley before her, dark purple eyes widening in amazement, fascination and awe at what she was currently seeing. Diagon Alley was both beautiful and amazing. Sayla can admit that very much with genuine honesty inside her heart, unlike her ethereal side who would just take a single look at the sight before dismissing it completely. It's a trait all Aetherius has way they were created centuries ago and she's planning not to let it affect her personality at all throughout her time in the open world with Harry. But still, Diagon Alley really was both beautiful and amazing like Sayla just thought a moment ago. She can see rows of different magical shops on both sides with a long cobblestone path in the middle that led all the way to a tall snow-white building on the opposite side from where she and Harry were standing. She can even sense a strong case of powerful magic in the air. So, what do you think of Diagon Alley, Sayla? Harry asked, wondering what Sayla's opinion is now while still retaining the huge grin on his face. He had a very great feeling it was a positive one since he could see the amazement, fascination and awe shining in her eyes. Do you like it? Sayla didn't reply to the question at first since she was busy continuing to mesmerize Diagon Alley from her spot at the archway, her eyes still wide and filled amazement, fascination and awe. But after a few moments, she broke out of her mesmerizing trance and turned towards Harry to give him her answer, her voice filled with extreme happiness and overjoy. I love it completely, Master Harry, it is really beautiful and amazing. The huge grin on Harry's face became even bigger than before. That is something I can agree with wholeheartedly. Diagon Alley is really beautiful and amazing. The day when I came here for the first time had been one of the greatest moments in my life and I will always cherish the memory in my heart forever. I will cherish the memory of seeing and coming to Diagon Alley for the first time in my heart as well. This really is the best moment in my life. I'm glad to hear that, Sayla, and your life will become even more great when we go visit different places around the world. Although it's going to be quite a while for that to happen since we need to wait until the first task is over and the winter holidays arrives. We can't leave Hogwarts without me completing the first task, otherwise I'll have my magic stripped away from me for all eternally. I hope you meant what you said about my life becoming even more great when we go visit different places around the world, Master Harry, Sayla thought, giving Harry a completely hidden warning look behind her eyes. Because I want to experience this extreme happy and overjoyed feeling of visiting the open world again. If you are lying to me, then I will give you the biggest punishment of your life. You'll understand why Aetherius are the most fearful demons in the magical world. All right, let's get going, Harry stated as he walked through the archway and onto the cobblestone path with Sayla right behind him. We are heading towards Gringotts first to sell the dead basilisk to acquire the money we'll need for our shopping trip. The selling procedure shouldn't take too long to do since the workers there takes their job seriously. We might be out in a couple minutes. What if the selling procedure takes too long, Master Harry? Sayla asked as she walked beside Harry while looking around the rows of different magical shops. Then at least you get to see both the inside of Gringotts and the workers. While we're on the subject, do not say a word unless I give you permission. Just let me do the talking the whole time and things should be okay. Time skip, in Diagon Alley, with Harry and Sayla. Things were definitely not okay. What was supposed to be a simple visit at the bank to sell a dead magical beast for the huge amount of galleons to acquire the many necessary books and other items Harry needs for the Triwizard Tournament turned into a greatly shocking discovery, a discovery that's making him and Sayla struggle to register the revelations in their heads. The revelations Harry and Sayla were still struggling to register in their heads are the following. Harry being an heir to 4 different most ancient and noble houses, which are Potter, Black, Peverell and Slytherin. Harry being very wealthy. Harry being emancipated as an adult. Harry possessing numerous magical abilities he had been born with but never learned their existence until now. They consisted of a metamorphagus, an owl animagus form, advanced both occlumency and legilimency, proficient wandless magic and an ice elemental. Harry never supposed to be raised at the Dursleys at all since there were other guardians to take care of him. The most scary and horrifying revelation of them all was Harry containing a part of Voldemort's soul inside his scar for the last 13 years after the killing curse rebounded on Halloween night. This is known as a Horcrux, the most awful dark magic in the entire magical world. The reason why Horcruxes are the most awful dark magic in the entire magical world is because they are known to give any witch or wizard immortality, but the only way to achieve it is by splitting your soul into pieces and placing them into physical objects like a trophy or necklace after commencing an act of killing on an innocent person without feeling a single ounce of remorse inside you. Doing this successfully grants you immortality. Because of the horrifying steps to create Horcruxes, which is the act of killing an innocent person without feeling a single ounce of remorse, they were absolutely forbidden to be created. Anyone who tries to create one would be instantly sentenced to either the Dementor's K.S. or the Veil of Death. The punishment may be very critical harsh, but this is a drastic step to make sure no witch or wizard becomes immortal, otherwise chaos would reign over the magical world. Back to the current problem at hand. Not only was the Horcrux the reason why Harry couldn't use his magical abilities since it acts as a blocker, but it's a miracle he hasn't been possessed by it. While it is a blocker, it is also a lecher at the same time. He could have long since lost his body even as a little kid and he would have no way regain it back. He would have been trapped in his possessed body for all eternity. Those revelations had been listed out to Harry and Sayla from the goblins who were at a mixture of being not incredibly happy to learn the former didn't know anything about his inheritance like his numerous magical abilities until now and incandescent with absolute rage upon discovering the Horcrux. Although they had been deeply shocked a while ago when Harry came up to them with Sayla standing right behind him and told them politely he plans to sell a dead basilisk for a huge amount of galleons. After learning the history of what a Horcrux is, Harry had all but asked the goblins desperately if there was a way to remove it from his scar. He didn't want to have a piece of Voldemort's soul in his head, the mere thought made him incredibly sick to his stomach. If it wasn't for Sayla, who had also been incredibly sick to learn what a Horcrux is since she never heard of it before, being by his side and offering deep comfort words to him, he would have fainted in complete shock. Thankfully, the goblins told Harry and Sayla there was a way to remove the Horcrux, much to their immense relief, especially the former. It was a simple cleansing ritual that can remove any dark magic, including the most awful ones, lethal ones as well. But unfortunately, the goblins would need to spend an entire day to prepare it since they have never in their lives encountered a Horcrux in a living being. It was highly unheard of and one they must exercise great caution, otherwise there's a chance Harry might die during the ritual. The least the goblins can do at the moment was give Harry and Selah the huge amount of galleons for the dead basilisk. The total amount they got for selling it is 4 million. Right now, Harry and Selah were sitting at a table outside of Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor in complete silence, not having ice cream. They have been inside Gringotts for nearly 2 hours and only just recently left a couple moments ago. They haven't said a single word to each other as they were busy trying to register the revelations they learned in their heads, especially the Horcrux one. "Do you want to return to Hogwarts, Master Harry?" Selah asked quietly, breaking the complete silence and pushing the revelations away in her mind. She'll think about them later. She wanted to know what was going to happen now. "No, I'm not going to let what we just learned in Gringotts ruin our trip, Selah," Harry replied a couple moments later. He was not going to let the revelations he learned in Gringotts, especially the Horcrux one, ruin his and Selah's trip to Diagon Alley. They're already here and they are going to have fun exploring around while going on a shopping spree. "I promised you I will take you to visit other places and see incredible sights in the open world when you couldn't centuries ago because of your duty, and I intend to keep that promise with my life." There was a passionate, determined fire blazing intensely in Harry's eyes, making them glow brightly. He meant what he said about taking Selah to visit other places and see incredible sights in the open world with complete honesty and sincerity. He intends to keep his promise one way or another. If he backs out even the slightest bit, then he will go extreme lengths to earn her forgiveness. Standing up from his seat, Harry walked around the small table to reach Selah, who felt a bright blush overcoming her features while feeling a pleasurable tingle running down her spine as she stared at those very beautiful, exceedingly bright, piercing emerald green eyes that are currently glowing, and hold out a hand for her to take. "Now, come on, Selah, let's go have fun in Diagon Alley." After a couple moments of staring into Harry's brightly glowing eyes, Selah shook herself from mesmerizing trance, along with her bright blush, and grasped onto his hand in a firm grip before being pulled upwards to her feet by him. "Right, Master Harry, let us explore this beautiful and amazing place." With that piece said, Harry and Selah went to enjoy their trip in Diagon Alley. Despite the day taking a rather sudden turn for the worse at first, Harry and Selah had a wonderful time in Diagon Alley, especially the latter as she finally gotten her wish to explore the open world where she could visit different places and see incredible sights. So far, she was enjoying of taking in her surroundings and wanted to experience this again in the future. Harry and Selah had walked around, visit different shops, purchase things like sweets or jewelry, including the many necessary books and items the former needs for the Triwizard Tournament, ate some ice cream for breakfast, tried out a few musical instruments for fun and petted adorable owls and measles. What made their trip even more wonderful is the fact they haven't received too much attention from the public, despite getting 1 or 2 glances. The less attention Harry and Selah receives from the public, the better their lives would be. When walking around Diagon Alley, Selah had noticed a dark pathway near the archway entrance by the leaky cauldron and asked Harry where it leads. He told her it leads to Nocturne Alley, a more darker version of Diagon Alley where the store owners there sell many extremely dangerous things. It's not really a good place to visit and one he does not want her to ever venture in at all. If she does, then she will be punished severely. But other than the day taking a sudden turn for the worst at Gringotts because of the shocking revelations and the warning Selah had received to never venture into Nocturne Alley, the trip to Diagon Alley had been both wonderful and successful. Right now, Harry and Selah were at Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor having one last ice cream before planning to summon Dobby to take them back to the room of requirement at Hogwarts. They have been at Diagon Alley for nearly 3 hours, and they were already feeling tired from walking around. They couldn't wait to get back and relax while going through what they had purchased. "Did you enjoy exploring around in Diagon Alley, Selah?" Harry asked, taking a bite of his ice cream before looking at Selah, who was sitting across from him eating her ice cream silently with a highly pleased expression on her face while having a medium-sized dark purple purse made of leather in her lap. The purse may look ordinary and normal to some people, but it's actually a magical bag with a big inward space to store numerous items neatly without causing the contents to spill. It's filled with sweets, books, a few jewelry accessories with special enchantments to protect Sayla from either spells, poisons or potions and other items she had bought when visiting different shops in Diagon Alley. Harry also has a similar magical bag with a big inward space to store numerous items neatly, but his design was not a purse as it's a rucksack that is black and red, large, and have only one sling. Harry and Sayla are planning to use these magical bags they had bought in Diagon Alley for their collection of souvenirs they're going to buy when they are venturing out into the open world during the winter holidays. They want to remember and cherish the days when they first bought these souvenirs like an old married couple remembering their youthful times. I did indeed very much, Master Harry, Sayla replied a moment later after taking a bite of her ice cream, still retaining the highly pleased expression on her face. The first time she tried ice cream had been pleasantly delicious, and she wanted to have another one before leaving Diagon Alley. I look forward of experiencing this again in the future with you. Well, you're going to get that chance real soon because we're going have to come back here tomorrow to visit Gringotts. We have to get this awful thing out of my scar for good. Harry felt a horrible cold chill running down his spine after mentioning the Horcrux in his scar. I can't believe I have been containing a part of Voldemort's soul in my scar for the last 13 years after the attack on Halloween and never bothered to have it removed, much less have it checked out. Merlin, I am so dumb and stupid. Harry was blaming Weasley wholeheartedly for making him so dumb and stupid. Not to mention, holding back his true potential to be a great powerful wizard. It was good thing they were no longer friends as he wasn't interested of repairing the friendship at all, nor wanted to hear the worthless pathetic excuse Weasley would say after the first task is done. As far as Harry was concerned, he didn't need friends or anyone else in his life like he thought before when isolating himself since he had always been alone. Always have been, probably always will be, despite the fact he hates it completely. But he was making the exception with two people and two people only. Those people were Dobby and Sayla. Dobby had helped Harry discover the room of requirement where he can train magic and acquire knowledge that will give him an edge against powerful foes in secret without having to worry about the students trying to find him before attacking him eventually for, in their endless minds, cheating his way into the Triwizard Tournament. Sayla, on the other hand, stood by Harry's side the moment he released her from her eternal slumber after being sealed away centuries ago, gave him helpful advice on how to improve magical knowledge, along with magic power, taught him hand-to-hand combat, comfort him if he's feeling sad, angry, shocked or horrified and agreed to teach him Devil Slayer magic. Dobby and Sayla were the only people Harry can both trust and count on with his life, unlike the other people who either lied or just didn't care about him. Don't worry, Master Harry, Sayla said soothingly and comfortingly as she moved her chair around the small table with the command of her macro curse without even getting up to move it herself where she had it set down next to Harry's chair. She then placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You will have that horrid thing out of your scar first thing tomorrow morning once we arrive at Gringotts. Then after that, we'll get started on you trying to control your discovered powers, especially your ice one since it's very important for the magic you want to learn in order to get revenge on everyone who made your life an official hell the moment your name came out of the Goblet of Fire. Hearing the comforting and soothing in Sayla's voice, along with feeling the reassuring hand on his shoulder, was enough to lift Harry's spirits up as he gave her a sincere smile. She was right, he will have this blasted Horcrux out of his scar first thing tomorrow morning once they arrive at Gringotts. Then after that, he'll get started on controlling his recently discovered powers, including his Ice One in order to complete the second step of becoming a Devil Slayer. Harry was extremely glad and happy to have Sayla in his life after releasing her from her eternal slumber when he had come across her book in the Leary that night. Already, he is beginning to feel affection towards her, not because of her voluptuous curvaceous figure but her very kind caring heart, and love. He was starting to fall in love her, not caring she was an ethereal demon created centuries ago by a famous dark wizard. In Harry's mind and eyes, Sayla was a human being like him, not a bloodthirsty monster. Thank you, Sayla, it means a lot to me, Harry said quietly as he was still giving Sayla the same sincere smile on his face while staring deeply into her beautiful dark purple eyes, which made his heart beat faster. For a moment, he had considered leaning forward to capture her extremely soft-looking pink lips with his own to initiate a kiss, but chose not to since there were people walking around. He wanted his very first kiss to be special and in private, not ruined by anyone. "You are most welcome," Sayla said quietly as well, still keeping a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder while staring deeply into his very beautiful emerald green eyes, her own heart starting to beat faster than before. She also had been considering of leaning forward to capture his lips with her own to initiate a kiss, but decided not to in the end since there were filthy pathetic humans walking around. She wanted her very first kiss to be special and in private without no one interrupting the moment. It wasn't long until Harry and Sayla finished eating their ice creams in silence before summoning Dobby to take them back to the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Once they appeared inside, they summoned 2 large soft leather chairs and all but collapse onto them, content size leaving their mouths while dropping their own magical bags on the floor beside them. Today had been exhausting, but really great and fun at the same time, despite receiving shocking revelations at Gringotts. The next day, in Gringotts, with Harry and Sayla. The next day came very quickly and Harry and Sayla were back at Gringotts to finally remove the Horcrux out of the former's scar for good. They were feeling quite anxious and worried before their arrival, and it's because they have no idea if the cleansing ritual will work or not since the goblins had previously mentioned yesterday about never encountering a Horcrux in a living being. The only thing they can do is hope for the best and pray it works perfectly without any sort of problems. Harry and Sayla were currently sitting in the lobby of Gringotts at an early dawn waiting for a goblin to take them to the cleansing chamber in complete silence, their gazes focusing on the ground. They didn't strike up a conversation or said a word to each other at all as they were too anxious and worried from thinking about the cleansing ritual being able to remove the Horcrux or not. But it wasn't until a few minutes later that the complete silence was broken by Sayla, who was looking extremely worried. "Master Harry, I am extremely scared," a still extremely worried Sayla said, her voice trembling with fright as she continued to stare at the ground, causing Harry to glance over at her almost instantly upon hearing her voice, a greatly concerned expression appearing on his face. "What if the cleansing ritual doesn't work at all? What if the Horcrux takes over your body during the procedure? What if you die?" Tears appeared at the corner of Sayla's eyes after she choked out the very last question, making her vision become blurry. She was a mighty Aetherius whose purpose is to install fear into humanity while killing Zirf to free him from his cursed immortality at the same time, yet she was crying at the fact this could be the last final time she would see Harry alive again. She didn't want him to die, not after finally learning about the emotion she hadn't been able to describe lately from a book she read last night, the same emotion she began feeling towards him for the past days. Love. It was love Sayla had been feeling inside her. At first, Sayla thought it wasn't love because demons consider all human things, even emotions, as both inferior and worthless. But as she spent more time with Harry, remembering the times her heart would beat faster while a blush overcome her features and reading that book last night, she had came to realize it was love she has been feeling inside her. She has also came to another realization, one she couldn't deny at all. Sayla, an Aetherius and the goddess of the chill moon, was falling in love with Harry Potter, her new master. If Sayla's mind hadn't been focusing on the cleansing ritual being able to remove the Horcrux or not from Harry's scar, which is currently making her extremely anxious and worried, she would have been very happy upon discovering these newfound feeling towards him. However, she may not get the chance to confess them since, like she thought a moment ago, this could be the last final time she would see him alive again. The thought of not seeing him alive again was enough to make the tears stream down her face like a flowing river. Hey, don't cry, Sayla," Harry said with much soothing softness in his voice as he reached over to grab Sayla's chin gently before turning her towards him, tearful dark purple eyes meeting exceedingly bright emerald green eyes filled with reassurance. "Everything is going to be okay. I'm sure the cleansing ritual will work without any problems, and I'll have the Horcrux out of my scar for good." But, Sayla choked out, continuing to sob silently even as Harry used one hand to wipe the tears away from her eyes and face with the same gentleness. "No buts. I am completely certain the cleansing ritual will work like I said to remove the Horcrux from my scar without any doubt, even though I'm still feeling anxious and worried it may not work. Sometimes, if there is a huge risk, problem or struggle, we just need to take a leap of faith, and I am taking that leap the moment the ritual begins. Sayla didn't really seem to be reassured completely of what Harry said about the cleansing ritual being able to remove the Horcrux from his scar without any problems, but chose to believe and have faith in his words while letting him continue to wipe her tears away at the same time. It was nice and comforting to feel his smooth calloused hands on her face. Sometime later, a goblin walked up to Harry and Sayla and led them to the cleansing chamber, where they entered inside to find themselves standing in a large circular room with numerous lit fire torches on the walls. There was a stone slab table in the direct middle of the room, which was surrounded by a couple of goblins wearing white robes and sporting serious expressions on their faces. "All right, Mr. Potter, let's get started on the cleansing ritual to remove the Horcrux from your scar," one of the goblins said, still retaining the serious expression on his face. "But first, we must ask your friend to leave the room. We don't want her to be nearby when there's a chance something could possibly happen during the procedure, and not in a good way. It's for her own safety." Sayla had wanted to protest greatly about never leaving her master's side, but a single look from him made her go very reluctantly and angrily. Before she did, she gave him a kiss on the cheek for a measure of good luck and moral support, something that made him feel surprised but gratitude as well. Though, he would have preferred on the lips instead, but he wasn't going to complain. It felt incredibly nice and soft. Not long after Sayla left the cleansing chamber in the same very reluctant and angrily manner, but slightly chipper after giving the kiss to the cheek, the goblins told Harry he has to strip down to his undergarments while removing any sort of jewelry upon him and lay down on the stone slab table, where he will be immobilized by leather straps tightly. This was to make sure he doesn't move as soon as the ritual starts, because they need to have every ounce of deep concentration, and if he moves even once, then there will huge grave problems. So, after removing all his clothes to his undergarments and taking off the beautiful dark purple necklace Sayla handcrafted personally for him, Harry was laying down on the stone slab table immobilized by leather straps tightly, officially ready to have the Horcrux from his scar be removed once and for all. The goblins took this as a cue to start the cleansing ritual by gathering around in a circle and began chanting loudly in their native language. Harry felt a calm, peaceful sensation spreading all across his body, as if he was lying in a relaxing hot bath. Then suddenly, he felt a searing, blinding pain building up in his scar, causing him to yell out in discomfort and close his eyes as he concentrated much willpower inside him to stay awake. As the searing, blinding pain in his scar increases to higher excruciating levels, so did his yells, which is now starting to turn into very loud, agonizing screams that is echoing loudly in the cleansing chamber. He wasn't aware the loud chanting the goblins had been doing in their native language from the start of the cleansing ritual became even more louder than before. After a few more sheer painful moments, Harry felt a dark, evil presence in his scar being washed away completely like a leaf burning to ashes. He knew without a doubt it was the Horcrux, and if he wasn't releasing very loud, agonizing screams at the current moment, he would have smiled in huge relief upon realizing he no longer has a piece of Voldemort's soul inside him. He was now free. Soon, the cleansing ritual came to an end and everyone inside the chamber were heavily exhausted, none so much as Harry, who looked on the verge of passing out but somehow managed to stay awake, which honestly was surprising as he just now experienced the worst type of pain in his life, way worse than the time Quirrell tried to kill him in his first year. His throat was incredibly raw from screaming very loudly, and he has a tremendous bad headache like a hangover. But none of that matters now. All that matters is the fact the cleansing ritual has successfully removed the Horcrux from Harry's scar without any problems. He was finally free from Voldemort's twisted influence forever. It has been nearly 3 days since Harry went to Gringotts with Sayla to have the Horcrux in his scar be removed for good, and he had never felt much better, happier and cleaner in his life. He no longer has to suffer sharp burning pains or have these dreams containing Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail, in some kind of old house where they would always plot about his demise. Not to mention, he doesn't have to gain any twisted influence to affect his whole personality. He was now completely normal and free. It was really great to have the Horcrux in Harry's scar be removed, otherwise there's a highly possible chance he could have been taken over by it in the future and become trapped in his own body with no way to regain it back. Just the mere thought chilled him to the very core. While Harry have been busy recovering from the cleansing ritual in a different room with a very happy and very relieved Sayla by his side, she had presumed fearfully he was dead the moment his very loud agonizing screams came to an end, but it all changed when she saw him being slowly escorted out of the cleansing chamber, still heavily exhausted and in his undergarments. The goblins perform many diagnostics charms on him to be absolutely certain there weren't any traces of the Horcrux lingering in his scar. This was a precaution since cleansing rituals sometimes don't usually work to remove any dark magic, including the most awful ones, lethal ones as well. To the goblin's huge relief, there wasn't any traces of the Horcrux lingering in Harry's scar whatsoever. The cleansing ritual had worked perfectly, although they were quite disappointed as they were hoping to use an ancient spell on the traces to get a location of where Voldemort is. That way, they can march up to him after being completely preparing themselves for battle since he is the worst Dark Lord in history who brought a terrible destruction war in the British magical world while killing so many innocent people at the same time and bring him back to Gringotts to do extremely harsh interrogations once they capture him before killing him. Pretty soon, Harry has recovered from the cleansing ritual, even though he was still feeling exhaustion in his body since he had experienced the worst type of pain in his life. Put on his clothes, including his necklace, and express his gratitude profusely to the goblins for removing a part of Voldemort's soul out of his head. In return for this surprising kind gesture from a wizard and the removal of the Horcrux, they gave him numerous books on how to control his magical abilities, something he definitely needs, even though he has the Room of Requirements knowledge to help him. But he wasn't going to complain. After receiving the books and thanking the goblins again, Harry and Sayla left Gringotts to head back to the Room of Requirement. They would have explored Diagon Alley to let the latter experience more of the open world, but they just didn't feel the urge to do so since they had been so anxious and worried from thinking about the cleansing ritual being able to remove the Horcrux or not. All they want to do is go back to the very special room and do some intense training to relieve the huge stress they have been feeling inside them. Once after relieving the huge stress they have been feeling inside them when doing the intense training, Harry and Sayla began focusing their attention towards the books they received from the goblins to learn how to control the former's magical abilities. At the same time, they have ordered Dobby to abduct Bagman and bring him to the Room of Requirement so that they can make him forcefully confess all the details about the Triwizard Tournament, including ones being related to it. The task of abducting Bagman to make him forcefully confess all the details about the Triwizard Tournament, including ones being related to it, was very easy to do, and by the end of it, Harry and Sayla got all the information they needed before they sent him back to where he had been staying at with his memories erased. No need for him to blab out loud what happened to him. Now, Harry will be prepared for all 3 tasks in the Triwizard Tournament without having to worry about what he's going to face. It may be cheating, but it's gaining a strategic advantage over your enemies. Also, like he thought before, rules were meant to be broken. He was pretty sure Madame Maxime and Karkaroff were cheating as well since they don't seem the type to play fair. That would mean Diggory will be the only champion who won't know what the upcoming tasks would be. He'll be totally unprepared to face his fellow champions who would be already prepared, despite practicing a couple spells. Pushing the cheating aside, Harry had been very eager to start training on controlling his magical abilities, especially his ice one for his Devil Slayer magic. He was so close to complete second step, he just needs to have a strong bond with ice while being able to cast and control it at free will. Then once he completes that, he will able to do the final step, which is having Sayla transferring her demonic power inside him where he channels it onto his Devil Slayer markings, and he will at long last achieve his goal of becoming a Devil Slayer, more particularly the Ice Devil Slayer, after all the hard bitter work he put into his training. Harry also couldn't wait to see how much his magic has improved right after the Horcrux was removed from his scar, despite already getting a feel of it when he had been doing some intense training to relieve the huge stress inside him. It felt very wonderful and amazing to release such power he never knew he had inside him, until now. Harry knew without a doubt his tremendously improved magic power will make any type of new spells he studies much easier to cast and master. He also knew the other champions are never going to beat him at all, no matter how much effort they put into their own separate training. They are so going to lose the Triwizard Tournament. For 3 days, Harry has been training non-stop to both master and gain complete control over all of his magical abilities. He had already quickly mastered both Occlumency and Legilimency with no problems. Sayla even learned and mastered Occlumency quickly as well, but not Legilimency, since she would need to have a wand in her possession, something she's never going to have or acquire at all, as she only relies on her macro curse. Transformed into his Animagus form, but didn't start flying inside the room of requirement, as he needs to be outside where the wind will help keep him steady in the air, and became so proficiently skilled at wandless magic he can now cast the spells he have learned the past days without a wand. Speaking of wands, Harry had headed back to Diagon Alley for a quick trip at Ollivander's to get himself a new one, since the bond he previously have with his old one suddenly broke. He couldn't help but feel highly happy at this, because there was yet again one less connection between himself and Voldemort. It was like he thought before, when it had been his turn at the wand-weighing ceremony. He hated his wand because the core contains a phoenix tail feather, a feather of which happens to share the exact same core as Voldemort's wand that give him the infamous lightning-shaped scar. The less connection Harry has between himself and Voldemort, the better his life would be in the future. Harry's new wand is snow white with light blue highlights, 13 inches, elder wood, very flexible, immensely powerful, and the core containing a single thestral hair. It was absolutely perfect for him to use the moment he first held it in his hand, and it doesn't even have the trace on it, which was a bonus plus side, as he wouldn't have to worry about the Ministry of Magic tracking him whenever he uses magic freely in the Muggle world. After acquiring his new wand and purchasing a black wand holster in Ollivander's, Harry went back to his non-stop training. Harry had once done an experiment during his training to see if he still has his Parseltongue ability, even though the chances of having it are very low, because the Horcrux must have given it to him the moment the killing curse rebounded on Halloween night. But to his very great surprise, shock and disbelief, he was still able to speak it after conjuring AS with the spell Malfoy used during the dueling club in second year. After recomposing himself upon discovering this shocking fact, Harry had begun thinking furiously in his mind how it was possible he can still speak Parseltongue when the Horcrux got removed from his scar. It shouldn't be possible. It wasn't until he came to realize he must have gotten it from his grandmother's side of the family, the Blacks. It was only possible solution he could think of at the moment, because he shouldn't still be able to speak it. Not wanting to dwell on the topic of how he can still speak Parseltongue when it shouldn't be possible, Harry continued his non-stop training to master and gain complete control over all of his magical abilities. Harry's Metamorphagus ability proved to be challengingly difficult at first, as changing to different appearances wasn't exactly like a walk in the park. It requires willpower, concentration and intent. But with Sayla's helpful advice and a calm collected head, he have gotten a basic control of it by changing the color of both his hair and eyes. He would need to keep practicing it daily until he becomes confident and skilled enough to start changing his appearance differently, which could be quite useful in the future. Then the time came for Harry to have complete control over his ice elemental powers, the final magical ability he had been very eager to start training 3 days ago. And let's just say it didn't take him exceedingly long or any difficulty to master it, much less have a strong bond with it while being able to cast it at free will. He was able to do so under a single day, something that very much surprised Sayla, as bonding with an element takes months, even years, of training. She had not expected him to bond with ice so quickly in a single day. Then again, Harry has been born with ice elemental powers, despite never getting the chance use it because of the Horcrux acting as a blocker for 13 years until now, so it would make sense why he's been able to master it so quickly under a day, much less have a strong bond with it while getting the hang of casting and controlling it at free will. Sayla can only agree he was just simply amazing and very special the moment she first met him after entering the open world for the very first time in a long time. The best thing about having ice elemental powers is the fact Harry didn't need to strip down to his undergarments and pour out every last drop of his magic in order to absorb the coldness into both his body and his depleted magical core. He didn't had to become extremely embarrassed of letting Sayla see him almost die when watching him from a distance away to make sure he doesn't freeze or gain hypothermia. In just 3 days, Harry has both master and gain complete control over all of his magical abilities, despite the fact he needs to start flying around in his owl animagus form and keep practicing his metamorphagus ability until he becomes skilled enough to change his appearance differently. Even better, he had completed the second step of having a strong bond with the element of ice while being able to cast it at free will and was now ready to do the final step to finally become the Ice Devil Slayer. It was all thanks to Harry's tremendously improved magic after removing the Horcrux from his scar that he was able to both master and gain complete control over all of his magical abilities. Right now, Harry was currently preparing himself both physically and mentally for the demonic power transfer inside him, clad only in his pants and boots, leaving his torso exposed with his necklace around his neck. From what Sayla told him about the final step, he would need to have his ice elemental powers activated the whole entire time without tapping into his holder-type magic even once, otherwise the transfer procedure would be a complete failure, and he'll become unconscious for a couple days. This wouldn't be a problem normally, but with the first task of the Triwizard Tournament quickly approaching, which is in 2 days, he has one chance and one chance only to get this right. For both Harry's sake and pride, he could not afford to fail the demonic power transfer to become the Ice Devil Slayer. "Are you ready to begin the demonic power transfer, Master Harry?" Sayla asked, her voice deadly serious as she stood a bit distance away from Harry. She was dressed back into her very revealing kimono instead of the new one she had been wearing in the open world, and her large golden horns were long since unhidden by the glamour charm. "Because once I start transferring my power inside your body, we cannot stop at all. You must transfer it all the way to your Devil Slayer markings while having your ice elemental powers activated the whole entire time. Only then will you finally become the Ice Devil Slayer you have been working very hard the past days to achieve after learning the existence of Devil Slayer magic." "I am, Sayla," Harry replied seriously as well after spending a couple moments to prepare himself both physically and mentally from his spot before activating his ice elemental powers to full power, causing a blue aura to surround his body. He was now officially ready for the demonic power transfer. "Let's do this." "Very well then, let's begin." Without wasting any more time, Sayla began concentrating her demonic power onto her hands, which glowed a very familiar dark purple dark energy moments later. After channeling enough power, she aimed her hands at Harry, who ced both physically and mentally himself while still keeping his ice elemental powers active in full power, and sent all of it towards him where it went inside his body upon direct contact. The moment Harry felt the demonic power enter his body, he can now understand why Sayla had been very reluctant to teach him Devil Slayer magic when he told her about his offer, and very few people has ever managed to master it. Demonic power was the same as dark magic, only it's more darker, chaotic and highly corruptible, as it can make anyone lose their sanity to later become a bloodthirsty insane demon. He can already feel the dark effects trying to corrupt his mind as he stood completely still in his spot. But thanks to Harry's advanced occlumency ability, he was able to resist the dark effects from corrupting his mind with much relatively ease. Now, all he has to do is channel the demonic power onto his Devil Slayer markings while making sure his ice elemental powers stays active the whole entire time without tapping into his holder type magic even once, and he'll complete the final step of becoming a Devil Slayer. The channeling part was exactly what Harry did the next moment after he resisted the dark effects from corrupting his mind, but he made sure to channel the demonic power through his body slowly and carefully, as there was no need to rush it at all. He has enough time in the world but only have one chance to get this right, otherwise he'll become unconscious for a couple days, fail the final step to become a Devil Slayer, and miss the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Like he thought previously, Harry could not afford to fail the final step, not when he was extremely close to achieve his goal. It didn't take long for Harry to channel the demonic power inside his body onto his Devil Slayer markings on his left arm. The moment he did this, 2 things happened at once. The first one was the blue aura that had been surrounding him a few moments ago instantly changed into purple instead, something Sayla took notice of and smiled happily as she knew the demonic power transfer, along with the final step of becoming a Devil Slayer, had been a huge success. He just doesn't realize it yet. The second and final thing was that the temperature, which had already been really cold when Harry released his ice elemental powers to full power, became Arctic cold to the point the whole room of requirement was frozen in purple ice. Upon noticing this, he became extremely shocked and quickly turned off his ice powers, causing the purple aura surrounding his body to vanish. Whoa, Harry muttered lowly, still extremely shocked as he began looking around at the frozen room of requirement. Did my ice elemental powers did this? Also, what is the deal with this purple ice? Congratulations, Master Harry, Sayla said, still retaining the happy smile on her face as she got Harry's attention. She had managed to avoid becoming frozen by quickly releasing her curse power to full power, granting her cold resistance. You have completed all the steps of becoming a Devil Slayer successfully without any problems or complaints and finally achieve your goal after putting very much effort into your training. You are now the Ice Devil Slayer. At long last, Harry has finally achieved his goal ever since learning the existence of Devil Slayer magic on that night in the Leary when he had been studying to learn more spells and after putting so much effort into his hard bitter training. He has become the Ice Devil Slayer, the youngest wizard in history to ever become one, as very few people could ever manage to master Devil Slayer magic. The magical world is about to experience the rage of a Devil Slayer when the first task of the Triwizard Tournament starts. It's been 2 days since Harry has finally become the Ice Devil Slayer after putting very much effort into his hard bitter training, and the time has come for him to show the whole magical world what a Devil Slayer can do in the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, which will start quite soon as preparations were currently being made at the moment. Harry knew the Triwizard Tournament was being broadcast worldwide in Europe by a very special charm the judges had worked tirelessly over the last month to accomplish it successfully without any complications, due to abducting Bagman to have him forcefully confess all the details about the event, including related ones, and it's such an absolutely perfect remarkable idea because, like he just thought mere moments ago, he can show the whole magical world what a Devil Slayer can do. It is also the main reason why preparations were currently being made at the moment. The charm that will broadcast the Triwizard Tournament worldwide in Europe needs to be set up first before the first task can officially start. A month ago, the old Harry Potter would have been very, very nervous and intimidated of being watched by a whole continent in the world while partaking the first task at the same time, where one single mistake will make him a laughingstock forever and he'll have no way to redeem himself even when he partakes the other 2 tasks in the future. He'll just be humiliated and embarrassed for the rest of his life. But the new Harry Potter, who had hardened himself very greatly from the extreme negativity and harassment the students have been giving him after his name came out of the Goblet of Fire on Halloween to become the person he is now, was feeling anticipation and excitement as he wants to show the magical world how much he has improved of becoming a powerful intelligent wizard instead of being a worthless pathetic weakling while striking fear into people upon releasing his Devil Slayer magic. Harry could already imagine the looks of extreme fear on people's faces the moment he releases his Devil Slayer magic during the first task, especially Delacour, something that put him in a great mood. Oh, he was so going to relish the look on her face sadistically very much when he starts beating the absolute shit out of her for daring to mock and underestimate him in the champion chamber after he was selected as the unexpected 4th champion. She clearly needs a good beating in order to wipe that air of haughty arrogance he couldn't stand at all. What made Harry's great mood even more better is the fact Delacour is nothing more than a filthy half-breed who was going to receive a tremendous amount of damage from a single Devil Slayer spell attack pretty soon, which would cause her to release very loud blood-curdling screams of agonized pain. He cannot wait until the first task officially begins so that he can get ready to start beating the absolute shit out of her. It was going to be great and marvelous. Harry would normally never refer any magical creatures, including half-human ones who inherit different kinds of heritages, as filthy half-breeds like the Death Eaters or blood supremacists would often say or thought, but he's making a one-time only exception for today. After that, he won't be referring any magical creatures, half-humans as well, as filthy half-breeds anymore in the future. The same goes for Muggle-borns as mudbloods. Just because Harry has been changing mentally the past month of becoming more colder and darker when he was forced to isolate himself from the students who were giving him extreme negativity and harassment for being the unexpected fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament, it doesn't mean he was going to start acting like a blood supremacist. He wasn't going to sink very low to that kind of level and never will in his life, even if he cannot stand people's arrogant narrow-mind attitudes. It makes him want to beat the shit out of them. Harry had spent the entire day yesterday practicing his recently acquired Devil Slayer magic after celebrating his long-last accomplishment with Sayla, who had been very proud of him and joined in the celebrations as well. He has gotten a very great control over it, like his ice elemental powers, and already mastered all the basic spells, especially the Devil Rage attack he's definitely planning to use during the first task. He was now starting to work on the advanced powerful ones. It will be quite a while until he can start practicing the Devil Secret Arts, the most powerful destructive spells a Devil Slayer can cast in the whole world. At the same time of practicing his Devil Slayer magic, Harry has been practicing the resistance to curses and curse power. So far, he can withstand against them to a good degree, but needs to keep practicing it daily, just like his metamorphagus ability, until he can become highly proficient of resisting curses, including dark ones and the unforgivable curses, excluding the killing curse as it's the essence of death. There was no need to practice the ice resistance, given he's now the Ice Devil Slayer who can withstand against below zero. However, the resistance to all types of curses and curse power only activates when Harry uses his Devil Slayer magic, otherwise he's vulnerable to them completely. Sure, he has his ice elemental powers to protect himself, but it's just not the same. He would rather use his Devil Slayer magic to protect himself from all types of curses and curse power than rely on his regular ice powers. It was extremely hard to believe how much Harry has accomplished in less than a single month when it should have taken him months or years. But he's not going to complain, as he was both very glad and proud of what he has been doing lately. And will continue to do so in the future. Although he wished he had done this much sooner, like last year, but like he thought before during the wand weighing ceremony, what's done is done. You cannot change the past, you could only move on. As much as Harry wants to think about all the things he has accomplished in less than a single month, which is mastering numerous spells he had learned from the Leary in a record time, gaining complete control over all his magical abilities after removing the Horcrux in his scar for good and becoming the Ice Devil Slayer, he needs to focus on the main topic at hand, namely the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Originally, the first task was supposed to be dragons, where the champions had to get past them in order to collect a golden egg, which contains a clue for the second task, but the idea was immediately shot down because of how exceedingly dangerous it is. It also didn't help the dragons would be nesting mothers who are very protective of their eggs and will do almost anything to keep them safe from harm, even if one egg is not really a dragon egg but merely a fake. So, in the end, it was decided the first task would be a very simple battle royale where the champions, along with 30 supporters, will battle against each other until one group remains standing. Harry prefers this over the dragons because while he is confident enough to get past one to collect the golden egg, he wants to face against the people who made his life an official hell ever since the selection of the champions on Halloween night. He wants to get both revenge and payback for everything that's been happening to him lately. Right now, Harry was currently sitting in a white tent by himself near the Quidditch pitch waiting for the judges to finish setting up the very special charm that will broadcast the Triwizard Tournament worldwide in Europe. He wished they would hurry the hell up with it, as he was starting to become greatly impatient. He wants to unleash his Devil Slayer magic already to get his revenge. He could faintly hear the excited, yet impatient, voices of the students from all 3 schools who were standing in the Quidditch stands. Like Harry, the students from all 3 schools wants the first task of the Triwizard Tournament to start, not wait around for some charm to be set up. They want to see some action. Oh, they are going to see action, all right, action that's going to make them realize fearfully pretty soon they should have never messed with him when they had been ensuring his life becomes an official hell. They are going to witness the rage of a Devil Slayer. Harry knew he has an extremely unfair advantage against the other champions and their supporters because he's the only champion who doesn't even have supporters whatsoever, due to isolating himself away to avoid the extreme negativity and harassment from the students, but he will be fine as he's got his Devil Slayer magic. Plus, he's going to be calm, strategic and analyze situations instead of being a reckless idiot blindly rushing into battles without any plans. He is emceeing both his inner Ravenclaw and Slytherin, not his Gryffindor one. Harry hadn't bothered to enter the Great Hall this morning when he woke up. It's not because he was afraid to show himself to the public. In the past, his old self was as he usually tends to stay far away in the background as possible while doing his absolute best to not get into any sort of spotlights, but not his new self who is confident nowadays. It's just he had been feeling giddy excitement coursing through his body at the fact he's going to unleash his Devil Slayer magic he worked very hard to achieve the past month, and the last thing he needed was the students who are probably still angry at him to ruin his excitement. Instead, Harry had took a shower, ate breakfast and headed straight towards one of the 4 white tents that are spread around outside the Quidditch pitch. The champions, along with their 30 supporters, must enter inside to wait until their names are announced to enter the pitch itself. Before leaving the room of requirement, Sayla told him she was going to be watching him and his performance in the kitchens with the house elves, who would all be watching the first task as well. The reason why is because she had refused point blank to be around the students, as there's a highly possible chance she will most certainly attack them out of extreme vengeance for what they did to him the past month. Harry couldn't personally blame Sayla for this decision. He would have done the same thing to the students if the roles were reversed, where he was the Aetherius and she was the unexpected 4th champion of the Triwizard Tournament. She also gave him a warm hug and a rather loving kiss on the cheek for measures of good luck and moral support before summoning Dobby to transport her into the kitchens, where she will be watching him, along with his performance, through the very special charm the judges are still setting up. Once I get done with the first task, I am going to finally confess my newfound feelings to Sayla, Harry thought as he continued to wait impatiently in his own white tent. He had fallen in love with Sayla ever since she have both comfort and reassure him the Horcrux in his scar will be removed for good when they reach the end of their trip in Diagon Alley, and after receiving that loving kiss to the cheek this morning, including the warm hug, his feelings for her increased to the point he came to the decision he will confess them to her after the first task is done. I'm pretty sure she feels the same way as I do, and this makes it more easier to make a loving confession. But will she accept my feelings in return? Oh, I really hope she does, because I cannot bear the thought of being rejected by the person I have come to love. Harry's thoughts about confessing his feelings to Sayla while hoping she doesn't reject them at the same time came to an end when he heard Bagman's loud voice echoing the Quidditch pitch. Hello, everyone at Hogwarts, and welcome to the official first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry let out a discomfort wince as the students in the Quidditch stands let out a loud excited cheer upon hearing Bagman's announcement. It has been quite a while since he had last been in a huge crowd, and the loud noise was already hurting his ears, which became rather extremely sensitive after transforming his owl animagus form a couple times. Once again, he now understands why Sayla prefers peace and quiet places instead of loud ones, especially if she reads a book, and he couldn't honestly blame her of heading to the kitchens to watch the first task with the house elves. Bagman went on to explain what the first task is about and what the champions, along with their own supporters, have to do. They are to battle against each other using all of their skills, magical knowledge and spell repertoire until one group remains standing, which will declare them as the winners. There would be no killing, no using the unforgivable curses, and certainly no using down opponents as hostages for dirty tactics. Any champion or supporter violates these rules will automatically fail the task and receive 0 marks. Bagman also went on to explain about the very special charm he and the other judges have been setting up moments ago, and how they had worked tirelessly over the last month to accomplish it successfully without any complications. It was meant to broadcast the Triwizard Tournament worldwide in Europe. This explanation made the crowd at Hogwarts become very interested, though many were deeply angry at the fact they won't get the chance to be the center of attention while being watched by a whole continent in the world. It was around this point Harry had tuned out Bagman's loud commentary, as there was no need for him to listen anymore, given he knows every single detail of the Triwizard Tournament, the very special charm as well. He just needs to wait until his name is announced to enter the Quidditch pitch. That's all that matters at the moment, nothing else. Pretty soon, the time has come for the champions and their 30 supporters to start entering the Quidditch pitch. The first champion to enter was Cedric and his 30 male supporters, all of them wearing their Hogwarts uniforms with their usual black robes being replaced by yellow cloaks that has the Hogwarts crest, black in color, display on their backs in a proud manner. The crowd at Hogwarts gave them a round of applause and cheers, especially Hufflepuff. The second champion to enter the Quidditch pitch was Fleur and her 30 female supporters, all of them wearing their Bobattons uniforms with light blue cloaks that has the Bobattons crest, white in color, display on their backs also in a proud manner. The crowd at Hogwarts gave them a round of applause and cheers, especially the male population. The third champion to enter the Quidditch pitch was Krum and his 30 male supporters, all of them wearing their Durmstrang uniforms with red cloaks that has the Durmstrang crest, cream white in color, display on their backs in a proud manner like the other two champions and their supporters. The crowd at Hogwarts once again gave them a round of applause and cheers, especially the die-hard Quidditch fans. Now, it was Harry's turn to enter the Quidditch pitch. "Time to make my entrance," Harry muttered as he stood up from his spot and walked over to the tent flap where he will have access to enter the Quidditch pitch. Taking a deep H to steel his sudden nerves before reinforcing his occlumency barriers to full mast, he donned a very cold, very dark scowl on his face and walked out the tent to enter the Quidditch pitch the moment his name was announced out loud by Bagman, head held high and proud. There were a couple things Harry noticed instantly upon entering the Quidditch pitch. He can see the students from all three schools standing in the stands holding different colorful banners to show their moral support. There wasn't even a single banner for him when glancing over at the Gryffindor stands discreetly, which honestly didn't really hurt him so much as he has long since gotten over his banishment. The other champions with their own supporters waiting in the middle of the pitch, the judges sitting in the high stands alongside the entire staff of Hogwarts and 4 massive screens floating high in the air while currently offline at the same time. As soon as Harry entered the Quidditch pitch, a sudden hush fell over the crowd at Hogwarts. They have been preparing to throw vicious insults at him for being both a cheater and a coward because he hasn't been seen in Hogwarts since last month, but the moment they laid their eyes on him when he had finally made his appearance for the first time in ever, they found themselves not forming a single word at all. It was all because of his new looks and appearance. Already, there were mutterings going on in the Quidditch stands as the crowd at Hogwarts talked about Harry's new looks and appearance, including the very cold, very dark scowl on his face. "Dude, is that really Harry Potter? Wow, he looks so cool and handsome with those clothes. What is with that scowl on his face? It's so terrifying and scary. Why doesn't he have any supporters with him? He's going to lose the first task." Harry ignored the mutterings all around him and continued walking towards the middle of the Quidditch pitch with his head still held high and proud while retaining the very cold, very dark scowl on his face. The other champions, along with their supporters, were regarding him with wariness and nervousness on their faces, something that made him internally pleased. While it wasn't the exact looks of extreme fear he was looking for, it's really refreshing to see he can make people become wary and nervous by wearing a very cold, very dark scowl. Eventually, Harry came to a stop near the champions and their supporters but made no effort to greet them or say anything, only standing where he was with the same expression on his face. Now, he just needs to wait until the first task officially starts. But first, he wants to see if he can make a deal with the judges that will allow him to be in first place of the Triwizard Tournament while earning full marks, which the total amount is 50. "All right," Bagman exclaimed loudly, resuming his duty as the commentary after giving Harry a deeply worried look, which is most likely the fact he doesn't have any supporters whatsoever. Now that all the champions are assembled in the Quidditch pitch with their own supporters, it is officially time for the first task to start. His statement was met with loud cheers from the crowd at Hogwarts who had gotten over Harry's new looks and appearance. "But first, we need to activate the 4 massive screens in order to broadcast the Triwizard Tournament worldwide in Europe. Albus, would you kindly do the manners?" Dumbledore nodded before standing up, draw his wand out from his robes and silently cast the spell that will broadcast the Triwizard Tournament worldwide in Europe. Instantly, the 4 screens floating in the air came to life and showed the inside of the Quidditch pitch, making the crowd at Hogwarts cheer even louder than before. Once Dumbledore sat down after casting the spell to broadcast the Triwizard Tournament worldwide in Europe, Bagman resumed his commentary duty again. "Without further ado, let the first task of the Triwizard Tournament." Hold on, I have to say something really important. Harry yelled after quickly conjuring a microphone into his hands with his wandless magic so that his voice can be heard, interrupting Bagman while greatly startling the other champions, along with their supporters. It was time for him to see if he can make the judges agree to his deal he had previously thought. The crowd at Hogwarts quieted down to hear what Harry has to say. After making sure he has everyone's attention, Harry began speaking. Let's spice things up a notch to make the first task very interesting and entertaining. I just recently came up with this idea and want to put it into effect. I wish to face against the other champions and all their supporters. Harry's rather bold statement was met with stunned silence. The crowd at Hogwarts, including Europe who was now watching the Triwizard Tournament, couldn't believe what they heard. Did he literally just say he wants to fight against the other champions and all their supporters by himself? They had thought it was a funny joke, but after seeing the deadly serious look in his eyes through the massive screens, he really meant it. Harry wants to fight against the other champions and all their supporters by himself. Why should we agree to this rather stupid idea of yours, Potter? Karkaroff demanded into his own microphone once he regained his composure, along with the other judges. Because I know for certain the other champions and their supporters are going to be focusing on me the moment the task begins, considering I am the only champion without any supporters, Harry explained, clearly have been expecting this question. After all, the best way to win a tournament is to eliminate the weakest competitor first before focusing on the more stronger threatening ones. The other champions and all their supporters couldn't help but squirm uncomfortably when Harry said that last part. It was true they were planning to focus on eliminating him the moment the first task begins because he is only champion without any supporters, which indicates him as the weakest competitor like he just said. Now, if I beat the other champions and all their supporters, I get both first place and full marks, Harry continued, getting everyone's attention once again. They, on the other hand, will be in last place and receive 0 marks, no matter how well they perform or cooperate with their supporters. I think that's pretty fair as they did planned on eliminating me the moment the task begins since I don't have any supporters. To make this challenge even more difficult for me, I am not allowed to use my wand at all. I only have to rely on one magical ability I possess. If I use anything else other than the one I just now mentioned or pull out my wand to start casting spells, then I will automatically fail the task and receive 0 marks. Harry can tell everyone was very interested in his idea at this point, given they were completely silent without saying even a single protest, and decided to go for the final strike. So, what do you say, judges? Do we have ourselves a deal? I gave you a reasonable explanation about my recently idea and I hope you all consider it in order to make the first task very interesting and entertaining. If you do agree to it, then you have to give me magical oaths to ensure I get both first place and full marks. Oh, and don't worry about Hogwarts ensuring a victory because there are 2 champions. I am hereby at this very moment going to be representing my family's name and honor, House Potter, throughout the entire Triwizard Tournament. The judges were silent as they thought about Harry's idea, and they will admit the explanation sounds reasonable enough to actually consider accepting, including the magical oaths they must give him to ensure he gets both first place and full marks. But Madame Maxime and Karkaroff were the only 2 hesitating because it could give Hogwarts a victory. After all, there are 2 Hogwarts champions participating in the Triwizard Tournament, something they were still angry about, even though a month has passed by since the selection of the champions. But after hearing Harry will be representing his family's name and honor throughout the entire Triwizard Tournament, Madame Maxime's and Karkaroff's minds were swiftly changed into agreeing with his idea. Without Hogwarts having 2 champions, they now have a greater chance to ensure victory for their respective schools. In no time at all, the judges agreed to Harry's idea while giving him magical oaths to ensure he gets both first place and full marks. The other champions and their supporters moved to stand on one side of the Quidditch pitch, giving him much space on the other side. This made him internally pleased once again because he didn't have to worry about getting attacked in the back, but he will keep his senses flared out just in case they do decide to sneak up behind him. He was taking Professor Moody's constant vigilance to heart ever since he had went to the first defense against the dark arts lesson. It's incredibly helpful and useful. Bagman waited for a few moments to see if there was going to be any more interruptions. When he was satisfied there wasn't any, he resumed his commentary duty once again. With this very interesting idea dealt with and no more interruptions, let the first task of the Triwizard Tournament began. The moment Bagman announced the first task of the Triwizard Tournament has officially begun, the other champions and all their supporters wasted no time of reaching into their cloaks to draw out their wands, aimed them all at Harry, who didn't even look the slightest bit concerned or scared, given the smirk on his face, and began firing numerous different kinds of spells. Some were non-lethal, some were actual lethal, and some were fairly dark but not too dark to earn a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Harry, still retaining the smirk on his face, dodged every single spell sent at him by performing a series of gymnastics after tossing the microphone he had conjured away before finishing it off with a spectacular backflip that made him land further away from the other champions and all their supporters. What he just did shocked every single magical person throughout Europe. They have been expecting him to use this magical ability he talked about the moment the task starts, not these evasive maneuvers. But they will admit it was highly impressive and hopes they get to see it again during the task. The other champions and all their supporters quickly recovered themselves from seeing Harry performing evasive maneuvers and began firing more spells at him while moving around the Quidditch pitch to form a huge circle where they can flank him on every side, including his blind spots. They were sure they have finally got him this time because he was trapped in the center with no way to escape, but that belief died when they saw him performing the same series of gymnastics to dodge all the spells once again. At the same time of this belief dying, the other champions and all their supporters were forced to move out of the way to avoid getting hit by their own spells they sent at Harry before reforming the huge circle. They would have to be more careful, smarter and vigilant now whenever they cast spells as they don't want to get hit by them. Not only would it be super highly embarrassing as they were currently being watched by a whole continent in the world, but their prides would be immensely wounded to the point they'll have no way to redeem themselves. For the sake of the other champions and all their supporters, they could not afford to get hit by their own spells they sent at Harry. With that thought, the other champions and all their supporters went to continue their assault on Harry while making sure to avoid getting hit by their own spells. This went on for quite a while and so far, they haven't once managed to hit him as he kept performing those series of gymnastics, which is now starting to greatly frustrate them. What made it even more frustrating is the fact he still has that damn smirk on his face every time he dodges a spell casually. Not to mention, he wasn't even using this magical ability he talked about or fighting back. What would it take for Harry to finally become serious and start using this magical ability to fight against the other champions and all their supporters? Eventually, one of Cedric's male supporters, who was getting increasingly frustrated at each passing moment, due to the fact no one in the Quidditch pitch has landed a single hit on Harry, finally lost his temper, making the assault come to a screeching halt. Enough of this dodging bullshit, Potter. You were not even fighting us or using that magical ability you talked about. You were just wasting our time. Start fighting us seriously instead of being a coward like you already were the past month. I am fighting you all seriously, I'm just using mine strategically, Harry stated calmly as he turned towards the idiot who dared call him a coward while keeping his senses flared out at the same time in case the other champions and all their supporters decides to take advantage of his guard being down momentarily. Yeah, as if he would ever let his guard down. If you think I'm going to act like a Gryffindor mudblood who rushes into battles recklessly and blindly without any plans, you are sorely mistaken and foolishly naive, which isn't surprising as Hufflepuff is known to having total dumbass duffers. My isolation transformed me into the person I am now, and I don't plan on reverting back to my completely naive ignorant self once this is over. Complete dead silence reigned over the entire Quidditch pitch. Not a single sound filled the atmosphere as if time has come to a complete stop. Once again, the crowd at Hogwarts, including Europe, couldn't believe what they just heard. Did Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the savior of the magical world, the vanquisher of Lord Voldemort and the fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament, really said the M-word blood supremacists usually refers to many Muggle-borns? The audience hoped their ears were playing tricks on them like before, but the pure shock expressions they can see on the other champions and all their supporters' faces through the massive screens made that hope completely diminish like a beautiful flower being burned into ashes by a fire. Harry did said the M word, the most hated slur word in the whole magical world. Although the entire Hufflepuff house in the Quidditch stands were very, very angry at the comment he said about them having total dumbass duffers. They do not have total dumbass duffers in their house. Okay, now I am even more worried about Harry and his attitude, Dumbledore thought as he gaped at Harry heavily through the massive screens, still pure shocked from what he just heard mere moments ago. The other judges and the entire staff of Hogwarts had the same expressions as him. Not only has he changed so much the past month because someone put his name in the Goblet of Fire, leading him to isolate himself from the students who were giving him a very hard time, but he's starting to act like a blood supremacist, something I never expect to hear or see in my life. Not even James acted like one during his time at Hogwarts, despite being incredibly arrogant and short-sighted. I knew I should have stepped in when the extreme negativity and harassment was getting out of hand. Now, come on, everyone, Harry said as he made a taunting hand gesture at the other champions and all their supporters, a mocking sneer on his face. Show me what else you all got other than throwing the same spells at me. It's very boring and lame while wasting my time. If you can even impress me a bit by proving you have what it takes to be true wizards and witches, then I'll reveal my magical ability to the whole world. Until then, you all are not worthy enough to see it as your pathetic weaklings. The pathetic weaklings comment, along with the taunting hand gesture and the mocking sneer, was enough to make the other champions and all their supporters break out of their pure shocked state of hearing Harry saying the M word and become very angry like the entire Hufflepuff house. Oh, they'll definitely show him they have what it takes to be true wizards and witches alright, and by the time they are done, he's going to be whimpering weakly on the ground in a heavily bloody injured state while begging for mercy. It will be marvelous. With firm determination to see Harry whimpering weakly on the ground in a heavily bloody injured state while begging for mercy at the same time coursing through their veins, the other champions and all their supporters resume their assault on him. Only this time, instead of casting the numerous different kinds of spells they had been previously doing a while ago, they began casting a combination of advanced charms, advanced transfiguration and advanced dark arts in a perfect sync. Seeing the perfect sync spell casting the other champions and all their supporters were currently doing made Harry's eyes widen, the mocking sneer on his face completely vanishing, before he was forced to perform more evasive maneuvers with high agility and swiftness to avoid getting hit or worse, be bound by ropes that will make him completely vulnerable for any attacks. Harry was unable to comprehend as he continues to evade the spells being thrown at him how his simple taunting made the other champions and all their supporters suddenly become fierce, aggressive and determined to prove they have what it takes to be true wizards and witches instead of pathetic weaklings. He didn't expect this at all. Maybe taunting older students who has more talent, magic power and skills wasn't a good idea. But regardless of finding the current situation unexpected, Harry was actually impressed with the other champions and all their supporters. They have proven what it takes to be true wizards and witches by not only working together as a whole team but also casting a combination of different advanced spells in a perfect sync instead of the ones they had been previously doing. They had done the deed to impress him. Now, it is finally time for Harry to unleash his Devil Slayer magic to the whole world and start getting his revenge. After evading a couple more advanced spells, Harry jumped high in the air to land on one of the 4 massive screens where he looked down at the other champions and all their supporters. They were looking exhausted from casting so many different advanced spells non-stop until now with sweat running down their faces, but they still retained their firm determination in their veins as they gaze upwards at him, wondering what he's going to do while becoming tense at the same time. Harry didn't say anything but merely smirked darkly and sadistically as he rose his left arm high into the air to call upon his Devil Slayer magic. At once, a purple aura surrounded his body while a very light purple chilly mist began rolling off his arm, causing his clothes and necklace to bellow around. Not to mention, the cold temperature became Arctic cold that led to the massive screens, including the one he's standing on, to be frozen in purple ice, yet still was able to broadcast the first task worldwide in Europe. Harry was mentally thanking his lucky stars the frozen massive screens didn't fall downwards, as it would be very embarrassing for him to fall right after activating the power to slay demons. Even Sayla would no doubt be very embarrassed if she saw that happened, which made it all the more reason he was immensely thankful, as he couldn't bear to witness the extremely disappointed look on her face once he meets up with her after finishing the first task. Just the mere image of it made him internally hang his head down like a child getting scolded. Seeing the purple aura and the massive screens being frozen in purple ice made the already tense champions and all their supporters even more tense than before, while trying their best to not shiver heavily from the Arctic cold temperature at the same time, unlike the entire crowd at Hogwarts. They didn't need a genius or Bagman's rather unnecessary loud commentary to tell them what they witness as the cause of Harry's magical ability he finally decided to reveal to the whole world. They would need to be even more careful and vigilant, as they don't know what will happen to them if they get hit by it. "Prepare yourselves," Harry stated, his dark sadistic smirk growing bigger upon hearing the cries of outrage from the other champions and all their supporters as he lowers his left arm slowly while making the purple aura surrounding his body to vanish, along with the very light purple chilly mist. Doing this action made his clothes and necklace to stop bellowing around. "Because you're about to experience a power I have been busting my entire off the past month to both acquire and master it ever since I learned its long-forgotten existence. It's going to make me win the Triwizard Tournament while getting my revenge on all of you for making my life an official hell after the selection of the champions on Halloween night. Witness the power and might of my Devil Slayer magic." With that piece said and still retaining the dark sadistic smirk on his face, Harry bent his knees forward before launching himself at high speeds towards the other champions and all their supporters, who had no time to wonder what Devil Slayer magic is as he's coming their way, causing them to instantly prepare themselves to defend against him. Upon getting closer to the other champions and all their supporters, all still prepared to defend themselves against him, Harry brought his hands in front of him and began channeling his magic to create a large intricate hammer made of purple ice with a flat circular head. Ice Devil Zeroth Destruction Hammer. Harry grabbed a hold of the large ice hammer with both hands, spun his body around in a circle one time and swung it hard at the other champions and all their supporters, whose eyes widened in extreme shock before they began scrambling hastily towards the other side to get out of the way before it could hit them. The impact it created upon hitting the ground made the entire Quidditch pitch shook vigorously, a medium-sized crater and a huge amount of dust. But Harry, who landed in the middle of the huge dust after making the large ice hammer in his hands vanish, wasn't done just yet. He was only getting started. Ice Devil Twin Short Katanas. Harry yelled as he created two short katanas made of purple ice in his hands and began slashing the air to send numerous purple ice slashes at every direction in front of him while using the huge dust as cover at the same time. His face was filled with concentration that replaced the dark sadistic smirk as he continues to send purple ice slashes with his ice katanas. The other champions and all their supporters scrambled hastily once again around the Quidditch pitch to avoid getting hit, but unfortunately this time, 15 supporters from each group got hit by the purple ice slashes, making them release very loud screams of agonized pain before becoming unconscious, as they couldn't handle both the Arctic cold temperature and the tremendous amount of damage they just felt in their bodies. The other champions and half of their supporters could only stare at the down other half, who are unconscious with eyes wide as dinner plates and deeply shocked expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe what just happened. How could they lost 15 supporters from each group to a single ice attack? It was completely impossible. My goodness. Bagman screamed into his microphone as the audience throughout Europe were both very shocked and very stunned of what they had been currently witnessing a couple moments ago, especially Karkaroff, Madame Maxime and Professor Sprout, all of them wondering if what they saw was genuinely real. Harry Potter, the youngest Triwizard champion in history and the boy WHO lived, has taken out 15 supporters from each group with the power of this Devil Slayer magic, he says. I cannot believe what a battle this is becoming. As the younger generation outshines the older one. Becoming very angry once again, especially at the last comment Bagman just said, the other champions and half of their supporters turned towards the direction where Harry is and began casting the exact same advanced spells they had been previously throwing at him without stopping even once. They are intending to make him pay for taking out their 15 supporters from each group, but considering he was still residing in the huge dust he created moments ago with that ice hammer to act as cover, which was really quite strategical of him, they have no idea if their spells hit him or not. It never once occurred to them that they could have used a simple wind spell to vanish it, but anger and vengeance clouded their judgment, and as such, any intelligent thoughts were out the window. The other champions and half of their supporters only hoped they hit Harry with their non-stop casting of advanced spells because they were getting more and more exhausted by each passing moment, heavy sweat running down their faces. Not to mention, their magic power is running dangerously low. My, they are certainly determined to make me pay for taking out their 15 supporters from each group, Harry thought with cold amusement as he created a large flower-shaped shield made of purple ice to protect himself against the incoming advanced spells while continuing to stand in the middle of the huge dust. He could have knocked them away with the ice katanas, but he wanted to keep casting Devil Slayer spells, which led to him casting the Devil Shield spell. But sadly, their efforts are in vain as my Devil Slayer magic surpasses all magic in the world. It is completely hopeless and impossible to beat me. Still keeping the flower-shaped ice shield up to protect himself from the non-stop advanced spells, Harry made the short ice katanas vanish and channeled his magic onto his hands where they began glowing a very light purple before moving them around in a sync. Ice Devil Glacier swirling waves. Numerous waves of swirling purple ice shot into the air from the huge dust, which finally cleared away to reveal himself, and began roaming around by his hand movements. The other champions and half of their supporters immediately ceased their non-stop assault upon seeing the numerous purple ice waves roaming around in the air. They were feeling extremely nervous as their minds flashed onto how they lost 15 supporters from each group by the previous ice attack Harry sent at them, which made shivers run down their spine. They knew if they get hit by those purple ice waves, it's over, they will all lose the first task and be in last place with 0 marks. The other champions and half of their supporters don't want to be in last place with 0 marks and lose the first task at all as their schools are counting on them to win while bringing entral glory and fame, but how can they fight against a power they had never seen before in their lives? Sure, the most obvious choice is to use very powerful fire spells as it's super effective against ice, but the other champions and half of their supporters had a dreaded feeling it won't work even the slightest bit because this purple ice seems to be both very strong and very powerful. They would only be wasting what's left of their magic power they had inside them. But still, the other champions and half of their supporters needs to do something because like they just thought mere moments ago, their schools are counting on them to win the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. They can't just give up after witnessing a spell that will no doubt do a tremendous amount of damage the moment it hits them, but how can they fight against a power they had never seen before in their lives? Unfortunately, the other champions and half of their supporters couldn't dwell on this very important matter as Harry, who had been quickly becoming very bored of moving his hands around him in a sync, launched the numerous purple ice waves at them, forcing them to run around extremely quickly to avoid getting hit. But heavy exhaustion, along with extreme frigid coldness, was now starting to take effect on their bodies, due to casting so many advanced spells at him non-stop to make him pay for taking out 15 supporters from each group and the Arctic cold temperature. As such, only the other champions managed to avoid the purple ice waves. The same couldn't be said for the remaining supporters from each group, however, as they got hit by the purple ice waves and were sent flying away, very loud screams of agonized pain leaving their mouths before becoming unconscious the moment they hit the ground hard, their clothes ripped into pieces while sporting many cuts all over their bodies. Now, it was only Harry against the other champions. Well, it looks like we are the remaining people in the Quidditch pitch, champions. Harry exclaimed with a booming laugh as he vanished both Devil Slayer spells he cast and placed his hands on his hips, a large smirk spreading across his face. Before we start fighting, I must express my deepest gratitude for giving me such great test subjects to unleash my Devil Slayer magic on. I can never thank you enough. Is that the reason why you wanted to face all of us before the first task began, Potter? Crumb demanded, giving the smirking Harry an icy glare, along with Fleur and Cedric. They have been using this brief pause as a perfect opportunity to try regain their H from not only running around the Quidditch pitch to avoid those ice attacks but also casting so many advanced spells non-stop. They made a mental note to double their own separate training in the future. Just so you can test out this Devil Slayer magic on us. Indeed, Crumb, but that's only half the reason why I wanted to face you all. The other half is I wanted to get my revenge for making my life an official hell. Viewers thought it was extremely funny to harass and bully me to the point I had to isolate myself for my safety because you hated the fact I became the 4th champion of the Triwizard tournament. Well, is it funny now after I took out each of your pathetic 30 supporters with only 2 Devil Slayer spells I cast? The icy glares Cedric, Fleur and Crumb were giving Harry became even more icy than before, making him release a chuckle filled with darkness and coldness. I guess those icy glares on your faces answers my question. Now, why are we talking when we should be getting back to main task at hand? Namely me crushing you 3 like worthless weaklings you already are. Harry suddenly thrusted his left hand forward and channeled his magic onto it, making it glow very light purple again a moment later. Ice Devil laughter. Large shards made of purple ice shot out of Harry's glowing left hand and headed towards the other champions in a rapid fast pace like an assault rifle being fired. They felt their eyes widen before instincts told them to place themselves flat on the ground, which they immediately did. The purple ice shards flew over their heads and impacted underneath the Quidditch stands, making the students jump backwards with shrieks of surprise. Harry didn't let up his offense as he placed his glowing hand, which is still channeled with his magic, on the ground in a crouch position to call out another Devil Slayer spell. Ice Devil Spike Geysers. A wave of huge sharp spikes made of purple ice began heading towards the other champions after the ground became frozen in ice. They quickly got back onto their feet and ran to the sides to avoid getting hit before retaliating with some low-powered lethal curses. They need to conserve what's left of their magic power and use it very wisely because if they don't, then they are going to lose the first task. Upon seeing the lethal curses getting closer to him, Harry felt the large smirk on his face gaining a hint of mischievousness as he stood up from his crouch position while waving his left hand once to make the very light purple glow vanish. It was time to see if his resistance to all types of curses and curse power can withstand against them, which will give him the perfect opportunity to bind the other champions with 2 Devil Slayer spells where he can unleash his rage on them in a brutal manner. Harry knew what he was currently doing is incredibly risky and foolhardily like a typical, reckless Gryffindor idiot who rushes into battles blindly without any plans, opposed as to how he's going to be calm, strategic and analyze situations nowadays by emceeing both his inner Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Hell, even Sayla would call him foolish for doing such an incredibly stupid course of action. But it was like he said to her when they had been waiting at Gringotts to have the Horcrux in his scar be removed for good, if there is a high risk, problem or struggle, you just need to take a leap of faith, and he was taking that leap to withstand against the lethal curses the other champions sent at him. Pretty soon, the low-powered lethal curses were descending upon Harry, who CED himself mentally for the impact while still retaining his large mischief smirk on his face at the same time. The moment they did, he didn't feel anything in his body whatsoever. No pain, no weird tingling sensations, nothing at all. In fact, he felt completely fine and healthy, which could only mean one thing: the resistance to all types of curses and curse power had worked successfully against the low-powered lethal curses. What? The other champions shouted, very stunned beyond belief of what they have just witnessed before their very eyes, which were as wide as dinner plates once again. They couldn't believe Harry merely stood in his spot and let their lethal curses hit him without bothering to either cast a spell or dodge out of the way like they had originally thought. Not only that, but they couldn't believe he wasn't writhing around on the ground in agonized pain. Our curses didn't had any effect on him. Ice Devil chains. Ice Devil walls. Harry yelled as he took advantage of the other champions' very stunned state from witnessing him withstand against their lethal curses by binding them tightly and separately against 3 purple ice walls with thick chains made of purple ice. They have no way to free themselves or attack him as they dropped their wands to the ground when they were being bound, much to their great horror after breaking out of their very stunned state. They are totally trapped and vulnerable. Shit, this is not very good. The other champions thought simultaneously as they began struggling furiously in their icy binds, trying to break free. But it was proving to be absolutely futile as no matter how hard they struggled, they just can't break free. We can't get free from these icy chains. Looks like you are in quite a pickle, champions. The other champions' thoughts, along with their struggles to break free from their icy binds, came to a screeching halt when they heard Harry's very cold, very dark voice nearby. Looking up, they felt their faces become deathly pale as they saw him standing in front of them with his arms crossed over his, a dark sadistic glint shining in his eerily glowing, half-closed emerald green eyes that were shadowed, making him look very intimidating. Why you won't GG get away with this, PP Potter, Cedric stuttered out as he tried to keep the extreme fear he's currently feeling at the moment hidden away, but he knew it was bleeding in his voice. But I already have, and there is nothing you three pathetic excuses for champions can do about it, as you had foolishly dropped your wands the moment my spells bind you to the ice walls. You just basically gave me the victory and I couldn't be any more happier. Is that what you wanted to say before you cast your Devil Slayer magic to knock us unconscious, Potter? Fleur hissed angrily as she glared daggers at Harry, who turned towards her direction. It took every bit of her willpower to not crumble under the look he's giving her. It was honestly terrifying, and she could have sworn the blood in her veins actually froze. Oh, no, you filthy half-breed, Harry replied softly as he walked over to Fleur, whose face became very red at the insult he said to her, and grabbed her chin in a hard grip, making her wince in discomfort before pushing the brief pain away to keep glaring daggers at him. I want you three to suffer the same way I had when my life became an official hell after Halloween night before I knock you unconscious with my Devil Slayer magic. I have been looking forward to this very moment the past month during my isolation and when I was waiting in my own tent outside the Quidditch pitch after waking up a couple hours ago. I will get my revenge after everything that's been happening to me lately. Harry let go of Fleur's chin forcefully, which made her head smack against the ice wall behind her that momentarily dazed her until she regained her bearings, and took a step backwards where he called out a Devil Slayer spell after channeling his magic. Ice Devil Zeroth Destruction Fist. Harry's forearms were covered in large intricate gauntlets made of purple ice and he dashed forward to start punching Fleur's stomach devastatingly, making her cough out saliva and a bit of blood. Each punch was knocking the wind out of her body, and she was sure she felt a couple of her ribs cracked. He then began punching her face with the same devastation to her stomach, and this time, painful screams were leaving her mouth. If this devastating assault keeps up, Fleur will not only lose her consciousness but be the first group to get taken out of the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. She cannot let this happen whatsoever as she continues to endure punches to her face. She must stand strong for her school, her family who is watching her through the very special charm in France, and herself. There is too much at stake if she loses to a very intimidating, yet very handsome, young man who is completely hell-bent of getting both revenge and payback when his life became an official hell after the selection of the champions on Halloween night. After a few more moments, Harry ceased his devastating punching assault on Fleur, much to her immense relief as she used this opportunity to try pushing the pain she's currently feeling away but was having great difficulty doing so because of her cracked ribs, her broken nose that was bleeding profusely and her heavily bruised face. Every time she moves even the slightest bit in her icy binds, huge waves of pain travels through her body, making her stop dead in her tracks while letting out loud hisses at the same time. Harry stepped away from the heavily injured Fleur, who is still trying to push the pain she's feeling away, and focus his attention on Crumb. He vanished the large ice gauntlets from his forearms and channeled his magic to create an ethereal long sword made of purple ice in his left hand. Ice Devil Zeroth Long Sword. Harry dashed forward once again and began delivering swift powerful slashes across Crumb's body with the ethereal ice sword, making him release loud painful screams as large amounts of blood began spraying outwards from the cuts he's receiving. His clothes were also getting cut into pieces, leaving him in just his undergarments, much to his very great embarrassment and humiliation, as the audience throughout Europe can very much see what's currently happening in the Quidditch pitch. After a few more moments like before, Harry ceased his swift slashing assault on Crumb, who was hanging heavily through his mouth while doing his best to stay conscious since he has lost a lot of blood, numerous bloody cuts all over his body. He stepped away from him and focused his attention on Cedric, the other champion he had been anticipatingly looking forward to beat up like Delacour. The reason why is because Cedric didn't bother whatsoever to rein in the entire Hufflepuff house when they were both harassing and bullying Harry after he was selected as the fourth unexpected champion, due to the fact they lost their chance to finally receive eternal glory and fame. He just merely stood back on the sidelines and watched as he received extreme negativity and harassment the students were giving him. Harry can understand Hufflepuff's desperate desire to earn eternal glory and fame as they barely got any, despite their best hard efforts, but that didn't give them the right to harass and bully him for something he didn't do. It had been against his own will after all. But it didn't even matter as they just want to ensure his life was an official hell for stealing their chance to earn eternal glory and fame. Well, Cedric is about to learn the crucial depths of his mistake for not reigning in the entire Hufflepuff house when they were harassing and bullying Harry the past month. He's going to enter a world of sheer agonized pain. And Harry had the perfect Devil Slayer spell to unleash on Cedric to make him enter the world of sheer agonized pain, one that made an extremely cruel smirk to appear on his face. Vanishing the ethereal ice sword from his left hand, he channeled his magic to create a pair of large intricate broadswords made of purple ice in his hands, which he easily lifted them upwards and swung them around as if they weigh absolutely nothing. Ice Devil twin devastating broadswords. Still retaining the extremely cruel smirk on his face, Harry dashed forward to begin delivering extreme powerful devastating strikes across Cedric's body with the large ice broadswords after he stopped swinging them around. This causes him to release loud piercing screams of agonized pain as tremendous amount of blood sprayed outwards from the deep cuts he's receiving, his clothes being ripped in the process. Each strike against his body hurts very much and he wasn't sure if he can even stay conscious much longer. The piercing loud screams of agonized pain were music to Harry's ears as he continues to deliver extreme powerful devastating strikes across Cedric's body. This was exactly how he had imagined mere moments ago and he was greatly enjoying it. He would have preferred doing the same thing to the 30 Hufflepuff supporters, but he'll take what he currently has. After a few more moments, he ceased his devastating strike assault on a very pale Cedric, who was barely able to stay conscious as he lost so much blood like Crumb, only much more. "All right, I'm starting to become bored," Harry stated as he took a couple steps backwards and began to admire the work he did to the other champions sadistically, not before vanishing the large ice broadswords in his hands. At the same time, he couldn't believe how very easy it was to defeat them and all their supporters. He barely even broke a sweat. His hard bitter training to become the Ice Devil Slayer had really paid off. "It's time for me to finish this and claim my victory. Have a nice long trip at the hospital wing with your supporters, and give Madame Pomfrey my regards." Harry channeled his magic to create a large intricate bow made of purple ice in his left hand before aiming it at Fleur and began charging it with a purple ice arrow that was glowing brightly. Ice Devil Zeroth Destruction Bow. He released the charged up, brightly glowing purple ice arrow from the large ice bow, and it soared through the air at high speeds before piercing through both Fleur's stomach and the ice wall behind her. Ah! A very loud blood-curdling scream of agonized pain left Fleur's mouth an echo in the Quidditch pitch as pain beyond belief coursed through her body. It was unlike the devastating punches she received a while ago from Harry. It was too much for her entire being to handle and unconsciousness overtook her, leaving her to hang limply in her icy binds against the ice wall, blood oozing out of her mouth, including her broken nose. One champion down, 2 more to go, Harry thought as he vanished the large ice bow in his left hand and focused his attention on the other 2 champions. He had wondered briefly which one he should take out next, but he decided to just target them in the previous order he did. He wasn't going to start switching it up when there's a chance he might regret his decision, even though he's definitely not regretting hurting them at all as this was karma. Also, bullseye, baby. That was a beautiful direct shot. Channeling his magic, Harry created a large, handheld long barrel cannon made of purple ice and aimed it at Crumb with both hands after repositioning himself to get a better angle to fire before he began charging it up, causing the inside of the barrel to glow brightly. Ice Devil Glacier Long Cannon. He pulled the trigger of the large ice cannon to release a massive charged-up blast of purple ice that headed straight towards Crumb, who could do absolutely nothing whatsoever but merely watch as it got closer to him. Even if Crumb somehow got free from his icy binds, and that's a really big if right there, he would not have enough time to dodge the powerful ice attack as his heavily injured, exhausted body has reached its limit. He hates to admit this rather reluctant, bitter fact as it affects his pride completely, but it's over. He had officially lost the first task of the Triwizard Tournament to a very vengeful, sadistic 14-year-old wizard who single-handedly defeated 30 supporters from each group without even breaking a sweat. At the very last moment before the massive blast attack hit him, Crumb closed his eyes and turned his head away with a look of total resignation on his face. Pretty soon, after a huge icy explosion, followed by a piercing scream of agonized pain before it died out, he was now lying spread-eagle on the ground unconsciously as both the ice wall and the icy binds holding him in place were destroyed by the ice attack from the large ice cannon. He was sporting many new injuries on his body while his recent ones a while ago were still oozing out blood. "And now, it's time for me to deal with you, Diggory," Harry stated as he vanished the large ice cannon from his hands and focused his attention on Cedric, who looked up at him weakly, still very pale from the tremendous amount of blood he lost. "I was saving this particular Devil Slayer spell for quite a while and the time to cast it has officially come. Before I cast it, I have one last thing to say, payback's Harry didn't waste any more time by throwing his head backwards and began inhaling his magic, causing a loud slurping sound to fill the air. His cheeks bulged at the amount of magic he's inhaling. Once he had gathered enough magic in his mouth, he threw his head forward and called out one last Devil Slayer spell, Ice Devil Rage. A large purple blizzard of cold air, ice and snow shot out of Harry's mouth and headed towards Cedric, who only had enough strength left inside him to produce a very loud piercing scream of fear from his mouth before it completely died as the attack engulfed his whole body, creating intense shockwaves in the Quidditch pitch. It made the crowd at Hogwarts to fall over in the stands with startled screams while making their clothes and hairs bellow around wildly at the same time. Pretty soon, both the large purple blizzard and the intense shockwaves came to a stop and Cedric was revealed to be lying sideways on the ground unconsciously as the ice wall, along with his icy binds, got destroyed during the powerful ice attack. He was sporting many new cuts on his body while his recent deep ones kept oozing out blood at an alarming rate. Not to mention, his clothes were completely ripped into pieces but there were some left covering him. Purple icy mists were slowly coming out of Harry's mouth as he stared at the 3 defeated unconscious champions with cold indifference on his face before closing it. He then raised a hand towards Fleur and made the 2 Devil Slayer spells holding her in place vanish, causing her to collapse face first on the ground with a loud thud. He was very tempting to grab her wand and snap it in half out of spite as he still felt anger towards her, but decided against it as the core contains a Vela hair from one of her grandmothers. It was probably her most cherished item in the world, like how he cherishes the necklace Salem made for him when he first received it. In Harry's mind, he has done enough damage to Delacour. Hopefully, what she experienced taught her a very valuable lesson. If not, well, he could always give her another good beating in the future, only he'll channel more magic into his Devil Slayer spells to make them powerful than before as he had been holding back a lot. If he had used his full power, every person in the Quidditch pitch would have gotten killed. Meanwhile, the audience throughout Europe were totally speechless. They couldn't believe Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has single-handedly defeated the other champions and all their supporters with the power of this Devil Slayer magic without even breaking a sweat. Not only that, but they couldn't believe how utterly cold, cruel, dark and sadistic he is, especially the crowd at Hogwarts and Dumbledore. "Harry, just how far have you strayed into darkness?" Dumbledore thought, looking every bit of his old age as he stared very worriedly at Harry through the massive frozen screens. His mind will never forget the other champions' very loud screams of agonized pain when they were being tortured brutally by him, nor the extremely cruel smirk and the dark sadistic glint in his eyes. More importantly, how much of Tom's personality did you inherit? We are so dead. The crowd at Hogwarts screamed mentally in their minds as they gaped at Harry very fearfully as if he was some sort of demon. They were now starting to realize the consequences of their actions for harassing and bullying him the past month after he was selected as the 4th unexpected champion. They knew they must make it up to him and apologize with genuine honesty, but how can they do that if they don't know where he resides? "The first task is over, I have won," Harry stated very coldly as he cancelled his Devil Slayer magic and locked eyes with the judges who were staring at him with extreme fear all over their faces, which made him internally satisfied. He had gotten his revenge and made everyone realize they should have never messed with him. Now, give me my full marks and first place so that I can leave. The judges certainly didn't want to give Harry his full marks and first place after what he did to the other champions who needs to be taken to the hospital wing, including their supporters, but they have no choice whatsoever. They gave him magical oaths, which are taken very seriously in the magical world, and if they try to back out on their word, then they'll lose their magic for all eternity. So, with heavy reluctance, the judges gave Harry his full marks and first place of the Triwizard Tournament. After receiving them, he left the Quidditch pitch to head towards the room of requirement where Sayla might be waiting for him the moment his performance came to end, leaving behind a still totally speechless audience throughout Europe. As he walks through the completely silent corridors to reach the 7th floor, Harry couldn't stop the grin spreading across his face. He had done it, he had officially won the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Not only that, but he had also gotten his revenge on everyone who made his life an official hell the moment he became the 4th unexpected champion on Halloween night. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone in a single day. Granted, Harry still needed to get back at Weasley for exiling him out of Gryffindor House after he was made the unexpected 4th champion because of that extreme petty jealous temper tantrum, which was absolutely stupid in his opinion as there was no need for it, but he'll deal with him some other time. Right now, he wants to relish his very easy victory with Sayla in the room of requirement. Then after that, he will confess his loving feelings to her. Harry really hopes Sayla accepts his feelings in return as he can't stand or bear the thought of being rejected by the person he has come to love. He has already experienced numerous betrayals and heartbreaks over the years, leaving him incredibly disappointed, angry and sad. He didn't want to experience it yet again. There's a possible chance he might not have the will to live in the world anymore and could commit suicide, due to a broken rejected heart. But as he got closer to the 7th floor, the grin on Harry's face was replaced by a heavy scowl as he thought about a certain someone, all thoughts of confessing his feelings to Sayla while relishing his very easy victory with her at the same time vanishing from his mind. Albus Dumbledore. Harry knows perfectly well he will be expecting a meeting with Dumbledore in his office sometime tomorrow where he wants to learn more about his Devil Slayer magic while telling off his cruel sadistic brutality for what he did to the other champions who are probably being escorted to the hospital wing at this moment once the shock wears off. But he wasn't totally concerned, nervous or dreading about it like how his old self would be. In fact, Harry was actually looking forward to the meeting with Dumbledore as there were a couple things he wants to say to him, namely the Horcrux that had been previously residing in his scar for 13 years. He had a pretty good feeling, but in an extremely bad way, that he knew about it since he did say Voldemort transferred a part of his soul inside him after the killing curse rebounded, but used the term powers instead of soul. That wordplay had been both highly suspicious and rather cryptic, which meant there was more reasoning to it than meets the eye. But like every typical light wizard in magical Britain who worships Dumbledore so blindly they don't have any common sense or intelligence, Harry didn't question the highly suspicious cryptic wordplay, only accepting it meekly. Harry will never forget Dumbledore's words about Voldemort transferring his soul into his scar 2 years ago. Unless I'm much mistaken, he transferred some of his own powers to you the night he gave you that scar. Not something he intended to do, I'm sure. Those words had been the ultimate motivation that Harry should have gone and get his scar checked out by Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing to see if there was a way to remove Voldemort's powers, but he didn't bother to do so as he was more focused on dealing with numerous facts like the Chamber of Secrets being closed for all eternity, Ginny not getting expelled for making the basilisk attack a couple Muggle-born students when it was due to her being possessed by the Horcrux diary, Dobby getting his wish to be free from the Malfoy family and Hermione running in the Great Hall during the end-of-the-year feast after receiving the cure to be unpetrified. Since then, Harry had lost any shard of respect and trust towards Dumbledore. He views him with nothing but hatred, disdain and contempt as he didn't help him whatsoever when the students were giving him extreme negativity and harassment the past month, especially the exile from Gryffindor part. If the teachers in Hogwarts had done their jobs properly and reined them in sternly instead of taking part to make his life an official hell, then the other champions wouldn't receive such cruel sadistic brutality from him, but what's done is done. If Dumbledore did know my scar contained a Horcrux and didn't bother to remove it at all, then he's going to enter a world of sheer agonized pain like the other champions during our meeting, Harry thought maliciously and venomously as the heavy scowl on his face grew more heavy than before, though a tint of dark cruelty flashed in his eyes at the thought of beating Dumbledore up with his Devil Slayer magic. It would be highly satisfying and wondrous as payback for not helping him. But I want to use it as a blackmail opportunity to not only learn why Voldemort is so hell-bent on killing me but also keep Sayla from becoming my hostage for the second task first before I commence the beating on him. One of Harry's most biggest concerns after making Bagman forcefully confess all the details about the Triwizard Tournament, including related ones, was the Yule Ball, another traditional event like the wand-weighing ceremony that was created centuries ago. It will take place next month on the night of Christmas until midnight but won't be broadcast worldwide in Europe since it's a private affair. The Yule Ball may sound fun and exciting to the students, especially the female population who would be giggling both stupidly and excitedly at the thought of dancing with their crushes or lovers, but not to Harry as there's a hidden meaning behind it, one that is rather dark and unnerving. This is what's making him extremely concerned. The Yule Ball is meant to decide the champions' hostages when dancing together on the dance floor in full view of the judges, and since Harry has been spending so much time with Sayla the past month the moment he released her from her eternal slumber, there is no doubt in his mind that she will be his own hostage to save during the second task, which will take place near the end of February. Harry has no intention whatsoever of participating in the Yule Ball on the night of Christmas, much less have Sayla become his hostage for the second task. He will kill every single person in Hogwarts, except the house elves, if she does become one without caring the consequences of his actions at all, as they meant absolutely nothing to him like he thought previously. He will need to find someone else to take her place as a hostage, but that's going to be really difficult, considering after what he did to the other champions. Looks like Harry will have to do some serious thinking once again to see who will become his hostage for the second task, but he has an immense amount of time to decide. He wasn't going to become stressed out about it now when there's a high possibility he might make a mistake, one that will make him regret it for the rest of his life. Harry was so lost in his thoughts about the expected meeting with Dumbledore sometime the next day that he didn't notice he had already arrived on the 7th floor where the room of requirement was. After realizing this, he cursed himself mentally for being distracted. He needs to be totally aware of his surroundings, a lesson Sayla had taught him when training hand-to-hand combat for the very first time, right after he got his whooped pretty badly. The moment Harry stepped inside the room of requirement after walking back and forth 3 times while thinking what he desires the most in order to make the door materialize, he had no time to react when he felt something crashed into him hard, causing him to stumble backwards. Luckily, he was able to keep his balance without falling once he quickly recovered himself, but the sudden impact did made him release a startled exclamation. Looking down, Harry saw a mass of dark purple hair with large golden horns obscuring his vision and instantly knew who crashed into him. "You did it, Master Harry," Sayla exclaimed happily as she looked upwards at Harry with a beautiful smile on her face while continuing to emcee him tightly. "You have not only gotten your revenge on those filthy humans who dared made your life an official hell for something that was against your own will, but also won the first task of the Triwizard Tournament by unleashing your Devil Slayer magic. I am very proud of you." "Yeah, it was thanks to you and your training, Sayla," Harry said as he felt a smile spreading across his face upon seeing the beautiful smile while feeling highly appreciated at the proud comment. It was really strange to receive such praises from someone as he doesn't usually get any in his life, not even when he does something spectacular. He didn't know how to take it at first after acquiring Devil Slayer magic, but he decided to just bear with it like how he does normally. "I would have probably never win the first task or get much stronger if you haven't agreed to teach me Devil Slayer magic. Thank you so much for teaching me it when I gave you my explanation why I wanted to learn it." The beautiful smile on Sayla's face grew bigger than before. She was quite glad to teach Harry Devil Slayer magic, despite becoming both very concerned and reluctant at first as he was too young to wield such incredibly dangerous power. But after witnessing how easily he can adapt to anything because of how fiercely determined he is to become strong the past month, her fears were proven to be false. He was definitely worthy to wield the power to slay demons. You are most welcome, Master, and it was my honor, my duty as well, to grant you the power in order to get your revenge. And I couldn't be any more glad and happy for that. Again, Sayla, thank you so much for teaching me Devil Slayer magic. Now, what do you say we get started of celebrating my victory? I am feeling quite hungry at the moment. Sayla had already been expecting Harry would be hungry after winning the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, as he used a decent amount of his immense magic power. She had taken the liberty by asking the house elves politely to cook a large magnificent feast and transport it all to the room of requirement, along with her. She would have used the perfect opportunity that was shining upon her to explore the inside of a magical school without worrying about anyone spotting her as they were at the Quidditch pitch, but she had a feeling she'll become incredibly disappointed. From what she will see. Nodding her head to answer Harry's question about celebrating his victory while still retaining the beautiful smile on her face, Sayla let go of him, moved to stand on one side and pointed the magnificent feast out with her arm, which was sitting on a large circular table. Seeing it made him feel extremely grateful that she provided this for him, even though he knew the house elves had a hand with it, and he couldn't stop the blush spreading across his face. With his mouth watering at how delicious the magnificent feast was while still blushing at the same time, Harry quickly made his way over to it with Sayla right behind him. Time skip, night time, with Harry and Sayla. For the entire day, Harry and Sayla celebrated the former's victory for winning the first task and eating the magnificent feast until there was nothing left in the room of requirement. They had a great time enjoying themselves and were currently sitting next to each other on a large leather couch they summoned right after loading a bit of different foods onto their own plates. At one point during the selection, Sayla asked Harry in a concerned voice if he was feeling alright after taking those lethal curses the other champions sent at him. He reassured her gently he felt completely fine and healthy. While she was still concerned, she will take his word for it until she notices something wrong with him. Man, that feast was absolutely delicious, Harry stated with a satisfied sigh as he leaned backwards on the couch, patting his full stomach with his hand. The house elves sure did an excellent job cooking it for us, right, Sayla? Indeed, Master Harry, Sayla replied with a nod of her head, a satisfied expression on her face. Like Harry, she was feeling full from eating so much food, but she would have to do extreme training tomorrow to lose any weight she gained. She refuses point blank to be fat. Their expert cooking really amazes me the moment I first took a bite of their food. I have never eaten something so delicious in my life, not even when I was out in the open world centuries ago. If you like the house elves' food that much, then you're going to enjoy other delicious foods when we start visiting other places in the open world during the winter holidays. I am eagerly looking forward to that when the day arrives. For a while, Harry and Sayla sat on the leather couch in comfortable silence enjoying the peacefulness in the room of requirement. They could have used the opportunity to talk more about their trip to the open world during the winter holidays since it was brought up, but they don't feel like discussing it. They'll do so some other time in the future. Alright, I did say in my mind I would confess my loving feelings to Sayla after I relish my victory with her, and the time for it has now come, Harry thought as he remembered what he said in his mind when waiting inside the white tent to be called into the Quidditch pitch. His heart was now starting to beat rapidly since he's about to make his very first loving confession, and it's making him nervous as hell. He wonders if every guy in the world shares the same feeling as him when they're about to confess their feelings to their crushes. But I'm still very worried. Will she accept them in return or not? There's only one way to find out, so here goes nothing. Sayla, Harry asked, breaking the comfortable silence and getting Sayla's attention. There is something I want to tell you. There was a hint of nervousness in his voice. What is it, Master Harry? Sayla asked, wondering what Harry has to say to her. It seems to be very important, considering he is looking completely nervous at the moment as opposed to how he is usually confident. Harry tried to say he was in love with Sayla, but his attempts to actually produce the words from his mouth are being met with stutters instead, making her heavily confused as she sat in her spot on the couch waiting for him to confess whatever he has to say to her. Forget being nervous as hell, he was very embarrassed right now, and even more so as he keeps opening his mouth to produce more stutters instead of words. Who would have thought that confessing your feelings to someone you have come to fall in love with was genuinely this hard? Harry is planning to read numerous romance books in the future, including the pure inappropriate ones, to have a better understanding of it. Eventually, after a couple more attempts to confess his feelings to a still heavily confused Sayla that ended in total failure, he lost his rapidly building temper. Okay, you know what? I can't take it anymore. Immediately after shouting out that outburst, which startled Sayla to the point she jumped in her seat, Harry grabbed a hold of her face with both hands gently and pulled her into a kiss, pouring as much affection and love into it while closing his eyes. He has officially gave his very first kiss away, and it was a surprisingly good one, given he has zero experience when it comes to kissing women. Sayla felt her eyes widen to the size as dinner plates as her master she has recently come to fall in love with said her on the lips with much affection and love. She now understands what he was trying to say to her and felt numerous emotions in her heart, namely happiness, joy and ecstatic love, even though she didn't hear the actual confession itself. Once she recovered herself from his sudden outburst, she slowly closed her eyes and began kissing him back with equal affection and love as well, even going so far as to place her own hands on his face to deepen the kiss between them. For a while, Harry and Sayla continued to keep kissing each other on the lips passionately until they were forced to separate themselves from the lack of air in their lungs, much to their very great displeasure. They pressed their foreheads together while staring deeply into each other's eyes, fierce red blushes overcoming their pale features as they panted heavily, their hot hs washing over one another. I love you, Sayla, Harry said as he continued to pant heavily while staring deeply into Sayla's beautiful dark purple eyes at the same time. He figures now was perfect opportunity to say the loving confession. I have been in love with you ever since you had comforted me at the end of our trip in Diagon Alley about the Horcrux in my scar being removed for good. That, and the gestures you gave me this morning before I left the room of requirement only increased my loving feelings towards you, even though it does sound incredibly stupid. I don't care if you are an ethereous demon created centuries ago by a famous dark wizard. In my mind and eyes, you are a human being like me. I will say it again, Sayla, I love you with all my heart. Hearing Harry's serenity words caused tears to appear in Sayla's eyes before they were gently wiped away by him. That was the most beautiful loving confession she has ever heard in her life. She leaned forward to give him a brief passionate kiss on the lips before pulling away to give her own loving confession. I love you too, Master Harry. I have always been in love with you ever since you had released me into the open world after I was sealed away, and making that promise to let me come with you in the future to visit other places and see incredible sights. I am really glad to be with the man who has become both my master and my recent lover. I love you with all my heart as well, Harry Potter. Now, it was Harry's turn to have tears in his eyes after hearing Sayla's serenity words before they were gently wiped away by her. That was a beautiful loving confession just like his own confession. And I am really glad to be with the woman who has stuck by my side since we first met each other and became my recent lover as well. With those loving confessions out of the way, Harry and Sayla began kissing each other on the lips again once they got their hang under control, but more passionately than before, fiercely as well. They even got their tongues involved this time, and it made them both experience huge waves of pleasure in their bodies as they explored the inside of their mouths, getting a taste of their salvia. After a while, they have chosen to lie down on the couch with Sayla straddling on top of Harry, her long hair obscuring his face on both sides like a silky elegant curtain. While continuing to kiss each other passionately, Harry took the opportunity to reach for Sayla's massive breasts through her kimono with both hands and started to fondle and knead them gently. They were very soft like fluffy pillows. His actions awarded him with soft of appreciation that echoed in his mouth, making him inwardly crave to hear more from her while highly arousing him at the same time. As he continues to fondle and knead her massive breasts with his hands gently, she kept producing more soft of appreciation into his mouth, further increasing his arousal and making a huge tent to form in his pants. not wanting to be left out of the touching as her mind was becoming hazy with pleasure, especially since she can feel something very hard pressing against her. Sayla slipped her hands underneath Harry's shirt and started to caress his torso with light touches, feeling the hard sculpt muscles of his broad, his shoulders, his stomach and his abs. Her actions awarded her with deep groans of pleasure that echoed in her mouth just like how her soft ass does in his mouth, and it made her body, maidenhood as well, tingle in extreme arousal. As she continues to caress his torso with light touches, he kept producing more deep groans of pleasure into her mouth, further increasing her extreme arousal. Eventually, both Harry's and Sayla's arousal rose so high that they decided to head straight to the next level of passionate love. But first, they need to summon a large bed because they certainly do not want to get intimacy on a couch, no matter how comfortable it is. A bed is the most suitable choice in the world when performing the act of passionate love. They also must remove their clothes to be completely d. So, after giving each other one last passionate kiss on the lips while licking away the string of saliva connecting to the tip of their tongues, Harry and Sayla stood up from the couch and asked the room of requirement to replace it with a large bed with silky bed covers. After that, they quickly shred their clothes off, including any accessories they have on them. Now completely nude with their own clothes and accessories pooled at their feet, they took the opportunity to gaze at each other's bodies, immensely liking what they were seeing in their own point of view. Harry had always known Sayla was both very beautiful and very like an actual goddess when he first met her, but seeing her completely nude made his claim even more believable than ever. She was truly a goddess descended from the heavens. He can see all of her voluptuous taking glory before him, her beautiful heart-shaped face, her extremely alluring dark purple hair with those two golden horns, her delicately soft pale skin, her massive luscious breasts that would jiggle whenever she makes the slightest movement with the brightest of pink erotic nipples begging to be ed on, her slender waist, her smooth flat stomach with a cute belly button, her wide curvy hips, her thick toned thighs, her long legs and her clean-shaven heavenly maidenhood. Yep, Harry really did scored big time as he continues to roam his eyes hungrily all over Sayla's taking nude body, and he couldn't help but give himself a mental pat on the back. At the same time, he offered a gratitude prayer to Zirf for bestowing him both her and the existence of Devil Slayer magic on that night in the Leary. Meanwhile, Sayla couldn't tear her lustful desire eyes away from Harry's lean athletic body. She had seen him in his undergarments when he was slowly being escorted out of the cleansing chamber, but she was too heavily focused on the fact he's still alive and not dead like she presumed fearfully to take notice of the beautiful perfect eye candy. It was clear that the hard bitter training he had been doing the past month to become a Devil Slayer has certainly paid off to make him such a very handsome man. She can see all of his glory before her as well. But Sayla's direct attention was on Harry's hardened cock between his legs. It was large, long and thick with two huge balls underneath and not having a single ounce of pubic hair. The thought of it going inside her that would highly no doubt rock her world into a state of pure euphoria bliss made her maidenhood become completely soaked in wetness, causing a small puddle to form on the floor while a trail ran down her leg. Upon noticing the wet trail running down Sayla's leg and the small puddle on the floor, Harry gained a teasing smirk on his face. Wow, Sayla, we haven't gotten to the main course of making passionate love to each other yet and you are already completely wet from seeing my large cock. I wonder if you can even handle it going inside you. He gave his hips a small shake, making his cock flap around a bit wildly. Sayla, whose eyes had been following the slightly wild movements of the large cock, felt her elegant thin eyebrows twitch furiously upon hearing Harry's words. She doesn't know why, but he was starting to become too arrogant for both her taste and liking. She assumes it was probably from winning the first task and dominating his opponents very easily with his Devil Slayer magic hours ago. Perhaps it's time for Sayla to teach Harry a valuable lesson on why he shouldn't tease an extremely aroused mighty Aetherius from the books of Zirf while taking his arrogance down a notch at the same time. I think your victory has gone to your head, Master Harry, Sayla stated as she began sashaying towards Harry seductively, her bare massive breasts bouncing up and down, her curvy hips swaying side to side. She felt a wave of satisfaction when she saw his eyes follow both their movements lustfully and took advantage of his distraction by levitating the large bed with her macro curse silently before placing it a few centimeters behind him. She then came to a stop right in front of him where she can feel his pulsing cock brushing against her stomach, sending great pleasant shivers down her spine. Allow me to take your arrogance down a notch while teaching you a valuable lesson for daring to tease me. And just how are you going to take my arrogance down a notch while teaching me a valuable lesson for teasing you exactly? Harry asked with a raised challenging eyebrow, losing the teasing smirk on his face. He couldn't see how Sayla is going to take his arrogance down a notch while teaching him a valuable lesson, since he's going to be dominating her the moment they start making passionate love to each other. The way he sees it, he has the higher ground. Like this. Sayla placed a hand on Harry's and pushed him backwards a bit forcefully, causing him to release a startled yell from his mouth, as he was clearly not expecting to be suddenly pushed like that. He had fearfully thought he was going to land on the floor painfully, only to feel immense relief coursing through his body when he found himself laying on something silky and soft. It was the large bed, but when did it get behind him? Before Harry has a chance to say something or do anything after recovering himself from the push Sayla gave him a moment ago, he felt his entire body become frozen as a statue. He instantly knew it was the result of her curse power, and while he can easily break through it by releasing a large amount of his magic power, he didn't want to make things difficult for him as she has the higher ground now. Plus, he doesn't want his mental energy to be wasted away when he wants to use it for the main course of making passionate love. For the time being, Harry will go along whatever Sayla has in plan for him, until it was his turn to do the exact same thing to her. The very thought made him internally smirk in anticipation, only for it to vanish when his vision was suddenly met with total darkness, much to his surprise. Hey, what gives, Sayla? I can't see anything. That's the idea, Master Harry, Sayla said in an amused voice as she stood at the edge of the large bed. She had asked the room of requirement silently to place a black blindfold over Harry's eyes to prevent him from witnessing what she will do the next moment. You're not supposed to see anything, it's all part of my plan. Now, just lay there on the bed like a good obedient man you already are while I get to work on taking your arrogance down a notch and teach you a valuable lesson for daring to tease me. Oh, and don't even think about trying to break through my curse power by releasing a large amount of your magic power. If you do, then I will personally ensure things get difficult for you, and trust me, you don't want that. With that piece said, Sayla got onto the bed and crawled over to the immobilized blindfolded Harry, where she positioned herself on top of his stomach after reaching him. A teasing, yet seductive, smirk spread across her face as she cupped her breasts with both hands and began to squeeze and knead them quite roughly, causing her to let out loud erotic s that echoed slightly in the room of requirement. She also began grinding her still completely wet nether regions against his hard sculpted abs, which not only created a wet trail but also let her experience waves of intense pleasure in her body. The loud erotic Sayla was producing from her mouth, and the very soft wet feeling of her grinding against his abs is making Harry lose himself to a state of euphoria bliss, gasps of pleasure leaving his mouth. Even though he can't see anything because of his vision being obscured, something that clearly annoys him as he wants it back, he has a pretty good understanding of what her plan is. She is currently playing with her body on top of him, and the only thing he can do at the moment, since he's still under control of her curse power, her mercy as well, is listen to her beautiful erotic s. Harry did not expect Sayla would do such a thing at first, but he won't deny the fact he is certainly enjoying it, especially his cock, which had once been starting to lose its full mass and hardness, only to regain them back the moment he heard her loud erotic s and feeling her very soft wet grinding against his abs. Although he really wished he can witness the view, as it would be very heavenly, exotic and enticing. Soon, the intense pleasure that had been building up inside her body was too much for Sayla to bear, much less handle, as she kept continuing to squeeze and knead her breasts roughly and grind her maidenhood against the hard sculpted abs. Her skin was glistening in sweat that made her body glow, her hing became heavier once again, and the teasing, yet seductive, smirk on her face had been replaced by a lewd expression. Tilting her head upwards to the ceiling and arching her back, she let out a long sensual as she released her climax all over Harry's stomach like a flowing river. Feeling the hot wet climax all over his stomach with some trailing downwards on his sides, as there's too much of it, was almost enough to make Harry release his own climax, but he somehow managed to hold it in through sheer utter willpower. At this point, he had finally learned his lesson for daring to tease Sayla a while ago and will never do it ever again whenever they make passionate love in the future. He hopes she will free him of her curse power, as he wasn't sure if he can handle what she had just been doing again. He might officially become insane if she does. It took quite a while for Sayla to recover herself from her climatic high, as it left her both physically and mentally exhausted, but she'll be damned to let the night end because of a single climax. Once she did recover, she straightened her body out and bent downwards to press her luscious well-endowed against Harry's torso before she began rubbing herself up and down, her hard nipples dragging across his skin. This causes him to let out loud hisses of pleasure and shiver vigorously as he began experiencing waves of intense pleasure in his body. "Did you eventually learn your lesson yet, Master Harry?" Sayla asked, her lewd expression changing into a smug smirk as she continues rubbing her up and down on Harry's torso, relishing his loud hisses of pleasure. She had a pretty good feeling he did learn his lesson, but she wants to have it confirmed before she can release him from her curse power. "For daring to tease me, a mighty Aetherius from the books of Zirf, when you shouldn't done so a while ago." "Yes, Sayla," Harry grunted as he internally fought to keep the intense pleasure he's currently feeling down to a certain low level where he won't be able to release his climax, but it's proving to be difficult because of Sayla's luscious rubbing up and down on his torso with her nipples dragging across his skin. "I have officially learned my lesson for daring to tease you a while ago, and I will never do it ever again whenever we make passionate love in the future. Just please free me from your macro curse, I need you. I cannot endure lying here on this bed while you tease me with your very beautiful very body any longer. I really need you now, Sayla, please release me from your curse power." The desperate plea in Harry's voice was enough to make Sayla's teasing finally come to an end, much to his very huge relief. She can't deny that she needs him just as well, especially his cock. "Very well, since you have been such a good man without bothering to break through my curse power even once and admitted your mistake for daring to tease me a while ago, I shall oblige your request to release you. I will also remove the blindfold from your eyes." The moment Sayla released Harry from her macro curse and removed the blindfold off his eyes, he immediately wrapped his arms around her sweaty body before switching their positions with him on top and her on the bottom. He then crashed his lips against hers to initiate a searing kiss, his tongue easily slipping inside her mouth, causing her to let out a loud muffled as she was now under his mercy, the smug smirk on her face completely vanishing. Breaking the kiss that left Sayla panting heavily for air with her lips swollen up and unwrapping his arms around her, Harry began to trail K's down her divine goddess body in a worship-loving manner. He first started on her beautiful, heart-shaped face, then her ears all the way from her soft jawline down to her chin before reaching her supple neck where he nibbled and ed on it, forming bite marks and hickeys. Of pleasure were escaping Sayla's mouth as Harry continues to nibble and on her supple neck, forming more bite marks and hickeys. It felt so good and amazing she tilted her head to the side in order to give him more access to it. She wanted to keep experiencing of what he's currently doing. Her mind is becoming hazy with pleasure once again, her eyes were half-lidded, her hair is starting to get messy while clinging to her body and sweat was dripping down her face. After a while, Harry ceased his nibbling and assault on Sayla's neck and resumed trailing K's down her body. He said both of her shoulders, including the black decorative markings, then her collarbones before finally reaching her heaving breasts that are jiggling around where he couldn't help but stare at them. Not only they were massive, luscious and very soft like fluffy pillows he thought before, but also perfectly round. He wonders what it would feel like to have his cock sandwiched in between them and thrust back and forth, but he'll discover that for another time. Leaning forward, Harry captured one of Sayla's breasts with his mouth and started to on it vigorously while using his tongue to lick the hard and pink nipple, the areola as well. After a couple moments, he switched over to the neglected one and gave it the same vigorous treatment with his mouth and tongue for a couple moments as well before switching back to repeat the same action once again. "Ooh," Sayla ed erotically and sensually as she felt her breasts get assaulted vigorously by Harry's hot mouth and tongue, waves of intense pleasure coursing through her body. Her eyes rolled up into her head and she arched her back to jut out her, "Oh, Master Harry, please don't stop what you're doing to my breasts. It feels so incredible and amazing. I've never felt this before. Please keeping and licking my breasts with your hot mouth and tongue. Ooh, that was my intention to begin with, babe, Harry thought as he continues to assault Salis' breasts vigorously with his mouth and tongue, relishing her and please. But I have a feeling you will immensely enjoy what I'm going to do once I reach the sacred area between your legs. Giving Salis' breasts one last lick, Harry resumed trailing K.S's down her body once again. He K.said her slender waist, her smooth flat stomach where he used his tongue to lick the inside of her cute belly button, which caused her to let out an adorable squeal he made sure to remember in his memories, and her wide curvy hips before finally reaching the area he was dying to pleasure the most with his tongue, later into total oblivion with his very throbbing rock-hard cock. Salis soaking heavenly. Licking his lips hungrily, Harry leaned forward to press his face against Salis where he deeply inhaled her intoxicating scent through his nostrils before letting his tongue out to start licking the surface slowly from the bottom to the top, earning him a loud sharp hiss. He got some of her cum in his mouth during the process, and the moment he swallowed it, he craved to have more of it as it tasted absolutely delicious. Letting his instincts kicked into maximum overdrive, Harry inserted his tongue deep inside Salis and began to lick her pink walls ferociously, lapping up more of her cum in his mouth, to which he swallowed greedily like drinking precious water from an oasis after trenching through a desert on a very hot day. He also grabbed a hold of her thick-toned thighs in a firm grip for extra leverage. Ah, 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 Sayla was gasping and ing very loudly as she felt Harry's tongue lick the inside of her wet walls ferociously, sending massive shivers of euphoria bliss throughout her entire body that was now hot and sweatier than before. She reached downwards with both hands to grab a hold of his head and push him even deeper into her maidenhood while combing her fingers through his short, spiked-up black hair at the same time. Ah, master, more, give me more of your hot tongue inside my maidenhood. Ah tilde. Harry merely sped up his ferocious licking in response, making Salis' and gasps grow more louder than before, which echoed slightly in the room of requirement. As he continues to lick the inside of her, a sudden thought appeared in his mind, one that made a mischief smile to spread across his face. Not only will it make her experience pleasure beyond her belief, but release a climax so big and intense he'll have more of her very delicious cum. With that thought in mind, Harry switched his tongue over to his parcel tongue ability where he began hissing loudly inside Salis. At the same time, he took one hand off her thigh to reach over and pinch her clitoris, making sure to channel a bit of his ice elemental powers onto his fingers. This sent her over the complete edge as pleasure beyond belief, along with a cold sensation, coursed through her body, causing her eyes become very wide before tilting her head backwards to produce a scream of pure ecstasy. Oh, sweet Aetherius, I'm coming, Master Harry. I'm coming. Salis' climax gushed out of her maidenhood like a fountain and into Harry's very eager awaiting mouth. It was intense and big like he had been expecting, but he kinda underestimated how much she would release right after using his parcel tongue ability and pinching her clitoris with a bit of his ice elemental powers. His mouth that was already full of her cum, which made his cheeks swell up, wasn't able to handle more of it, and as such, it got all over his face. It wasn't really a big deal as he can just simply clean himself up. Once Harry gets done of cleaning himself up and swallow every last bit of Salis' cum, it would be finally time for the main course of making passionate love, something he is deliberately looking forward to. Are you ready for the main course of making passionate love, Sayla? Harry asked huskily as he got done of cleaning himself up and swallowing every last bit of Salis' cum a couple moments later. Are you ready to experience pure euphoria bliss beyond your belief the moment I start in here with my cock? Yes, Master Tilda, Sayla mewed seductively with a completely naughty smile once she recovered from her extreme climatic high and got her extreme heavy hing under control. She may not have any idea what Harry did to make her release a big intense climax, but she didn't care as excitement and anticipation filled her being at the fact they're about to start the main course of making passionate love, something she's also deliberately looking forward to. She spread her legs wide apart to give him full access to her soaking maidenhood, me into total oblivion with your large thick cock. Do not hold back even the slightest bit when we get into it, just me senseless until I won't be able to walk straight tomorrow. Getting heavily aroused from the dirty talk, Harry wasted no time of getting onto his knees and lining his cock up at Salis' entrance. After a few moments of rubbing the tip against the wet pink folds, which made her release sharp hisses while shiver vigorously, he began to insert it inside. Despite her extremely enchanting, very alluring beauty, Sayla has never once been in bed with a man before, not even when she was created centuries ago. So, feeling a cock going inside her for the very first time, one that is large, long and thick, made her experience waves of extreme pleasure and pain, the completely naughty smile disappearing from her face to have a look of great discomfort take its place. But with the help of occlumency Sayla had quickly learned a week ago, despite having trouble using it as her mind is very hazy and foggy from the actions Harry did a couple moments ago, she was able to push the pain away, the look of great discomfort as well, to experience more of the pleasure, along with an overwhelming feeling of warmth and a pulsing sensation biting off her walls. Meanwhile, Harry couldn't get over the fact how very tight and very hot Sayla's was, her walls constricting around his cock in a vice grip, making him produce loud hisses through gritted teeth as sweat dripped down his face. It was as if he's stepping inside a boiling hot lit furnace, and he had to exercise much willpower in him to not blow his rapidly approaching climax right there and now when he intends to release it during the main course. The further he enters inside her, the more tighter and hotter she becomes. Eventually, Harry was able to get his entire cock inside Sayla, who was currently ing and panting heavily at how completely full she was, writhing around the bed to get comfortable with it and even feeling the tip pressing against her womb. Her face was flushed very red with extreme arousal and sweat, her hair is more messier than before, her eyes were half-lidded once again but had a heavy lustful haze clouding them and her tongue was sticking out of her mouth, giving her the appearance of a whore instead of a mighty Aetherius from the books of Zirf. The moment Sayla adjusted herself to get comfortable with his large thick size, Harry wasted no time of grabbing onto her curvy hips with both hands tightly but not too terribly tight to hurt her or leave any bruises and began thrusting in and out of her. Instead of doing it at a slow steady pace like most guys would do at first before speeding up, he went rapidly fast, hard and brutal, causing the sound of skin slapping against skin harshly to fill the air, followed by loud shrieks of ecstasy pleasure. Harry was ing Sayla into total oblivion like she instructed him to do until she won't be able to walk straight tomorrow, and he wasn't holding back even the slightest bit. He has given into his inner lust and desires. Holy Merlin and Morgana, Sayla! Harry exclaimed as he continues thrusting in and out of Sayla's rapidly fast, harder and brutal, more sweat dripping down his face just as his hips kept colliding against hers to produce more of the sound of skin slapping against skin harshly. He had no idea being inside a woman would be so amazing and wonderful, but he wasn't complaining as he was loving every second of it, especially the rough he's giving her and the way her massive breasts were bouncing around wildly, yet hypnotizingly. "You're so tight. And you're so huge, master." Sayla gasped out, finding it really difficult to talk normally, much less form even a sentence, as Harry pounded her maidenhood without stopping. Like him, she was loving the rough, but she also loved his large thick cock that was touching all her spots while filling her up more than before. A particular hard thrust pierced through her womb, making stars appear in her vision, her eyes rolling up into the back of her head, drool running down her open mouth and the completely naughty smile reappearing on her face. More loud shrieks of ecstasy pleasure and more skin slapping against skin harshly filled the room of requirement as Harry continues to pump his cock in and out of Sayla's rapidly fast, harder and brutal. After a while, he let go of her hips, grabbed a hold of her legs to place them over his shoulders before bending his body downwards where he loomed over her with her lower body raised slightly upwards from the bed, his hands grabbing onto the back and top of her head gently but firmly, and began slamming himself down like a mighty jackhammer, making sure to put as much brutal force into his slams as possible while increasing his rapidly fast pace to inhumanly levels that made his hips become a blur, his balls slapping against her ass. Ah, oh 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 h h h h h. Yes. Oh 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 h h h h, fuck. Sayla screamed towards the heavens as massive waves of pure euphoria pleasure and bliss coursed through her body, enough for her to release a heavy intense climax that completely coated Harry's cock while gushing out of her maidenhood to land on his lap and upper thighs. She knew full well her body was going to be incredibly sore tomorrow with the way he's ing her very roughly and the bent position she's in, but she did not give a damn even the slightest bit, as what she's experiencing at the very moment is so wonderful, so amazing and so good. More. Me more just like that, Master Harry. Don't stop. Like with his ferocious licking, Harry merely sped up his brutal force slams in response, making Sayla produce more screams that grew much louder and louder as the massive waves of pure euphoria, pleasure and bliss in her body increased to higher levels, enough for her to release another heavy intense climax. His extremely sensitive ears were hurting very much because he was directly looming above her, but with the help of his occlumency, he was able to push the pain away like she did when having his cock entering inside her, though his head is ringing heavily. After a long while of slamming himself down onto Salis with brutal force and inhumanly fast, Harry felt his cock and balls growing tighter, indicating he was getting close to release his very first climax. Sayla, I'm starting to get close to my climax. Do you want me to release it inside you? Yes, Master Harry, inside me. Sayla exclaimed, somehow finding the strength to lock gazes with Harry and give him a deadly stern glare, dark purple eyes narrowing into slits. I want to feel your cum inside both my maidenhood and my womb. Give it to me, and don't you even dare pull your cock out until you stopped coming to the very last drop. Otherwise, I will personally show you why Aetherius are the most fearful demons in the magical world centuries ago before we became long forgotten. Taking the threat to heart, Harry nodded his head to oblige Salis' demand to release his climax inside her until the very last drop and continue slamming himself down onto her. After a few moments, he had reached the end of his peak and perform one last brutal slam so that he can eject his climax deep inside her. Here it comes, Sayla. I'm coming. Sayla edged erotically at the top of her lungs as she felt Harry's very hot, very thick climax washing both her womb and her insides, filling them up completely. It was really amazing and comforting. She wonders if she will be pregnant with the way he kept ejecting more ropes of cum after cum inside her, which seemed to be endless and was now starting to ooze out of her roughly abused maidenhood. The mere thought of having a child made her heart swell in overjoy happiness. Eventually, Harry's climax came to an end that left him extremely exhausted, intense pants leaving his mouth, heavy sweat dripping down his face. He pulled his cum-covered cock slowly out of Salis that made them both groan loudly, straightened his body out to remove her legs off his shoulders and laid down on the bed next to her in order to recover himself from his climatic high, wiping the heavy sweat off his face with one arm. Wanna go for one more round, babe? Harry asked once he recovered from his climatic high. Sayla, who had been using the time to regain her H from the very rough pounding she received, nodded her head extremely eagerly, wanting to feel more of his cock inside her. She can see it was still rock hard, which made her highly amazed and aroused. All right, but turn around and get on your hands and knees. I wanna try something different. Sayla felt an excited tremor run down her spine before quickly doing what Harry ordered her to do, though she did have trouble getting into the position as not only her lower body is incredibly sore from both the very rough pounding and the bent position she had been in a while ago, but her legs were shaking so much she couldn't even keep her entire body standing upright. But in time, with much concentrated willpower inside her, Sayla finally managed to get onto her hands and knees, where Harry got a marvelous view of her for the first time, instantly taking an immense love to it, just like the rest of her voluptuous curvaceous body. It was large and very soft like her massive breasts, but also bubbly, thick and spectacular. Without tearing his eyes away, he raised one hand in the air before slamming it down onto the cheek hard, watching as it rippled and jiggled around in a hypnotizing manner, a harsh red handprint forming on the pale skin. A startled squeal left Sayla's mouth as she felt her get suddenly spanked hard. She turned around to try and give Harry a stern look for doing that, along with startlingly the hell out of her, but he only gave her a huge infuriating grin, not feeling sorry for what he did at all. Sorry, babe, I couldn't resist myself. Yori's just so spectacular and bubbly it was begging me to spank it. Blushing at the compliment of her ass, Sayla looked away shyly, making Harry release a series of amused chuckles before he got on his knees and positioned himself behind her, where he lined his still cum-covered rock-hard cock right up at her soaking entrance. Grabbing a hold of her hips with both hands tightly, he shoved the entire thing inside her in one go and began pumping inhumanly fast, insanely hard and brutal, his hips colliding against her so much force it would ripple and jiggle around while pushing her body forward, her massive breasts bouncing around extremely wildly that almost came close to hitting her face. Harry wasn't holding back even the slightest bit yet again, and he was going to make this last round with Sayla something to remember by. Ah! A very loud scream tore through Sayla's mouth as Harry plunged her maidenhood with his cock in one go before pumping inhumanly fast, insanely hard and brutal, triggering a mind-blowing climax that not only left her completely HLESS and body spasming fiercely but also creating a large wet puddle on the bed covers. Her concentrated willpower to stand on her hands and knees gave out completely and she collapsed on the large bed with her high in the air, her eyes rolling up into her head once again as very massive waves of pure euphoria, bliss and ecstasy pleasure coursed through her entire being once again. Oh, holy Aetherius, yes, 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 keeping me very roughly, Master Harry. Wow, she's really enjoying this very rough I'm giving her, Harry thought, a look of surprise crossing his sweaty features as he continues pumping in and out of Saylas from behind inhumanly fast, insanely hard and brutal. He felt her release another mind-blowing climax that completely coated his cock once again. Then again, she did told me during her teachings that demons are lustful creatures who immensely enjoys the act of passionate love once they get into it. So, even though I shouldn't be surprised by this, I am finding it hard to believe she would not only talk very dirty but also be an incredibly screamer in bed. I'm not complaining as I'm loving it, despite my sensitive ears hurting a lot. The sound of skin slapping against skin extremely harshly and very loud screams filled the room of requirement as Harry ed Sayla in a doggy style. He would often slap her jiggling hard, leaving the pale skin harshly red with handprints forming and causing her to let out loud s of pleasure before demanding him to do more but much harder, which he comply eagerly. This made her loud s of pleasure to change into extreme loud shrieks of ecstasy joy, her face regaining the completely naughty smile that had vanished a long while ago, only it was much naughtier than before. Who do you belong to, Sayla? Harry demanded a while later as he continued pumping in and out of Saylas from behind. Do you belong to me, your beloved master who is currently ing you very roughly and senseless? You are being reduced to nothing more than a slutty whore, or anyone else. I belong to you, Master Harry. Sayla gurgled out, barely able to form a single sentence because her mind was utterly ed. I belong to you, and only you. No one else. That's right, you belong to me and only me. No one else. And does this very divine body of yours belongs to me as well? To prove his point without once ceasing his very rough pounding, Harry wrapped his arms around Sayla and pulled her very sweaty body against his own sweaty body before reaching upwards to grab her massive breasts with both hands where he needed and squeeze them harshly, his fingers digging deeply into the skin while occasionally tweaking the hard nipples with his thumbs. Harry's actions caused Sayla to howl like in heat and began writhing around very wildly as electric jolts of pleasure coursed through her body. Yes, it does. My very divine body belongs to you as well, Master. I will never let any filthy humans touch me. Very satisfied of the answer, Harry wrapped one arm around Sayla's waist tightly to keep her standing upwards and hold her in place while using one hand to tilt her head towards him where they captured their lips in a fiery intense kiss, their tongues swirling around to try dominate one another. There was no winners in the end, but they didn't care whatsoever as they continued to kiss each other until they were forced to separate when their lungs had run out of air, very hot HS washing over their faces. Sayla, I'm getting close. Harry grunted as he felt his cock and balls growing tighter like they did previously, indicating he was reaching another climax. This could be the biggest one he would ever release in his life, and he wrapped his arms around Sayla once again. Me too, Sayla cried as she felt a tingling sensation in her body, instantly knowing it was her climax. She looped one arm around the back of Harry's neck and used the other to rub her clit furiously. Let's come together, Master. Our last climax for this very special and loving night. It didn't take very long for Harry and Sayla to reach the end of their peaks and they let out aloud as they both came together. They can feel their climaxes mixing up inside the latter's maidenhood like a cocktail drink before it started leaking outwards and dripping on the already stained bed covers, creating a wet puddle. They'll have to ask the room of requirement to replace them with fresh clean ones after they recovered themselves. By the time Harry's and Sailor's climaxes finally came to an end, they were both very exhausted and out of H but were feeling extremely satisfied and happy. They collapsed backwards on the large bed, still holding on to each other until they separated themselves to lay side by side where they stared at the ceiling in complete silence, their minds thinking about the act of passionate love they had been doing. Wow, Harry had out, breaking the complete silence while still staring at the ceiling. That was amazing. Do you agree, Sayla? It was, Sayla mumbled quietly, her voice extremely hoarse from all the screaming and shrieks she had been producing throughout the act of passionate love. My body and maidenhood is going to be very sore tomorrow. You did say you want me to you into total oblivion until you won't be able to walk straight tomorrow. I took that as a challenge to accomplish, and it seems I did with the way you couldn't even stand up straight when getting onto your hands and knees. And I most certainly did not regret what I said of ing me into total oblivion until I won't be able to walk straight tomorrow. Thank you, Master Harry, for giving me the very rough and your cum inside me. But while Sayla did immensely enjoy the very rough, she was quite miffed at the fact Harry only climaxed twice where she climaxed 7 times. That was absolutely unacceptable in her mind. The next time they have, she will be determined to make him climax more than twice. This was something she intends to accomplish at all times. The two lovers gazed at each other lovingly for a long while until they moved forward to capture their lips for a brief passionate kiss. After pulling away, they asked the room of requirement to replace the stained bed covers with fresh clean ones. Sayla then got on top of Harry where she wrapped her arms around his waist and laid her head on his broad, finding it very warm and comforting, along with a sense of protection. A content smile and peaceful look appeared on her face as she closed her eyes and let sleep overtook her whole being. Sayla looks so peaceful and beautiful when she sleeps, Harry thought as he stared at Sayla's beautiful face with a smile on his face. He was really glad to have her as his very first lover. The smile on his face, however, faded as he remembered what he thought hours ago when walking through the corridors after finishing the first task, causing him to glare intensely at the ceiling. I meant what I said about not letting her become my hostage for the second task. I will personally ensure Dumbledore keeps his word during our meeting to keep her out of it completely without really giving away her existence, otherwise there is going to be a very massive bloodbath at Hogwarts. Unbeknownst to Harry as he wrapped his arms around Sayla's upper back protectively after pulling the bed covers over their bodies before letting sleep overtake him, his eyes had shifted from exceedingly bright piercing emerald green to ominous vivid blood red, and it wasn't due to his metamorphagus ability. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.